like I'm 8 foot, step on the beat. Nigga mass runs, let me step out the case when the whole push screen gotta get out there.
It is the start of the Power Series, folks. It's 2024 and the new season is upon us. Hundreds of kilometers of racing ahead, multiple rounds, and hundreds of points up for grabs in multiple different categories. We got cars, we got bikes, we got young, we've got old. Ladies and gentlemen, this is round one of the Power Series, and my name is Dennis Page. You join me here at Killarney Raceway for the start of what is going to be an absolutely electric season. Lots and lots of titles to be defended and lots of newcomers in the field as well. Of course, there are some golden oldies, some of whom are rejoining us for the new season. But this is the Power Series, and I think it's going to be very exciting, just judging from what the sensations are like in the air. The nerves are at an all-time high, and these drivers and riders are out there at the moment ready to do battle. As I mentioned, this is round one of the Power Series. Multiple rounds ahead of us, but let's start off with the bikes out there on the circuit. If we can get our producer to cut to the circuit so you guys can see what's going on out there. We've got the bikes out in qualifying at the moment. The morning has started and the qualifying bug has bitten a lot of these drivers. Of course, the Pirelli V8 Masters have already been out yesterday for qualifying, but the rest of the drivers and riders still have to qualify, with Sports and GT about to go out next. Now, we've got the bikes out there at the moment, just waiting for my producer to get the bikes on screen here so that we can see and you guys can all see exactly what's happening out there at the moment. In the SBK Masters Challenge, Malcolm Rapson will be fighting for supremacy, as well as Gerhard Frey. He's in the SBK Challenge class. Of course, Malcolm Rapson in Superbikes, as you see another Porsche riding past over there. Then we've also got the STC 650s, SSP 300s. There are a whole bunch of bikes out here, and I've got some bike experts coming to join me later on to chat about those as the day goes on. Sports and GT, as I mentioned, are lining up at the moment. GTI Challenge is going out at 9 o'clock, and then of course the big one that everybody's looking forward to at the moment is the Thermo Fires Clubman Saloon, as the Sports and GT cars make their way out. Multiple fields over here with huge grids to look forward to today as we cut to the bikes on screen at the moment. The checkered flag has just come out for the bikes, and I'm hoping to get those qualifying times on screen as well. If we can get those qualifying times on screen for you guys to see, there we go. Anderson gets first place over there. He is followed by Kruger, but we do need to see the actual times of the riders on screen as well. There you can see the laps completed, but I think for qualifying purposes we'll need to see those times as well, as the Sports and GT drivers make their way to get ready out there for the first time this season. Sports and GT, of course, one of the premier classes, a class that has been growing over time, and now all of a sudden finds themselves with massive numbers out there today. Hugely powerful cars, very fast cars as well. And just a quick look alongside the paddock over here, you can see 350Zs, 370Zs, Audi R8s, and then the MIM racing car powered by ATM, a car that I'll be looking out for today. Renzo behind the wheel there, and the boys from ATM really doing good work on that car at the moment to make sure that car gets out there and is as fast as possible. Further up ahead we see the car of Connor out for the first time. That car just having come back from Johannesburg, driven successfully by Neon de Toy, and Neon making sure that Connor now has a fast car underneath him. Connor, previously driving a 350Z, now finds himself in a very very powerful BMW as I search through the sheets over here to try and find the sports and GT cars. And there you go, folks. There are the times on screen. Weber with the 120, Rulu with the 120.6, Kruger leading off his class with the 121. The rest of the field following, and as you can see, the guys are looking very, very fast out there at the moment. The track, I think, still a bit green, a little bit of moisture out there last night, maybe, but I do think these guys are going to be warming up the track plenty. As finally I find the sports and GT sheets. And like I was saying, the reason I think I'm looking so hard for this is because there simply are so many entries today. Just so many cars, so many entries, so many racers, teams, mechanics, personnel here today. And away from the clerk of the courses office as we are about to kick off sports and GT in the next couple of minutes. I'm looking for my coffee over here. It seems to have disappeared, but someone that hasn't disappeared is our man over here, JP, Big J. How's it going?
How are you, sir?
Very good, very good. You know a little something about commentary, I understand. You're one of the new commentators here at the circuit. What are you commentating today?
Well, good morning, everyone. Today is going to be fantastic, so I'm happy to be here.
Yes, you definitely got a commentator's voice, eh? That's for sure.
I can't help it. I've got the enthusiasm, you know. I love this place. But today I'm just going to be up in the comments box working on the radio, helping the main commenters out wherever I can. And then they're going to throw me in a couple times just to see what I've got and do the things I do best.
Yeah, you sound like you know what you're doing. The voice is definitely there. I've got the list of cars in front of me here. We got David Joubert and Steve Humble up front in the Premier class. Those are the two guys that are always battling it out, and we've seen Steve get the better of Davi finally quite recently at one of the recent events at the last endurance event. But what will happen today as Davi Joubert, no doubt, coming out swinging today up against Steve Humble in the pole beam as off they go onto the circuit now.
I know at the Passport Speed Festival 3 weeks ago, I believe, Steve had a bit of an issue. I can't recall what it was, but he had to pull off a couple times, and the races just weren't going so well, so I'm hoping that he sorted these issues out.
Yeah, the speed, though, is there. They managed to get the car on pole at the last event in qualifying. Okay. Yeah, so the speed is there, but as you say, can they get the results today? Gary Kiswitter, Francis Carruthers, Clinton Thorne out there in the Lotus 7, and then further back we got Paul Beachyhead and the rest of the field, and now we can see them making their way out on circuit.
Okay, awesome. You know, Ernest, I've seen that there's a ton of Porsches, so it's becoming a very nice platform for all these drivers, especially the youngsters. I know Charles Fisser's in here coming up from Polo Cup.
Yeah, well, he's won the Polo Cup National Series, now graduated to Super Cup, as the loud cars make a lot of noise here. He's graduated to Super Cup, so Charles Fisser, watch out for him in that Porsche. Connor Kilbride, also new in the E46 M3, and another big name that has come through in the 488 GT3 is Dane Angel from South African GT fame, having some very solid results in the National GT Series, as well as other categories, previously racing that Honda Type R, now finds himself in Class X. Another car to watch out for is that 992 GT3 of Noel Grayling. I've heard it is exceptionally fast as the guys head their way out now, and it's so nice to see the lap times on screen here as provided by the IMUSAT team. We wait for the first lap times to populate, and looks like we're back on screen, and I don't think you've been seen by the audience yet, so if we can just
morning everyone.
Good morning everyone, and just introduce yourself introduce yourself once again so we can hear Uzu.
I'm Jordan Hubin. I've been around Killarney for come to almost 15 years, but in the last 13 years it's been more as a spectator than anything else. Yeah. But I've found myself coming up to people in the last 2-3 years after COVID. I made my way here in an Uber. Yeah. And I just sat and I met people.
You're not here in an Uber anymore. You're coming through with an E36 nowadays. Car's looking good, eh?
I'm trying my best with that thing. It's a bit of a box of bolts, but I'm hoping to bring it on the track eventually and be a part of hopefully Clubman's.
Okay, nice.
But it's about getting the money and the time and the effort into it first.
Well, in the meantime, it's a good idea to get yourself involved here at the circuit as you have done. And speaking of involved, Dane Angel getting very involved there at the moment with a 132. But the rest of the guys will start making their way past the line very shortly, and then I think those times will change. And you guys might see the times a bit sooner than us. I think there's a slight delay on our side here from the feed that we're getting. But Dane Angel at the moment with a 132, but that will change shortly as the rest of the guys cross the field. We can see them crossing the line, just waiting for those times to come up. But I'm pretty sure Kisvetter and the rest of the guys will have something to say about that very shortly.
But you know, Ernest, I just want to mention something about the whole day that it's looking like after seeing the program yesterday and actually during the middle of the week. I see we are up to massive numbers in every class.
Massive numbers.
A GTI Challenge, that's almost 12 to 15 cars a class.
Don't even get me started on GTI Challenge. These guys are out for blood today. Classes A, B, and C, unbelievably busy at the moment. We'll get to that in a moment. But let's jump back to the action. Kisvetter, as mentioned, in the first place at the moment with a 117. Dane Angel with a 117 as well. Prince with an 18. Brink with a 19. But I do suspect Kilbride will be in there somewhere as well. And don't forget Visser in the mix. Visser on old tires. And I think, yeah, if Visser is out there, he's in the Porsche GT3. But I do think that Kyle Visser is also here today. And Kyle Visser will be driving the Super Cup car in, I think, in Clubman's today. Both of them now VW factory drivers, and both of them with exceptional pace. Kisvetter still in first place with a 117.
Yeah, I know Charles. I'm pretty good friends with him, and I know he's still coming to grips with that cup car.
Yeah.
But I know, I mean, he's talented, multi-South African go-kart champion and Polo Cup champion for national, and so he definitely has a lot on his plate to catch up to these older guys. I mean, he's only 20 years old, and I mean, same as his younger brother Kyle. But he just graduated from the Polo Cup Junior Series. Yeah. And he'll be racing that Super Cup car in Clubman's today. No spoilers, no anything, so it's going to be super raw.
Oh,
and
wow,
super
no
exciting.
Spoilers as well. Okay, so that's why he's maybe a little bit down on speed. Okay, I understand.
Yeah, I mean, it's got so much power that you need that aero. You
need that aero. Apparently he was running on semis as well, so maybe that's a good thing for him. Kyle and Charles getting unbelievable training from their father, Charles Visser Senior. As we look at the times again, Angel with a 112, Humble with a 112 now. Marcel Angel really in the mix there, making sure that he does not give these guys any breathing room with a 112.0. Kisvetter with a 116, but at the moment it's only Humble and Angel in the mix. We're waiting for for David Joubert to have something to say. We're waiting for Visser to say something. We're waiting for Carruthers to get in there. Kilbride on a 19 looking solid, but Humble drops the hammer once again with a 110, and Angel does the same with a 110.869.
You know, I think about it every single time I see these sports and GT cars go around. It is absolutely mind-blowing to see the times that these guys do.
Yeah, please, hop on in.
Morning, Frankie Eunice.
Morning,
How are you,
Frankie.
Is this thing on? No.
Yeah, that thing's on. Let's see. I think you should be good. Let's give him a test quickly. We got Frankie here. Please do. We're looking at the times here, Frankie. Humble and Angel suddenly making an appearance today. Angel at least with a 110. Our feed is paused here. The internet seems to be a bit slow. But Marcel Angel in this class with a GT3 doing 1 minute 10s, amazing stuff.
Yeah, look, we've got over 20 cars that entered. Initially they were talking about 27 cars, but not 27. I'll tell you one driver that's out, and that is Dr. Mike Verio's out.
Oh yes, of course, with the BMW.
Gearbox,
you mentioned that.
Yeah, he said on the WhatsApp group, he says the engine chewed up my gearbox.
Man.
So that's the end of the doc. Excuse me. I know that in the bike category, Hilton Redlingeis picked up valve bounce going into turn 5. Yeah. And he's not racing classics. Okay. He's racing another motorcycle in the SPK Challenge. Okay. That's the information that I've picked up so far. Yeah.
Okay, so we're just following the sports and GT. Yes. Still continuing to follow. Yeah, Humble still leads us off Joubert. Now finally Joubert in the mix with a 110, but Humble's got the better of him with 8/10 of a second.
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty intense up there in Class A. And then we still got Francis Carruthers, Gary Kisvetter, and Clinton Thorne. They are in Class A. The other guys are in Class S.
Yeah, so
that you mentioned early on.
Kisbetter, unfortunately, with a 116 at the moment, but he's fighting his own battle there at the moment. Carruthers quite a ways down on him, but I think the person to watch over here definitely is Dane Angel. Bringing it to the Class S drivers over there is Dane Angel, someone that's got extensive national experience, extensive competition experience from a young age already. But speaking of experience, you got a new young Thundercat in the commentary booth. I'm liking, he's got a good voice, eh?
Yeah, no, he's definitely got a good voice. He's got a bright future ahead of him. But like all of us, you got to start at the bottom of the ladder, and you've got to work your way up.
That's why they put you here with me. Okay.
I remember 30 years ago, next month, I had the same enthusiasm as what he did.
Yeah, you got to
and Brian Peake, the late Brian Peake, said to me, "Calm down, son. You got a long ladder to climb up. Just take it from the bottom, step by step, and you'll get there."
And it takes time as well, building the knowledge, building the experience. As Humble goes faster still with a 109.445. Joubert now with a 110.4. So Humble with a second in the bag to Joubert, 1.5 seconds to Angel. But let's go further down. Kilbride leads off his class, followed by Kearney quite some way down. So Kilbride, the first time out in that car with a 118. That car is exceptionally fast. Prince leading off his category as well there. And let's not forget to mention that Angel and Torrento are battling it out. Fisser still not out there with a lap time yet. That's interesting to see. I would expect him to be out there by now already.
Yeah, Charles, of course, in the GT3 Porsche, and he was doing. I spoke to Charles Senior earlier, and I can't remember, but he was doing pretty high times.
Yes.
With that Porsche, so we'll have a look and see where he's going to end up on the grid for race 1.
Okay, so JT, any closing words from you? They've got 2.5 minutes to go till the end of this qualifying session. Any thoughts from you on sports and GT?
I know these guys are pushing extremely hard, to say the least. And I mean, especially Steve Humble. I mean, Francois Carruthers not looking so good in that sister pole beam. But I know, I mean, obviously they're having some sort of issues that I'm hoping he can sort out before race 1, because he's also a very high contender in the ranks.
Well, it looks like the guys are dropping the hammer even more there. You can see Angel now just a few tenths off Humble, and Joubert also coming closer. The times are dropping. They've got 2 minutes to go. Can they do anything within the next 2 minutes? We are slightly delayed here on what we're seeing on our screen, but a 109.445, just 0.3 of a second less than separates the top two at the moment, Frankie.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome stuff out there. I remember that Steve at the last event, he did a 109 in race number 1. So he was not far off the best time that Craig Jarvis set up here with his Janetta. He did a 108 some odd, which isn't the quickest time around. A 106 he's in that same car by Stewie White, but I mean Craig did a 108 in that very same Janetta a couple of years ago, and Steve was doing a 109. So that pole beam can do some awesome times as one of the pole beams make their way behind us.
So I think they've just called it now. It looks like it's over. We wait for the final tally. You guys on your screens will see it before we do, but at this stage it does look like Steve Humble might have snatched it. I've got 55 seconds to go on my screen over here. We'll make sure the timekeeping system is up to date for next time, so we can have more up-to-date timing in front of us. We're doing the best with the tech that we can at the moment, but so far it does look like Steve Humble has taken it. And Frankie, do you know who's next out in qualifying? It does look like GTI Challenge is next. They're supposed to go out at 9 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken.
I see Brent van der Schaaf has just pulled up into Park Ferme, so I believe they're going to start getting ready.
No, it's according to the program. It is the Supersport 650s and 300s that's coming out now. And see that the bikes are coming out. I'm going to hand the mic over to Francois. Yes.
Good idea. We need someone to help us with the bikes here.
You know, I just want to mention quickly, Ernest, if you look behind us, you know, all over, it's a bit grey, which is not necessarily what you want to see on a race day.
Yeah.
Some of these guys like it, cooler temperatures, better for the motors.
The wind is pumping as well, though.
But that might be an issue, especially for the bike guys. I mean, these 1 litre bikes are pushing so much power that they get dragged left and right down the straights, and it pushes you wide into some of the corners, which won't help. These guys with the big aero.
You can definitely feel it in a bike. Hi there, Ernest. What's your name?
Morning, Francois.
Francois, surname please, Francois.
Butler.
Could you tell the viewers who you are?
For those that don't know me, I'm unfortunately one of the circuit commentators. Lovely to be here. I sincerely hope everyone's going to enjoy the view today.
Yeah.
You guys chatting about the weather, the ambient temperature. I mean, we've ridden cars and bikes. This kind of temperature, you get top performance up, but you got the stiff breeze blowing sort of out of the northeast corner actually, and going into
It's coming from there,
yes. I know my directions. It's a lot for me so early in the morning though. But when you're going into corners and you're dipping in and you got that wind blowing on you, you got to sort of make a counter adjustment, and this affects your times. It holds you back a bit because you're now thinking about other factors that normally aren't there.
Yeah.
And it just makes, now you go and you do something different. Now you leave the gap open and now suddenly the guy cuts up on you on the inside, and now you've, oh come on man, why aren't you getting it? So he's prepared to take the chance. It's one of those tricky days. It's one of those tricky days.
So it's all about who's willing to commit the hardest, and these guys, if anything, and you can see them pulling off now the 650s, they really do commit quite hard. I mean, I would imagine these guys are going for it.
And I mean, most of these guys are youngsters. You've got Abigail Besson, she's just turned 18 now. Last year, you've got Adrian, he's in his early 20s. But then they're fighting up against some of the elders. I mean, you've got Stavro Michelle, you've got Mitch Robertson, all the guys that are very experienced, but they know how to take their hammer down towards those kids, eh? It's a great thing to watch these. Okay, they're not little bikes, they're fairly big bikes compared. But the series is so action-packed, it's super strict, the performance is all super equal, and it's amazing.
So what's the difference here, coming from an older gentleman?
Hello, for the older.
the more experienced among us.
Yeah.
What's it like for guys our age compared to these guys on a bike?
Look, I think the whippersnappers. I think the big thing here is, Ernest, is that remember the older guys don't want to fall. You don't mend so quickly.
Yeah.
The youngster will bounce and get up and carry on. When the old man falls, he gets up in installments.
Well, if you think about it, some of these guys have metal in them.
Yeah, 54 months.
Some of the guys have metal in them, so they don't actually feel it as much as most of the guys that have bones left.
Yeah, that's true.
It's difficult. So that's again why I'm saying, you talk about now the older generation out there racing, the guys that are doing it for the love of the sport. They're not prepared to take that chance, whereas the young guns will go in, they'll pack it in, and they'll give them horns. And we see this predominantly through all the racing. The young guns are up front, and the older guys are towards the back, having their own little demo derby. You know what I'm saying? They're having fun. So it's difficult.
As long as you're here having a good time doing what you came to do, well, everybody comes in for their own reason.
There's a saying in racing, come and have fun. If you're not having fun, pack your bags and go home.
Yeah.
That's the bottom line.
I gotta say though, my personal opinion on that is I always have fun racing. There's always a level of fun. But some of these guys aren't racing for fun. They're racing to win. And I think from the bikers specifically, I mean the amount of cojones you gotta have to be able to do that. I mean, these guys are putting it out there as they start to do their first couple of laps. STC 650 SSP 300s out there at the moment, and there are a lot of bikes. So let's hear from you, JT. A lot of bikes out here today. Why?
Yeah, this is a very good feeder class, especially for the super bikes and even the classics. These 300s, it's a very good starter bike. You can get one off the road. Most of them start as the Yamaha R3s or the Kawasaki 400s. It's all in the same class, and their regulations are very easy to manage.
Why is that?
I couldn't tell you exactly. I'm not too in depth on the bikes themselves.
Yeah. If I can jump in there, so
he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Go ahead.
He does. Don't worry.
But
the Super Twin Cup, the 650s, they've got a control tire.
Okay.
They're not allowed to do anything to the motor, so there's no tweaking the motor.
Okay.
No quick shifters. It's all standard bike running.
So they got a blip on the downshift.
They got to ride the bike. You know what I'm saying? We go down to the 300.
But when they go to the bar, are those the owners that are like this because they're going to ride the bike?
Yeah.
Now I know what to look out for.
Yeah, you know what they look like.
Now I know what they look like.
Go to those Super Twin Cup 650s on your list there. Peter Hill, number 6. The man is 64.
Sure.
I
like Peter. He's a good guy.
SA motocross champion back in 1974. You know what I mean? This guy's got serious street cred when it comes to riding a bike.
And he knows how to ride a bike.
And he knows to ride.
Age
and then you
is
got
showing no bounds
Stavro Michelle, who's a year younger.
he was. And currently you see them out there, the times start to pop up, and you guys will more than likely start to see those times before we do. You're about a minute ahead of us at this stage, but the names are starting to populate over there. Out there, JT, who are you supporting out there in the STC Super Touring?
Super Twin Cup.
Super Twin Cup.
You know, as of last year, watching the whole of the season through its entirety last year, Nicholas Hutchings, he was on pace the entire year.
HTC, eh? Can we just give HTC a shout out?
HTC, yeah.
HTC.
Yeah, there you go. You're fine. Yeah.
HTC, we got to give them a shout out because those guys are flipping everywhere.
Yeah, I was going to say.
They're in rallycross, they're on main circuit, they're on two wheels, they're on three wheels.
Everywhere, yeah.
Everything with wheels and an engine, yeah.
And just, you know, if we sort of weigh this up between, like, let's say ourselves and an American team, it's a garage. It's a garage.
Yeah.
And if I say garage, I'm not talking about where you park your car. I'm talking about a workshop. And that's how the Yanks do it. Everyone at the workshop works for the driver.
Yes.
And this is what they're doing. They're working for their riders and drivers.
And they've got a bunch of them in it. I like that they're equal opportunity team. If you want to go racing, the team gets behind you. You see the young brother here, the older brother is still recovering from the last injury, but still jumps in another car. The dad's involved. I love it. And that's what I love that about motorsport, where everybody gets stuck in.
Well, we always say it. It's a family sport. I mean, we are a family. You know, can you hear me breaking out? We are family.
Don't dance, please. We're singing again. The times are starting to come up, guys, but a little bit slow at the moment. Alexander at the moment, right on top of the 33, but I suspect that's going to be changing very soon. You guys are probably seeing something else on your screen. I cannot wait to see these times populate, because for me, this is going to be one of the more exciting races today. Everybody's always talking about the 650s and the 300 class.
Well, it is, okay, as you can see, it's the more populated class of the two, and I mean, those guys are so equally matched. I mean, with the, sorry, who am I? I'm talking about, oh, wait.
You can say any name. They're not going to know.
Jamie Hall, he's a top contender. Nicholas Hutchings.
Why is that? Why is Jamie Hall a top contender?
You know, he also races superbikes, and he knows...
Jamie, you know, Jamie's quick. I spoke to Jamie this morning, and he's got the right attitude.
Yeah.
Jamie's here to have fun. He's all the way down from PE.
Yeah.
He's not a local boy.
Wow.
Jamie comes down from PE side.
Does he come here every time today?
He comes from Neisner. Wow. Sorry, not PE, Neisner. And whenever you see him, he's got a smile on his face. Nothing's too much effort for him, you know, having fun.
Yeah.
And Jamie, when he started in the Breakfast Club, he just came out of nowhere, and boom, he was there.
Yeah.
Nice a contender.
Well, speaking of contenders, here we go. The numbers are up. Van Niekerk in second place, but Hall leads us off in first position with a 25.4. Sims with a 29.3. But I suspect those front-running guys will be picking up the pace. Alexander, though, Raymond Alexander leads off the Power Sport 300 with a 32, followed by Solomon further down. Robinson just behind that, but the gaps are still quite big. I suspect these gaps are going to get a bit closer front run.
Well, they're running 125s. On a good day, they're capable of like 124s, high 24s. And around Killarney, 124 is seriously quick. I mean, there aren't even cars that can do 124s. You know what it's like. So
why are you saying it like you know I'm struggling to get
he's got a 318 IS, and the S is for slow.
But
and he's joking.
If you think about it,
Guilty.
If you think about it, Francois, I mean, these guys, they may be doing 124s on a good day, but it's not, back to the weather, it's not exactly most ambient track temperature. It was cold all night, dewy in the morning. It's still a little bit, not damp, but it's not, okay, not green.
Yeah, the circuit obviously, with it being still early morning, it's a little bit greasy. It's
greasy,
green, as they say.
When I woke up this morning, I got a message from our producer that it might be raining today. I quickly checked, and it's not. It might shower later on, but flippin' heck, man. I had the same scare, and I raced at the last event, at Passion for Speed, and it started raining the night before, and then all of a sudden...
You're worried. I'm going to do my weight dance.
Because we weren't mentally prepared for it.
Yeah.
Where does that put these guys, Francois, on the bike specifically?
Look, now you've actually got a little bit of a margin, or there's like this little margin that you've got to play with. I'm riding on a slick tire or a control tire. Now it's drizzling on that side. Now I'm going to just act differently. When do I start applying wets? Is the next race a wet race? Is it a dry race?
But at least it's the same for everyone, though.
Yeah. No,
as
look
we
at
now
this.
start to see the times tumbling down. Hall with a 25.495 for Nick. We're in second place. Wasserfall in third. Hutchings just fourth position with a 26. And look at that. The top 4 guys separated by 1 second. And then in the next class, the top 2-3 guys separated by just over a second as well. So it's getting close out there.
Yeah, you know, to come back to this, as a junior series, especially for the 300s, most of these guys that you see in here are busy racing in 150 short circuit, and that is probably the best starter class you can do.
What is with you biker guys at 150 short circuit?
It's the best
let's hear
series
from
possible.
JT. JT is obviously quite passionate about it. He's the new guy, so we're going to give JT, over to you.
I mean, if you think about it, even in superbikes and classics, Neander Toy, he races cars, for Pete's sake. He races the 8-hour every year. So it's an attraction that everyone loves.
If it's 8 hours on a 150, isn't it actually like 12 hours?
It's more like 24 hours. I've done it myself. It's a killer.
Have you done it?
Yes,
Especially
I've
on
done
older
few-
gentlemen, it feels like a couple of days in one race.
I'm just joking. I know the bikers are going to deal with it.
No. Look, the whole thing about that is
Is it the go-kart of motorbikes?
yeah, it's the go-kart.
Yes.
And the endurance series is very taxing because you're on the bike for a minimum of say 45 minutes. And you know, you're flicking, you're up, you're standing up, you're getting down, you're going. So you're constantly exercising while you're riding.
Otherwise you start getting cramps all over the place.
Promise
And
you,
it's a pain.
I used to get this cramp here in my hip, here in the joint here, from being crouched down. And the following day, you don't get out of bed, you just roll onto the floor.
In the same position, we've got Jamie Hall now starting to separate himself from the pack with a 1.1 second gap over Van Niekerk over there. Third place, Wasserfall falling back as well. A further 1.4 seconds back from him with Hutchings just 1/10 behind. So the guys are Dylan van Eden. I've got to say, I'm a little bit biased. I am sponsoring that car this year, full disclosure.
It's like that.
It's like that. So I'm quite excited to see how he does. GTI Challenge boys are going to be lining up soon, I think. But for now, we're still here with the STC Super Twins 650s with 1.5 minutes to go. Last thing from you on those 150cc bikes, what are your thoughts? How many of these riders do you think take part in the 159 hour?
You know,
I think just about all of them are. Yeah.
I mean, if you look at
all
the list
ride
now,
150s.
especially the youngsters, that's where they start. I mean, you've got Max Munton, Abigail Basson. Mitch has a team where he's got 4 different bikes.
Abigail is in it to win it. Abigail at the
always.
moment is in third position, 1.3 seconds down, but she's in it with a fighting chance.
absolutely.
As always.
Abigail, and then I think Bones will be doing well as well. That's Adrian Solomon. Very quick.
Well, Solomon's leading off now at the moment.
He's very quick. And then Max Munton is now the new 150 junior champion.
Yeah.
He's crowned champion.
So Max Munton, where's he falling at the moment? He's a little bit on the ways down, so he's got some time to find. He's about 4 seconds, 3.5 seconds off the pace
But I
thereabouts.
do know Ernest. I'm pretty good friends with him, and he said to me yesterday after I came
Another
to...
name drop, eh? This guy knows
I
everybody.
know so-and-so, yeah.
I can't help. Well, I know you guys, so... but I know he said he had a couple of issues. They couldn't figure out what it was yesterday, but they fiddled with some stuff, took the engine apart, put it back together, all in just the late evening last night.
Yeah.
And they brought it back this morning, and the bike's running fine.
I think I'm just a little bit jealous because of his voice. That's why I'm making fun of him all the time, because doesn't he have a fantastic voice for the job?
Yeah, and I've got a great face for radio.
You know what I'm saying? You're guilty. But JT, just once again, welcome to the commentary team.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he's doing a fantastic job.
He's great.
We'd love to have you down
And he's
here.
also, for a young man, he's got a lot of knowledge, which is actually nice. Yeah.
I know. So we'd love to have
And he
him
knows a
down
lot of
here
people.
more.
You heard no.
Exactly. Also
Yeah,
the
yeah.
bike stuff as well. You know, you guys know about the bikes. I've asked Brad Bodsworth. Shame Brad was just walking in the pits, and I pulled him aside. Hey, Brad, we need you over here. So hopefully Brad will join us as we get to the closing, and it's finished. Hall leads us off in first place with some margin. Van Niekerk in second place. Wasserfall in third. Solomon in first place in 300s. Behind that, Alexander and Bosson with Robinson down the field. Who are the wild cards over here, do you think, JT, that aren't in the top 3 at the moment? Who should we watch out for? Hutchings, definitely.
Yeah.
You know, speaking of Matt Van Niekerk, he actually comes from Superbikes. He jumped into 650s last season. I'm not sure whereabouts, but either midway through the season or near the end of the season. And I mean, he's really showing his skill right now, putting it on second place.
Look, my personal opinion, If you're out there, you got skill.
Yeah.
I don't care who you are. It's just a great margin of experience and maybe a bit of skill. But for the viewers out there, motorbikes, if you're on the track, you've got
easy,
skill.
man. Riding a bike is
we've
easy.
all ridden motorbikes. It's easy, except Ernest.
You just twist that thing. And then where's the gear? Which one's the gears? Which one's the brakes again?
I'm going to jump back. I'm supposed to be doing 150s this year at some point. I've got a buddy of mine that's got a bike for me to ride under him. But, you know, I'm still nervous to ride. It's a little bike.
When are you riding?
I'm hoping to start doing Monday practices within the next month. I still got to get my race license
we need to
and
get
the
this guy
sorts.
some
But
sponsors then, David.
sponsors, if you want to get me in a car, I do know how to drive.
Okay.
But
So if it's Tortoise Incorporated, you can sponsor Jordan.
We've got one of our first biker guests in France. Would you mind if I swap
He
you out
can
with
come
him?
out. Yeah.
Let's get, you still look tired, big guy. What's going on?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, how's it, man? You good?
How are you?
Yeah,
How's it,
let's grab a seat
Thank
here.
you so
Grab a
much.
seat.
How are you? Good.
It's the big guy. If you can just introduce yourself to...
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know how loud it is.
Don't worry about you sounding good. Name and surname and which class you're in, please.
So my name is JP Shermers, and I'm racing Clubman's motorbikes this year.
Okay.
And it's very exciting. We've got a very good year ahead of us, and we've got a nice team, and everything's happening, and it's just good to be back.
Yeah, you guys have a vibe going on in the garage.
Dude,
today.
that's what it's about. Honestly, I keep saying to people, like, when you come to Killarney, it's not a racetrack. It's fun. Like, come have fun, talk to people, be in the pits, listen to music, talk smack, and just have fun.
And then twist it.
That's it. Twist the throttle and hope you don't come off.
But you know, if you look at this guy right here, he is... I would say you're scary. You're scary, man. Walking around the pits. When I first met you, I was terrified. But you are the most loving personality I've met in these pits.
I appreciate it.
Big teddy bear.
You are a big teddy bear. So it definitely shows, and your enthusiasm for racing is why you are so committed.
I'm so happy to see Jordan's on this stage.
No, he's doing well. He's doing better than me because I'm still trying to find
what's going on here?
I'm trying to find your name over here. You're not on here. But when it comes to Clubman's, how did it go today? You're still looking like you just came off the track.
No, it's actually really nice. Today was a little bit of a different experience. One of the cameras literally came off the bike and hit the Harley face on, so that was quite scary. But it's very nice, and I just want to say a special thank you to Ravenol, Dim Sport, all these people for making this year possible. I mean, Ravenol, without you guys, oil and everything would be a loss for this year, so I'm very grateful.
Nice.
And
How did qualifying go?
Qualifying was very lacquer. The bike's operating nicely. Everything's good. It's just early morning getting used to it, you know?
Being able to drop the hammer first thing in the morning, I mean, that's not easy.
It's not easy, but I mean, now that's my question to you guys. From the quality that you had last time, the day before versus today, what do you prefer?
I definitely prefer on the day personally.
Really?
I don't like the day before qualifying. I think that some of the guys are working as well, so it's a bit difficult for them to come out here.
It is, yeah.
But for you guys, I think on two wheels, and I'll throw this over to you, Jay. What do you? I think
know
it's
what?
better maybe because you can trust the conditions more.
That's it.
JP asks us as if I've got any racing experience whatsoever. So I don't know what the qualifying is actually like. But as a spectator,
As an enthusiast,
there we go, and a petrol head, I can only imagine that the early morning on the Saturday is better because, I mean, you've got Friday to do your practice sessions, to get comfortable, and then take a rest. But now you've got to stress after all your practice sessions on the Friday to then
that's sleep, eh?
use
Sleep
as
is
much
different when
energy.
you go to qualifying in the
The
morning.
night before, when you go to bed on the Friday night and you know there's racing on a Saturday, my friend, you need to take sleeping pills and a whole bunch of things
Now,
because your anxiety.
it's so unfair. I was racing the last one, and one of my teammates, Dylan, who's racing Challenge, he was messaging me, riling me up, bro, riling me up. Oh, it looks like it's raining tomorrow. He's so riled up today. I left him alone last night because I'm a good teammate.
You're going to do yourself your own favor. That's it. I agree. But you know what? If it does rain, we're looking at 6 o'clock, 5 o'clock. I'm hoping it stays the same. But if it does rain, then it's just more interesting, you know? So it's going to be a good day.
I think with what looks like rain in the air, it's just going to be cooler temperatures, which will be better for you. I mean, you guys are obviously sweating in your race suits.
But there we go.
The bike's going to get cooled down, you're going to get cooled down, and you should be more comfortable
There's
throughout
benefits.
the day.
Exactly. So I'm very excited. Listen, thank you guys. It's an absolute privilege to be chatting to you.
Yeah, man, thanks for popping around. You know where to find us. We'll see you next time.
Anytime.
Cheers. Wow, we go back to the Superbikes qualifying over here. A page that I actually do have on my cheat sheet over here. I can't find Clubbins. I think my producer over there messed with me a little bit. But we got Snyman with a 112 over there. Rapson with a 14. Lineker with a 16. The spread is quite big in the front there. Riedlinghuis separating himself. Bodsworth now slots up. And Bodsworth has had to take the jump now to the top class over there. Whereas before he was a relatively new rider. Now he's got to find that pace in that top class over there with the Superbikes.
Well, I know with Bodsworth, he's chopped and changed between bikes. I mean, he's got a few of his own. He's got an Aprilia RSV4, that Ducati, I believe it's a 1098. And those things, I mean, are completely different beasts altogether. But
Strode, just to cut here, Strode and Hunter in those in that 600 class is the battle to watch at the moment. They are just 0.3 of a second apart. If that will change anytime soon on the screen. But as I wave to yet another a lady in the clerk of the courses office over there, we've got Gaynor Matham over there, a family that's been involved in motorsport for many, many years. Back to the action, we got Strode and Hunter. Look how close that is between the two of them. Hopefully I don't pause the screen there. And Snyman stole now 1.3 seconds ahead of Rapson. So Snyman currently in the league of his own at the moment.
You know, I'm looking for Dylan Anderson. I don't know if Dylan Anderson's out at the moment. I believe he should be in... Oh, no, you know, I lie. He's in the breakfast class.
Yeah, he's in the breakfast class.
But
there he is. Okay, there's Dylan Anderson over there.
I was going to mention him, but I'll wait until the next class comes out.
Yeah, I think Breakfast Club is they've already gone out, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, yeah, sorry, they were out first.
They were out first. We missed them this morning, first thing, but you can scroll back on the live stream. If you want to see exactly what's happening, just feel free to rewind. We won't take it personally if you cut us off for a couple of minutes. Snyman still leads us off there. Riedlinghuis again. Riedlinghuis 1.5 seconds ahead of Arendse. And Arendse also in the 33 bike, a mainstay here at the circuit. Always coming to chat to us is Arendse. Wayne, of course, in the ZX10R, that SBK challenge. All of them riding 1,000cc bikes going down from Superbikes to SBK challenge.
And I just want to jump in from what Francois said earlier. Hilton Riedlinghuis, he had an issue with his classic bike. I don't know what exactly happened. I believe it was Friday that, I don't know if he dropped it in turn 5 or he had some sort of issue, but I see now he's jumped to Masters and Challenge class on that, I believe it's a ZX6 or ZX7. Oh, he's on the Ducati apparently.
He's on the Ducati, yeah. So Hilton Riedlinghuis on the Ducati now finds himself in SBK Challenge, and he's
not doing too bad, eh?
Off. So Riedlinghuis in first place at the moment with a 16.4, followed by Arendse with a 19. So quite a big gap they show it. But let's not forget the rest of the field. Wani Frost, Ntasana Frey still hasn't done a time in 20th position, but for the first time in a while, we've got massive grids, and we talk about coming off the back of the pandemic. It's been a long recovery for a lot of people because a lot of riders and drivers are businessmen here and have to rebuild the business. I know I certainly have done a little bit of rebuilding of my business over the last couple of years. But now all of a sudden there's some money in the system, there's some cars on the grids, there's some bikes on the start line, and these riders and drivers find themselves now with massively big and competitive grids, notwithstanding the GTI Challenge guys that are currently lining up here beside us at the moment.
But
Snyman still leads us off.
Sorry, and speaking of COVID, back then, I mean, that was now almost come to 5 years, or just 4 years ago, and you don't even think about how fast time goes. Sorry, and with that, I mean, like you said, some businesses had to shut down and people had to rearrange and move, and Killarney came to a shutdown for a while before you couldn't have spectators, and the live stream became more of a known thing.
Yes.
And a lot of the youngsters, the Brackpack, Slade van Niekerk, Tristan Pienaar, Jason Lineker, I mean, those guys are still in school.
Yeah.
So, I mean, their parents are obviously like not wanting to have them go out and whatnot. So even that comes into play.
That really does come into play, because you could lose some of your prime growing period where you're supposed to learn the most and be part of the action. Maybe a championship lost here and there. You know, that could affect the trajectory of some of these young riders' careers. Hopefully not the case, as we still see Snyman leading off. Riedlinghuis still on top there. Arendse look at Arndt, Schwerin and Hendricks, so close, that battle between them. Thomas in the mix, Thomas and Hendricks with exactly the same time at the moment, out there on the grid, or out there in qualifying, with 2 minutes to go of this qualifying.
I mean, you can't discount any of these guys at all. I mean, Killarney Sneeman, one of the, I mean, if not the fastest guy in Cape Town at the moment, if not Western Cape.
Why does everybody respect Sneeman so much? I've seen him ride once, and I was like, holy, that guy can ride a bike.
You know, I think that's the problem. You've only seen him ride once.
Yeah.
I think you got to watch, when you get a chance, watch his races, go back and watch the live streams, follow what he does. He builds bikes on his own. Most of these bikes come out of his workshop, Missile Motorcycles.
Okay,
and he does all the work on his own.
Okay.
So he knows these bikes inside and out, and especially his own. He's just got the new CBR 1000 RR.
Is that what he's on at the moment?
It's that all white. Oh, it's such a beautiful bike. I can't lie. I'm more into the cars than I am the bikes, but that thing is amazing. And he knows how to ride that thing. I mean, he wheelies out of every single corner you can imagine.
Yeah.
So he knows that control.
Is that necessarily the fastest way around, or is that just him enjoying himself?
You know, I think it is him enjoying himself, but at the same time, on those 1 liter bikes, it's like, I know you've driven some very impressive cars, that R34 Skyline or whatever, where you put your foot down and it just goes. These bikes are just like that. It's pedal to the metal and you are gone.
Well, if you're doing 111s around you, that's 4 seconds faster than I've ever gone around here.
I mean, with a half a second to go, he'll be into the 110s, and that's like, we haven't seen that in years for a superbike.
Well, speaking of going into new territory, we now get ready for GTI Challenge over here, and GTI Challenge is definitely the class to watch today. API Properties coming on board as a sponsor for the season, so a new sponsor brings with it a new bunch of challenges, a new bunch of drivers, a new bunch of grids. And I think a lot of these cars and riders have been here before, but there are lots of new ones. So let's start with Class A, the premier division of GTI Challenge, as the engines get revved up.
You know, I think if we look at it now, we've got a lot of names. Last year's champion, Yuri Swart. I mean, he's synonymous to this.
Yeah, multiple champion Yuri Swart, probably one of the faster drivers out there. Mark Fontini, after coming off yesterday, big style. 3 wheels, returning the car to the pits. Fontini fixed the car overnight, and he is a solid contender. We're jumping classes here to Class C. Back to Class A, Kai van Sy looking good, Galdene is looking good. I've spoken to the guys from Summit Racing. Nathan Victor is absolutely out to win it this year. Ian Clinton,
I saw this morning he was ready and riled for today, so I'm sure he's going to be fighting that front bunch to show really what he's got.
And these guys are all in that same lead group. Normally we see 1, 2, 3 cars in Class A. This time we got multiple entries, and all of these guys on any given day can win it. But usually Yuri has got something to say about that.
Yeah, I mean, this is his playground, if you ask me. I mean, his dad, Yuri Swart Sr., he's also been around for who knows how long. I mean, I'm a bit young, so I can't tell you the exact time, but he's been racing multiple go-kart champion, Polo Cup champion, GTI Challenge champion. He has quite a record to his name.
Very good,
so he is definitely top of the charts for this.
Let's go to Class B, and starting off with the champ. Zaki Hendricks, the champ. Let me say it properly because that's what he is. Zaki Hendricks winning the Class B championship last year and winning the overall championship. And when I say it, you can see some of the other drivers wincing because they all wanted that accolade. It wasn't as publicized, but for me, the overall championship still means something, whether it's in the books or not. And Zaki Hendricks clinched that last year back. There are lots of guys that have something to say. Tyler Kalfi is in the mix this year. He's got the pace, he's got the speed.
So I think he's going to look good today as well.
Faisal Jacobs got a brand new car underneath him, also very competitive. Last year he came back, won his maiden outing in Class C, and now finds himself in Class B. Waylon Volskenk also jumping up from Class C to Class B. Brent van Escape, after having a massive mishap yesterday.
I think they changed the glass by now. I see his car over there.
Say it, so you said it.
I saw on his Facebook this morning. I mean, I wasn't here up until the late evening, and I didn't even see what happened. But apparently there was no hood pins on the car.
There were no hood pins on the car. That happened to me, and I got to defend Brent over there. That happened to me the first time, my very first race day, racing the Dieter Hochstedt, Astrid Hochstedt Class B car, and I forgot to put the pins in, and the bonnet flew open. Going out into practice on the Friday, there, and I was almost, you know, when your lower lip starts shaking, because you realize you might not make your very first race day. We managed to fix it though, and Brent van der Schaaf did the same.
And I mean, it's those kinds of situations are stressful because it's such a small, not even a mistake, it's just a mishap, an unfortunate event.
Hey!
And I mean, luckily this class, especially GTI Challenge, is such a big family. They are willing to help each other whenever.
Well, it's Class C over there. That is Nelson from Fury Autosport. Nelson helping Class C champion.
I think you're a bit biased in that regard,
very
aren't you?
biased. and I got to admit my bias over here, Class C. But the thing is, I'm obviously supporting Dylan van Eeren in Class C over here.
He is, and, after last year,
champion last year, and that was his race mechanic on the final day. One of his race mechanics helped out was Nelson. So Nelson is absolutely hyped at the moment for Class C. But you cannot mention Class C without mentioning Ferroli in the car for the first time. Adriano Ferroli Jr. Ross Schroeder out there from API Properties. Liska van Rooyen also new. Still finding some pace over there.
I see one of the only females in the class, if not the only female in the class.
So Liska's got some pace to find. She's quite new to racing, but someone that isn't new to racing, two drivers that aren't new to racing, Mark Fontini and the 2020 Polo Cup champion, Dario Bussi, making his return to Class C. So my biases aside, you got yourself a solid grid. Rizal Levy still trying to find his pace out there, and I think Rizal Levy is one of the guys to watch in the future. He will find pace. It's just a matter of when.
And I'm sure carrying the Levy name, those guys can pick up on things super quick.
Yeah, he's got all that experience.
All the classes they know.
The older gentleman Levy, just having won that accolade from Motorsport South Africa. There goes CD Motorsport man Craig the Toy, and all the guys are looking very nervous as GTI Challenge heads out there. The reason why, because Challenge is so evenly spread, the cars are all the same. As we watch them now weave on the circuit, they should be doing their first laps now as you guys watch on screen. But these guys really are out there to compete. I'm so excited to see what the times say, and I'm glad we're still on screen, because I think what's going to happen, we're going to call us to cut to the guys upstairs, but I'm hoping to get a couple of laps of GTI Challenge.
I'm hoping as well, and I see now, looking at Class B, I see John Henry Vaughan is in here as well. A very competitive youngster,
John
that guy
Henry
is.
Vaughan. Karting phenom, John Henry Vaughan, and I've coached some guys that come from karting. Let's see where the program will go. Jordan, we've got some comments over there. Jordan, why are you getting? I'm getting no love over here.
But everyone knows you already.
They're asking, but somebody else says, does Jordan have a mute button? I don't know if they're talking about me or you though.
It's probably someone I know as well. That's why.
Colin Brown saying, how's it over there? Colin Brown, the photographer, and also a mainstay here at Killarney. As they show the comments, Jordan, you're getting some love over there, but I've got to say, I think you're doing a fantastic job. Welcome to the team.
I appreciate it, and I'm very excited for the rest of the year.
I hope to see you down here more often. I know they want you up there, but I think we need you down here as well. As now, let's wait for those times to populate, and there you can see it clearly. Class A, B, and C on top. You got A in your blue, Class B in the orange color, and then Class C in orange. Well, go team Van Eeren, Brendan Van Eeren.
I feel that's a little bit of a bias right there. I don't know if it's the surname, but
yeah, exactly. Van Eeren getting some love over there, but we've got two Van Eerens, Dylan and Ryan Van Eeren. Ryan Van Eeren going to go for that. Could we see a double pole for these guys, for brothers? They've won it before. Both brothers have won it before. Abigail Bosson looking good out there. Well done on the qualifying earlier on. She looking so fresh out there that like nothing happened. I wasn't out there on a bike. We see the other gentleman, if she wants to, want to come say hi. We see the other gentleman out there, absolutely sweaty.
They're sweating in their boots, yeah, of course.
Class X lineup. We got Carbon Lifestyle talking about Class X. We'll talk about Class X Clubmans, which is a fantastic lineup there. But quickly from you, Abigail, welcome back. We missed you over here. Hi. Well done on the qualifying, third in qualifying. You look, I think so.
Yes,
I think so, unofficially. But I've got to say, you're looking so fresh out there. You just came back now from qualifying. We see the other oaks all roughed up, and you obviously managed to figure out how to look good in the paddock and focus on the racetrack. What's it like out there at the moment?
At the moment, it's a bit sketchy in the sense we we're all running new control tires.
Yeah.
So,
as in not having used them before.
yes.
Oh wow, what are they?
So most of them, so it's bat tires. Most people have not ridden them before. Most of them only tested it out yesterday, myself included.
Okay.
So yeah, so it's going to be interesting, and yeah, we'll see how the day goes.
Yeah, so is that so everybody's finding their feet at the moment?
Yes.
And I mean, on new tires like this, especially in such a controlled class, it gets difficult to adjust to it so quickly. And I mean, these conditions that we're seeing now this morning, it's still a bit greasy. It's new tires. There's a lot of nervousness in this class to just get comfortable on these tires. But I know pushing laps and laps over and over again for the past 2 days, these guys are comfortable.
So in general, it's going to be who can adapt fastest to the tires, and that will determine front row.
And then after today, once you guys are used to the tires, then the game changes, because now everybody's adapted, and now it's about ultimate pace, isn't it? Interesting
so
stuff.
today is mostly about who can adapt and overcome the quickest, and then next race it would be skill.
Well, here is some adapting today. I know you got the skill, so good luck on the adaptation process.
Thank you so much.
We're looking forward. We'll be cheering from this side. Ladies and gentlemen,
Good
Abigail
luck.
Bosson, third place unofficially from what we saw, but looking good out there as we now cut to the results, and no surprises there in Class A. Boosie, oh my goodness, Boosie tops the chart. Victor now tops the chart. It's shuffling on top there. Victor's on top. Boosie's at the moment. Swart now
in the middle.
Second place. Boosie in third. It is 1/10 of a second between the top three. Van Sail with another 10th of a second over there, and I think we're quite far behind on the screen here, so this will be changing soon. Van Eden Dylan leads us off. The Van Eden in Class B. Oh, we live. There we go. Oh, nice.
There
well
we go.
done.
Okay.
Nicely
So
done.
Boosie
Thank
top
you.
of the charts at the moment.
Boosie's top of the charts, Van Eden top of the charts there in Class B. And so you're getting lots of houses over here, JT. More
Hello,
houses. Van Eden Jr. Well, they're actually twins. I shouldn't call him Junior. He's just Class C, 29.962 with Boosie with a 30.2 just behind him. It was always going to be competitive. But Boosie brothers and the Van Eden brothers both looking absolutely sensational, with Boosie topping the charge with a 24.6 in first position in Class A. That is incredibly fast.
And you know what, Ernest? There's close to 35 cars on the track at this time, and I mean, it's not even a race, it's just qualifying.
They're just
and
qualifying.
These guys
How
are
do you
still
come through the
fighting for
traffic
these guys are fighting each other for position just to get clean air.
How do you carve through the traffic over here? Boosie, Van Sail, 3/10 behind him. Swart not in it at the moment, but it's not over. There's still got 2 minutes to go. Van Eden leads off with a champion. Zaki Hendricks in second place. Jean-Henry Vaughan making a name for himself in third position over there. Dylan Van Eden, though, with a 29.9. Boosie with a 30.2. Leiden further back, Class B pole. Dylan, Class C pole. Hell yes, says Brendan Van Eden. So let's see if that is going to be the case.
And you know what, Ernest?
Qualifying
I'm gonna cut you there quickly. By the end of this, come just under 2 minutes, I'll make a bet with you right now that this top in each class, it's going to be less than a 10th of a second between each other. That's how close these guys are.
I reckon so.
Same as Francois was talking about the youngsters on the bikes. These guys have no fear whatsoever.
No, they are going for it. We're going to bring Brad Bodsworth in here quickly. I know Brad is busy racing at the moment. Brad, my man, long time. Thank you so much for coming back.
Thank you for attending my race.
Yeah, no, it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. I brought along my own bike expert, so I'm going to leave most of you guys to talk. Brad, you're in the Superbike class at the moment. You've been changing classes. What's been happening? Give us an update on what's been going on for you.
Well, for me, so last year, obviously, I finished up in the SBK Challenge. I won the championship for the year.
Nice.
I was in an old school 2008 Honda, no traction control, no ABS, no wheelie control, no none of the usual electronic aids. And this year, I switched to a 2018 Aprilia RSV4 factory. But let me tell you this, the most amazing bike ever, but so many settings.
Yeah.
I've been struggling to get the setup right on this bike. It's still not right. It's in a window that works, but it's not perfect in any department. It's a general all-rounder.
That will take time.
Yeah.
And I think that's, I mean, I'm not going to discredit you at all, but obviously it's going to take some time throughout the year to make sure that it's dialed in perfectly for your liking.
Well, look, the first race of the season 3-4 weeks back, the bike hated me. It absolutely hated me. Even on the straights, it was trying to throw me off. I'm like, what did I do to you? Like, so yeah.
Are you guys talking on talking terms now?
It's talking Spanish. I'm talking Italian. Similar, but not the same.
You can hear the similar words.
Yeah.
That's about it.
For me is no good, and the bike's going, for me is good.
So just a quick throwback here. Yuri Swart snatches pole from the clutches over there, right at the end.
And you see, look how close that is.
Oh my goodness, so close. Boosie
0.025 of a second.
Boosie will come back on that one. 100%. Boosie will come back.
Van Eeren gets pole in Class B, and Van Eeren gets pole in Class C, with Boosie in second place and Hendricks, the champ, in second place. I'm so looking forward to this race. How are you looking forward to your race now? Because you've gone from being right to the front of your field to now in a different position. But it's a growing process. No offense or anything.
Listen, in my class now, at last race, in the first race of the race weekend, I came last, -1. Because one of the riders from one of the classes behind me actually beat me. And then I was like, race 2, I managed to come last in my class, which for me was like an achievement for the day.
But the attitude counts, doesn't it? The learning attitude. You came into the sport with that attitude from the beginning. We met just at the start. I thought you've been here for years already, but you just started.
No, look,
and the growth was phenomenal.
On April 9th this year, so in like, what, a month and a half or so's time, I've been racing officially for 2 years.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I mean, just to jump in, look at this guy. Look at the smile on his face. He is so
just qualifies, that's why.
Yeah. But as soon as he puts that helmet on and that visor goes down, he's a different beast altogether.
Well, Brad, thanks for joining us.
Thank you, guys.
What's your one last thing from you? What's your outlook for today? What's the plan for today?
I need to say this because really, it's everyone goes, oh, bikers, they're such hardcore guys, they're aggressive. Don't mess with bikers and stuff. Let me tell you this. I came to the track yesterday morning for free practices, and everyone knows my Aprilia is not working at the moment. Every single person came and said, listen, I rode behind you, why don't you try this, why don't you try that? So from Kieran Snyman to Julian Nettling to Alan John to Hilton to Trevor Westman to Alan West. Alan actually came to you in the last race and said, I need to help you, I cannot watch you anymore come out of the turns like this because you're going to kill yourself, let me help you. So all of those guys have sat there and gone, Brad, try this, and we've gotten it to a window of working, not perfection, but a window of working, a good base level to work from.
And you know,
seeing it.
I think it just comes down to the personality of who's talking to you, because if you said, oh no, I don't want to listen to any of you, then you'd still be struggling. But if you open yourself up to having a little bit of confidence to listen to all these older gentlemen
and you can choose
experienced
what works
guys
for you as well, isn't it?
Well, listen, I play the game of like the most common. So like, go 2 clicks out, 2 clicks out, 2 clicks out. You need to change your tire. Not changing the tire, I'll go to the 2 clicks out.
Bodsworth,
thank you guys, appreciate it
as always.
Thank you.
We'll see you on the next one.
Thank you guys.
Well, folks, that was Brad Bodsworth. Watch out for him in the Superbike class. A new rider added to that class after having won his championship last year. And always lekker to talk to Brad, isn't it?
He's a lovely guy, that guy.
Yeah.
And I mean, you always see the smile on his face. He's a bit of a big guy, and he might be scary to get up to. But if you talk to him, he is such a great character. So that definitely portrays onto his riding as well.
Let's get back to that performance from Yuri Swart over there. On the death, as my co-commentator Dan from the 9 Hour always used to say, on the death he gets that pole position.
And I mean, that's clutching at straws there. That's millimeters.
Class right there. The champions always get lucky.
Yeah.
The champions always get lucky because there's going to be someone that says he got lucky. But I always say the champions always get lucky, and Yuri Swart to me, it should be a case study on performance.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
Because he always manages to perform when it counts. It's just fantastic to watch.
But you say it's luck, but do you not think that
I don't think it's luck. I never said it was luck.
90-10 luck to skill.
Yes,
I mean, that guy is incredible.
And he's always zoned in. His teams, I spoke to the guys from Gap Motorsport, and they have been so focused on that car. I got to say, they didn't make it look very pretty, but they made it fast. They've replaced the bumpers. Uncle Jesse's here.
Oh,
getting
this
hugs
guy
from
is
everybody.
a man to speak to.
Getting
I love this gentleman.
Grab a seat, please, Mr. Huggett. Thanks for joining us. You are driving
Hello,
in
sir, how are you?
the Thermo Fires Clubman's Saloons today. Thermo Fires Clubman Saloons has got a number of cars on it at the moment. What time you guys haven't been out for qualifying yet, eh?
No, we go out next.
Are you going out next?
Okay.
So look at how relaxed you are. How's the 2-litre 20 valve non-turbo Jetta doing?
I don't know. I haven't driven it since last year. I did 3 laps yesterday and it felt all right. So
okay, so now we're just going to send it. We're just going to send it. At your stage of your career, Jesse, what is there still for you to... Or you always tell me you're just racing for fun. You've won enough championships and things like that. When you're going out there, are you still trying to figure out the car? Or do you just get in and go and enjoy?
You just adapt to whatever the car's doing on the day.
And I mean, at your age, you've adapted to things over decades. So I'm not saying you're old or anything, but I'm just saying I'm young. I can't adapt to something that quickly. You know how to adapt. So I'm sure it's pretty easy for you to get in any car and just feel it out for a little bit and then be able to push yourself.
Yeah, I'm very lucky in that respect, yes.
But let's talk about the other guys that you're up against, and also people have been asking about Class X. Class A guys, mostly turbos over there. If I go through the list, I mean, most of these cars are turbo over here. Michael is here, non-turbo.
Yeah, he's also turbo,
is he turbo as well? Yeah. So most of these cars are turbo. How does that change the way you've got to drive against these guys on the day?
I've just got to drive harder.
Yeah, because
harder than everyone else.
States, eh? They're so fast on the straights.
They are so quick, it's unbelievable.
And do their cars sort of dip off near the end when they get hotter?
I don't know, I can't catch it to do that.
And then in Class X, there's so many new guys in Class X. Any advice for some of the new guys in Class X that haven't driven this before? What is your advice to them?
As I say, they must take it easy, step by step. You know, don't try and go and win today.
Nah, it's not the day. It's not going to count anyway.
No, but apart from that, they end up scaring themselves or damaging their cars.
And sometimes you can scare yourself away from the track and you don't want
Absolutely.
No, easily.
And I mean, it's very okay. Without my racing experience, because I don't have much, but I can only imagine that if you put yourself in a scenario where you become anxious over trying to push for someone, trying to make a dive bomb on someone, it just deters you away from wanting to keep pushing and keep getting better. I mean, one thing I always say is that when I start racing, I'm expecting to spin, I'm expecting to fall off my bike, but you need that kind of thing. You need to spin, you need to go off track to learn your boundaries. And some of these guys aren't ready for that yet.
Yeah.
But once they experience it, it'll change your mind very quickly.
I don't necessarily fully agree with that. I think certainly in the beginning, you want to keep everything as intact as possible because, like you say, the problem with falling off early on is that can discourage you from ever coming back again. If you fall off I always say don't crash the sponsor's car on the first day. But you crash it on the second day, you can maybe talk your way out of it. But JC, thanks for joining us so much. We're going to jump back to the Formula Libras over here that are out there at the moment. A very competent and competitive Class V out there at the moment. Yeah, we look forward to seeing you out there in Clubbins later today.
Thanks, man.
Enjoy racing all the turbo cars. Sorry, your non-turbo car.
Jesse Hagen, there we go. Back to the start grid for him, because he will be qualifying shortly, and we're waiting for those results to come up on screen here for you guys, and then we can start talking about the guys.
You know, I'm just going to jump in straight into the Libras. I see that there's no Byron Mitchell in this.
Yeah, what a pity.
I mean, previously, he's raced at Samoa Hill Climb. In that, I'm not too well versed on what these chassis are.
Well, he's in the Formula VW, if I'm not mistaken.
Is it?
Yeah, modified Formula VW, but they have a gentleman's agreement where they're trying to keep those cars very similar.
Well, I would imagine there's only 2 or 3 cars in the class. So.
Yeah, but for Libra, there are some restrictions.
Yes.
And they do it on the same ties, if I'm not mistaken. You got DJ Boyson and Storm Lanphier leading off Class S. Storm Lanphier very, very quick out there, and then DJ Boyson is only competition at the moment. They got 5 minutes to go, and we're still waiting for the results to appear on screen. And then Class C, only 2 competitors, but Class V is the one that I want to talk about. James Beaumont, Kelly Flesher, Zane Amundsen, Utrich Hazeman. The old man Cyril Somerville, I used to race against him many years ago. Yeah. So Donovan Ramsey and the effervescent Ricky Anderson, son of his dad, also Mr. Anderson, also used to race formulas back in the day. So Formula Libre, the numbers are picking up very, very well, especially Class V, which is in some ways similar to the 150s in a way.
I think it's a very nice class. I mean, obviously, at the end of the day, everything comes down to money nowadays, but this class, especially Class V, finding one of these chassis and getting comfortable in it, it's an open wheeler, you've got no aero, it's super raw.
Yeah.
I mean, you know that with the Caltron supercars, those things are a bit of a dog to drive. But these Formula Vs with no aero, and I believe they're 4-cylinder VW motors.
Look, I gotta say, when people insult the Caltrons,
I'm not insulting it. I'm just saying that they.
No, but you did.
It's different.
But you did, and you said it's a dog to drive, and I gotta step in there.
Okay.
I'm gonna defend my Formula Caltron teammates, Ryan Cat, and the rest of the Caltron guys. We've got some smack talkers over here. Now the thing is, they're difficult to drive, and I used to talk about them like you did as well until I drove it, because they are so tricky to drive. We're still struggling to set up my car. It threw me off the road the other day through all my own fault. But I like the challenge of setting them up, and I do think that once you get them right, they're not bad. They're really old though, so there's some old parts on there that we've got to replace. But you're right, it can be tricky to drive, and we got times finally with Boyson leading us off. Landfield with a 16.2. Landfield was out practicing yesterday, but DJ Boyson just showing this is how you do it with a 15.7. Ramsey leads off the most competitive class here today.
I don't see Damian White on the board yet. I don't know if he's still making his way around the track, but that class C.
None of them are out yet. Class C, none of the Class C guys are out yet.
I see Elwood is on the board, but he hasn't started a lap yet.
Yeah, he hasn't started a lap. As
so
the Clubman's guys start to make their out, our co-commentator Dexter Bruce coming through, and you've got to have a look at this car. Let's just take a good look at this car as he comes past. I want you guys to see it. I want you guys to see it as you come past here. And if we can just get a shot of, there we go, Dexter's waving at it. His car looks so good, looks so good. Dexter Bruce getting ready for Clubman's over here. Clubman's about to start. Lanfear still leads us off. Boyson still in second place. Amundsen with a 27.6 separates himself from the pack. Ramsey separates himself from the pack as well, with Fletcher, Smith, Anderson further behind. Actually, those guys are quite close, as there you can see. We're getting the delayed broadcast over there. The Dexter comes fast.
But you know, Ernest, with these you can see the way that the times are now between classes, between Class S and V. Just
big jump.
Look, I mean, if you compare DJ Boyson, I'd say the slower of the two Class S guys, to Amundsen in the top of Class V, it's more than 10 seconds.
It's a big gap. But
so those cars come up on you so quick.
There's always been a big gap like this. When we raced Formula Libre, our times were doing 115s to 117s in Class S, and then these guys were doing similar times like this. So you'd sort of come up to the guys, but there weren't as many Class Vs. Yes. At the moment, there is a very thick class, and Amundsen, the class of the field at the moment, with a 27.3, Fletcher with a 28.4, Ramsey with a 29.0. A really incredible performance from Amundsen over there to cement his position on top of that list. But Lanfear in front now. I didn't even notice there was a change. Lanfear drops down to a 14.6. Storm Lanfear. DJ Boyson with a 15.0. So it's close in front there. And those two guys, even though there's just two of them, I always say all you need in motorsport is two guys that want to win.
Yeah.
That's it.
And two guys with competitive mindsets, because that's really gonna help just keep action. I mean, you only need me and you racing together the whole race. It will still be a race.
Exactly.
You're not sitting on your own.
And that's exactly what's going to happen with these two guys at the front over there. Lanfear and Boyson, with just two competitors, will no doubt be going for that top spot later on. Amundsen there in third position. Fletcher right behind him now. Fletcher now catching up. Kelly Fletcher, the other lady racer on the grid this weekend, 6/10 of a second, just under behind Amundsen over there in second position. Ramsey in third place, quite some ways down, 1.1 seconds or so down is Ramsey. Smith another second further back. Anderson also finds himself quite far down the order, Somerville just behind him. So Amundsen and Fletcher are the two to watch, and of course Lanfear still leads off by 0.4 of a second with a 14.6.
You know, I see some of these Class V cars. The grid so far in Class V is pretty spread out. I mean, the times are all within a second of each other. But even a second gap is huge. I mean, you know from your racing that a second is a long time to another car.
That's a long time away. And sometimes you got that second in you, but other times you think, where the heck am I going to find that time?
Yes.
And that's kind of what you want to do to your opponents in qualifying if you can. Sometimes you want to out-qualify them by such a margin that you put the fear of God into those other riders and drivers, where they think to themselves, how am I going to find that time? And maybe Lanfear's done that with that 4/10 of a second, maybe not. It looks like they're finished, and this is it. Lanfear's done it. Lanfear's done it. He's done enough with a 14.682. Amundsen, he's done enough, and look at that gap of Amundsen over there. 126.222 up against a 127.909. That's 1.7 seconds, if our maths is correct, over there in front. So an unbelievable effort from both of those riders over there, or drivers over there, to separate themselves from the pack.
I think it's going to be that fight at the front between Lanfear and Boyson is I say bumper to bumper, but if you bump those things, you're not going to have a good time.
Yeah. When single seaters bump, one goes up, one goes there. So they don't want to bump at all as the Thermo Fires Clubmans
I'm excited
to
for
make
this.
their way to the start line. Lambert Racing.
I mean, I see the numbers in this class are going up as well.
Big time, huge numbers in this class. Lambert Racing with one of the biggest motorsport legacies here.
Do you not think that they're also Raceway? The Lambert family is in a huge amount of classes as well. They're in Clubmans, in fine cars and classics. I'm not sure who was racing for them in Sports and GT, but they've got a Sports and GT car now. Oh, that thing looks beautiful.
Baby Jakes, BMW. Can we get some eyes over here from the cameraman? I don't mind if a nice car comes past. Let's focus on the car instead of this.
I think the spectators have seen enough of this so far.
Yeah. So if we can focus on the cars, maybe focus on that gentleman over there. This is Dexter Bruce's. Dexter Bruce's comms man over there. Are you in comms with Dexter at the moment?
Yes, I am.
And this is Miles over here. Miles, what is Dexter saying at the moment?
He's saying nothing at the moment. You want to speak to him?
Yeah. Let's hear what he has to say. Let's see if we can get some words in there with Dex.
But from you, how do you think he's feeling?
Let's get this done now.
Dex, can you hear me?
Let's see.
Okay, Ernest, I just want to know what's your thoughts.
We got Dexter Bruce out there at the moment.
So he says car feels very good. Gears feels nice.
They swapped the gearbox last night?
Yeah, we swapped the gearbox last night. So he's out there now. I'm just waiting to hear from him. I'm not going to speak very much. I'm going to let him give me feedback. And that's it.
Yeah, usually in rallycross there's a lot more dialogue happening.
Yes.
Yeah.
But with circuit racing, you're just going to hang back, letting know is there smoke coming out the car or whatever the case may be, and he'll let you know there's something wrong. Sometimes you just got to tell him keep pushing, or you're looking at the time sheets as well.
That's it. I'll maybe give him a time saying he's doing better, he's doing slower, but that's it.
Okay, well, I'm going to leave you to it.
I think those pointers are always very good, because I mean, to have someone's eyes outside your car, knowing what's around you, is actually, it makes you feel more comfortable as a driver. So
100%.
I commend you for helping Dexter out the way you are.
Well, I'm going to leave you to it. I know you guys got some racing to get to. It's qualifying for Clubmans at the moment. It is qualifying for Clubmans at the moment. The guys are out there right now. Dexter Bruce, and just on your screen there seconds ago. And let's get back to the action. And Clubmans is going to be all to play for. We were talking about that Class X list. Someone in the chat was asking earlier, probably one of your fans in the chat there.
I am a little bit biased. Out of all categories in the Power Series, Clubmans is my favorite. I'm a big fan of the saloons, and I hope to put my car in there one day. But these guys, I mean, it's a little bit difficult to judge. I mean, as we spoke to Uncle Jesse Haggett, he's running a non-turbo car. Most of Class A are turbo cars.
Most of Class A are turbo, exactly.
You have to find your balance between turbo cars, non-turbo cars, cars with no aero, cars with aero. It's a big difference.
Well, as Clubman settles down and the times start tumbling, I'm talking to 2020 Polo Cup champion, Dario Bussi.
Hi,
Dario, welcome back to GTR Challenge. And I've got to admit my biases. You know that I'm involved with Dylan Van Eden, so I've got to say it from the bat. But your name has been the talk of the town this week because you're back now. Yes, because you're back. You're national champion. I followed your journey when you were racing nationals. I mean, you were doing so well all the time, getting consistent results right through that season, managed to get the championship, and now you're back here. What is the thought process coming back to GTI Challenge? I was asking the Gap guys yesterday, are these guys going to Polo Cup to graduate to GTI Challenge? What's going on?
No, I think we're very blessed as a province, as an area, to have a club series like GTI Challenge that has such great tin top drivers, especially in Class A. I mean, you obviously got Umpi that's performed well in recent years in Polo Cup. You got Nathan that's doing Polo Cup. Clinton's a Polo Cup champion. So we're very lucky that we don't have to go and race nationally to get that type of competition.
Wow, well said.
And obviously, it's for me. I haven't raced myself in about 3 years, properly competitively. But this year also, it's not a full-time thing, it's just sort of when I can throughout the year. And also sharing the car with my dad. Wow. So my dad will do a few races this year and hopefully make a comeback, as they say.
But now, a word for myself. Being Polo Cup champion, I mean, that's quite a different spectacle as a driver compared to what we have as GTI Challenge. I mean, yes, they're not the same cars, so they are going to be different cars or different beasts to drive. But do you still, you said you've been away for a little while, do you still get the nerves coming back to a class like this, or do you just jump in?
I'd be lying if I said I didn't. I mean, this morning I woke up at about 5 in the morning, just
wide awake,
and the alarm was only to go off in about an hour. So it's, you know, often I refer to it as like a drug, and
the best,
and expensive too. But it's, I love it, and it's good to be back and just to get the morning nerves, and I think the adrenaline pumping. I think it's what makes you feel alive, kind of thing. But you know what I feel here isn't any different to what I felt at Polo Cup. Polo Cup, it's the same pressure. It's the same sort of pressure you put on yourself to prove to yourself that you can still do it. Because I think, you know, this sport is a very ego-driven sport, and you're constantly doubting your abilities and whether you can do it or not.
So the thing is, we're going to say goodbye to JT over here. JT, we're going to say goodbye to you.
Lovely
fantastic.
Chatting.
We'll say goodbye for you. They're going to get you up there for the commentary team. JT, just an incredible talent in the commentary booth. From your side, the turbo cars, you guys don't blip in the turbo cars. They don't heel and toe in those turbo cars, but yeah, you can if you want to. I mean, what are you?
So, I mean, in the Class C car, I heel and toe purely just for handling purposes, to sort of keep all the weight on the nose so that you're not jerking gears.
But why don't you do it in a Polo Cup car then?
So with the Polo Cup cars, they have a tilt-in pedal set, and the throttle is drive-by-wire. So with the turbo lag and the throttle being drive-by-wire, there's a lot of delay.
Wow!
So the thing is, when we first tested the car, we would heel and toe, and it would only kick in. You say a second later, it's probably less, but it feels so it doesn't have the same desired effect. I mean, also with the Polo Cup cars, you can flat shift because the car has a limiter.
Just zing that thing on the downshift.
And they are extremely durable cars. Volkswagen's really made a great product with the Polo Cup car. It really is user friendly, and it's a great platform to learn. I personally do think that coming from karting as sort of a youngster.
You won 2 karting championships, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, way back in the day.
Nah, come on. So he's a 3-time champion. Okay, but and have you won a GTI Challenge championship as well? Okay, so that's the one on the list.
I needed to win a Polo Cup championship first to come back and win a GTI Challenge one.
It's so crazy that you were able to do that on a national level like that. I mean, that is very impressive. I'm just checking my comms over here. There we go. Yeah, we're still good. One last thing from me. What is your thought process going into the rest of the day? Qualifying seemed to have gone well. You and your brother are both right up there.
Second, yeah.
Unbelievable. What's the thought process for the team like now? And what's Dad having to say about this at the moment?
Dad's struggling to watch both cars at the same time. But obviously, I mean, he's just as excited as we all are about it. Thoughts for the rest of the day, or feelings? Definitely excited just to get the first race underway. I think, you know, all the nerves sort of stop when you're on the grid and no one's talking to you. And I think for viewers, the second heat is the one to watch, being the inverted grid with the top 6 invert. It always makes for good racing. And yeah, that's why I firmly believe GTR Challenge is the premier series in Cape Town. Obviously, there will be conflicted opinions about that. But it's you know, as close to single maker as you can get, and the racing proves it.
Well, the grid of champions certainly does, and I tell you what, when it comes to a family name, based on the people that I've spoken to, the Boosies are universally respected for their driving talent and abilities and championships. So from myself, good luck.
Thank you very much.
And Godspeed. We look forward to seeing you guys racing today in Class A and Class C. Cheers. Ladies and gentlemen, the young Dario Boosie, the champion of Polo Cup 2020, and now finds himself in Class C. I'm getting some cutout here on my microphone over here, so I'm going to just cut straight to this one over here. I think I'll just use this one over here just to be on the safe side of having some technical issues with this mic. Let's power that down. I'm just checking if you guys can hear me over there. Yeah, sounds good. So yeah, as mentioned, let's get back to the Clubman's results over here. Hinton House in first place. Now Hinton House, I don't think he's quite the regular over here. Let me see if I can get that Clubman's up. Visser in second place over there. Charles Visser in second position. Finds himself in second place over there. And then Heinrich in third place over there. I hope I'm not butchering that name. Lambert in fourth place there. Jacobs, that's Baby Jakes in that new car. So as I mentioned, lots of Class X cars in the mix there. Visser in second place. Swart leads off there in that class of his. Let's check where Dexter Bruce is. Trying to find Dexter Bruce. There we go, 26.9 for Dexter Bruce. Very good time there. He's supposed to be in Class B with that car over there. So Dexter Bruce with a 26.9. Jesse Huggett with a 25.8. JP Share with a 25.7 over there. And these guys looking very good. Heydrich leading off with a big gap there with a 22.2, but just behind him, Hinton House with that 22.2 as well. Now, another name that we're looking for over there is, of course, Smith, looking quite good out there. And I'm going to try and find, if my producer can just find the Clubman's list over here for me, because this sheet is all over the place here. I can't find the Clubman's over there. The Toit looking good as well. But Clubman's really is the class to watch out for over there. As we wind down the breakfast show. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to start saying goodbye now. This is the end of our breakfast show. I hope you guys enjoyed the new format. We tried to mix it up a little bit today. We tried to make sure that you guys have the visuals that you need on screen to help you make the most of this. And feel free to comment in the comment section to let us know what you'd like to see on the live stream in the morning. And of course, we also like to incorporate some of the background audience here. And don't mind me if I wave to some people occasionally. It happens all the time. But my name is Ernest Page, and I'm going to throw it up to the guys in the tower over there, the very competent team on the commentary tower that will be leading us off for today, talking about all the exciting racing. I'm going to head to the booth and see where I can help out. We've got Mr. Mike Rowe over here from VW Motorsport, and I don't think I've got time to chat to him today, but we've got to head on over now. My name is Ernest Page. This is the Killarney Power Series, and you're watching the first round of the Power Series. What an exciting day's racing we have ahead of us. I'm going to send it to the guys in the tower and let them take over and guide you guys through the day and what is going to be an exceptionally exciting day's racing. See you guys at lunchtime.
So our track sponsors down there. All of our stuff on it.
And what all the there. Thermofires, GSW suppliers, that's all the sponsors. And then I've got all the thermofires. GTI Challenge is a shitload of them as well. API, Mainline,
Well, good morning, folks. Welcome to this very first Power Series event of 2024, and we start off with the V8 Masters. My name is Byron Knight. I've been joined here by Francois Butler, Mike Side, and we watch the lights now. Marcel Angel on pole position, Sean Moore alongside him. Lights go out now, and away we go for the start of this 8-lapper. They run their way now to turn 1, and Marcel Angel takes the whole shot. Moore right behind him there. Will they all get through turn 1? They all do. Looks like it. Onto the Joubert straight now as they charge up Francois to turn 2 Castrol.
Yeah, Marcel Angel leading out. Sean Moore up there behind him. Alistair Brown's in there.
There's been a massive crash there as well down the field. Francois, the number 21 car in there, Vogt. And that blue and yellow machine, number 9.
No, that's Kadik. That's Dennis Kadik, who's inside that there, and it looks like he's going to retire. Smoke pouring out of that motor. Very unfortunate. There, you just see in frame for the viewers at home. The marshals are quick on the act there, but they see the car's been pulled off. There'll be a yellow flag waving in turn 2. So they're out now, and they're working their way down the back straight, some of the leaders. And it's nice to see we've got Rui Campos down from Johannesburg, and Rui loves his stuff. There we see the A-Link car on the screen. You will go down towards turn 5 later, and then watch the cars coming out of turn 5 here up towards us. Lovely racing. It's close. These cars are all very well matched, and it's all up to them. Coming out now, we can see that Marcel Angel's under attack there as he goes over the line. Sean Moore right up behind him. Sean is a feisty competitor. Oh, and Marcel Angel locks it out into turn 1. The back end drives away. Yeah, they come up towards us now on screen for the viewers at home. Here comes Sean Moore. He's got a healthy lead now. He's got about a 3-second lead there over Alistair Brown by the look of it. I don't think it's Fabio Tofani's close by. And in there with him, I don't see there. Jason Ibertson's way down now. Jason's won one of these races, but he seems to be a bit way down there going into. There goes Jason on screen into turn 2. So it's
no control. Marcel Angel's got back going again, Francois. So he's out of the kitty litter in turn 1. They make their way through Interceptor Shoes Corner onto the Tigerberg straight, and now towards the double apex right-hander at Saddle Sweep. Down the main, back main they go. It is the 73 of Sean Moore and the 29 of Fabio Tofani.
It's Fabio in the that's actually, so that's he's riding the Campos car. So Tofani's okay. So my error. I'm so used to Rui Campos driving the car, but now I see Fabio Tofani's obviously taken the seat. Nice to have Fabio Tofani out there. So leading out Sean Moore, when he's in front, very difficult man to catch. The guys know they're going to battle.
Let's take a look at the times here, Francois. 1:16.834, fastest lap there for Sean Moore, and already 3.9 seconds ahead of Fabio Tofani. Alistair Brown, Gary Thompson, all benefiting over here. Look at that, a 1:17.6 for Alistair Brown, eating into the gap of Fabio Tofani as they make their way towards turn 2.
We can see it on screen. Here they come. There we go. There's Tofani, and there's Alistair Brown right up behind him. Not far behind him, Gary Thompson with Menno Parsons up behind him. him. And then coming into screen there, Brandon Dean, and then Marcel Angel with a car that's almost falling apart.
That could be a puncture there, Francois, because we got debris on the main straight. We got debris in turn 4 as well. And well, what happens is that car will go through the kink now and towards Interceptor corner. Didn't catch a number on that machine, but you'll still see that number 21 standing there on the apron of Mark Vergette. Dennis Guy Dick out of the race. I think Stuart Spooner a little bit further back over there, just ahead of Jason Ibbotson. Here comes.
That's Jason Ibbotson. I see on his passenger side rear, he's also got a bit of damage, sporting some damage. So he obviously also had a collision. A little bit of a demolition derby in this first race.
Yeah, for a first V8 Masters for the season, as there goes Sean Moore, another fastest lap for him, a 1:16.355. Tafani will cross the line just ahead of Alistair Brown, 1.2 seconds ahead of them as they head into turn 1. And you'll just look there, Gary Thompson, Menno Parsons. Those are the two silver class leaders at the moment, and between them 1.4 seconds as Marcel Angel still holds that 6th position.
Well, Sean Moore exiting Castrol corner there now. Fabio Tafani going in there, and Alistair Brown breathing down his neck. He's about a half a second behind him, and he wants to get in. But I can tell you, Tafani, no easy man to get past. Up behind them, Gary Thompson there, but led by Menno Parsons, and Marcel Angel now starting to close down on Menno. I can tell you now, Marcel is fuming at the bit to get in there because he wasn't taken out. He lost it on his own, and I'm sure he's very irritated with himself.
I think that car that's just pulled into the pits now, Francois, into the new pits, is the number 7 Brandon Dean, who was going around with a puncture. You can see the debris on the screen out of turn 4 onto the back main, and there's going to be Marcel Angel and Menno Parsons now, 2 different classes, but they charge down to turn 5. Is a move going to be made? I'm sure it will. Onto the inside goes Marcel Angel, and he gets himself Menno Parsons.
And you can see the experience of Marcel, the shutout. He moves across his line, he avoids, prevents him from going through, and that is absolutely textbook stuff going into turn 5. Going down the main straight now, Marcel Angel takes up the lead. He moves up one, he goes into P5, and trust me, he's got one other car ahead of him, and that is Gary Thompson, and he's closing up on Gary. As a matter of fact, going into Castrol corner, he'll probably have a go at him.
Watch him as he comes down. Marcel Angel, I don't think he's quite close enough for Castrol corner. He looks on the outside, not going to make it work there. Oh, he loses a little bit on the back there. There's still debris down there as well. That's why their yellow flags were waving earlier on, Francois.
Yeah, look, I'm going to watch him come down into Interceptor corner, see if Marcel does something going down into Interceptor. That is where the race is at the moment with these two. And Marcel looks up on the inside. He shuts him out. Gary Thompson has absolutely no retort as they make their way up the Tigerberg straight up towards Sarl Sweep into that double right-hander. And when Marcel gets some clear air, I think he's going to break away.
Back to that second place battle, Francois, down the back straight as they go towards turn 5 now. It was 0.7 of a second between Tafani and Brown. Let's see now if that has changed somewhat. It looks like maybe Brown has lost a bit of ground this time to Fabio Tafani. Sean Moore crosses the line now with a more modest 1:17.853. Coming out of Fastron corner, we run now with Fabio Tafani crossing the line. Alistair Brown now 1.1 seconds. He has responded with a 1:17.6 compared to the 1:17.9 of Alistair Brown. Marcel Angel past Gary Thompson and hunting down Alistair Brown.
Well, having a little bit of a dice here, Gary Thompson and Menno Parsons. Menno Parsons starting to close up there on Gary Thompson as they come out of turn number 1 up towards Castrol corner. And we see Marcel Angel now starting to put his foot down on the hammer. But have a look at this little scrap on screen here between Gary Thompson and Menno Parsons. Menno taking the inside line. Thompson has the habit of running wide and opening up that door. And you will see Parsons all over the back of him, really giving him food for thought.
Well, watch them as they come around now, Francois, that Menno Parsons and Gary Thompson battle down the Tigerberg straight as they run into turn 4. Sarl Sweep now, as you'll see Marcel Angel. He's 5.3 seconds the last time he crossed the line away from Alistair Brown. It's going to be a bit of a Herculean task with now 2 and a bit laps left to go. As Moore comes now, there'll be 2 laps left to go in this 8-lap race.
Yeah, no, it's really a tight race. And coming over the line there was Sean Moore, leads her down into 1. Here comes Marcel Angel out of turn 5. Flames out the back there while he decelerated Gary Thompson, Menno Parsons still at it. Thompson seems to have lit it up a little bit and pulled away from Menno Parsons, so that little scrap has now dissipated. It's now just a normal procession for them. But I'm having a look. Now, Alistair Brown has been quicker than Fabio Tofani by almost half a second, but he doesn't seem to get him. The reason being Tofani is very quick through the corners.
He is indeed, and if you watch them now, Alistair Brown was at one stage 7/10 of a second off of Tofani, now back to 1.4 seconds. Watching now that turn 2 battle. That's the big one to watch at the moment between Gary Thompson and Menno Parsons. This is the battle for the silver class honours as they keep Marcel Angel in sight. Jason Ibbotson still out on the circuit on the main straight now and crossing the line, but the big battle, like I say, we're watching over here is that silver class battle on this penultimate lap. Look how close there that Menno Parsons is to the back of Gary Thompson.
Now, if Menno Parsons can draft him down the backstretch, get close enough to have the air flying over both cars, he'll suck him in. He's not close enough to draft him. He'll maybe have to try and be late on the brakes, dive up on the inside. There goes Marcel Angel. Now have a look. Coming into screen, Menno up on the inside. Menno Parsons having, he's got him, he's tucked him. He will shut him out as he comes out of that corner. There he does it, copybook stuff, pushes him wide. Oh, they collide, and Gary Thompson, Menno holds his cool and gets through.
I hope he hasn't hit the wall there as Gary Thompson, because Menno Parsons comes right through then and takes a 5th place and the lead of the silver class. Stuart Spooner will come up into 2nd place in class. There goes Menno Parsons on the screen now through turn 1, Holes Hook, and we watch now for Moore, Sean Moore. On the main straight, we look out as yellow flags, of course, waving in turn 5 for that Gary Thompson, who's got moving again onto the circuit. And Sean Moore should be coming around shortly to take victory in this very first race of the day. Down the back straight, he will then run towards turn 5, Fastron corner. He's been untouchable almost, if you don't consider the early battle, of course, with Marcel Angel.
Well, the man from Ziegler Logistics, Sean Moore, showing what he came off of the back of 2023, comes up towards the line. He's going to take line honours in heat number 1, the V8 Pirelli V8 Masters. He puts his hand out the window to acknowledge his triumph. Fabio Tofani in the Campos Motorsport V8 comes through. He takes 2nd place. And Marcel Angel! Oh, Marcel Angel on Alistair Brown. They just Alistair Brown, but how much?
3,000ths of a second.
Oh my word, it's neck and neck. You couldn't get it any closer. Marcel Angel showing his grit as he comes through there. What a brilliant drive there from Marcel. After being going off the circuit, coming in from the back, he regained himself very well. There in picture, there's Sean Moore. Sean Moore comes through there. And Fabio Tofani in the Campos car there on your right-hand side of the screen there. Alistair Brown on his left there on screen. And Jason Ibbotson, a bit unfortunate, but Jason will be back on the 2nd heat.
Yeah, unfortunately, he pulled into the pits the previous lap, Francois, so not completing the race. So that means Gary Thompson did get going again. And I don't know if he is going to cross the line here. I think he's coming now down through towards the line. Actually, he's going into turn 5, Fastron corner. That will be 7th position and 3rd in the silver class. Stuart Spooner getting 2nd in class.
Yeah, these American APV 345s really giving us some good entertainment, and it's nice to see. And I must admit, the times were quick, but not as quick as we used to. I mean, we've had them up, I think, into the 16s already. Do you think the weather's got anything to do with this, Byron?
Oh, maybe if it warms up just a little bit throughout the day, you might get a little bit more purchase and so on. Of course, remember the maybe some of the cooler cloud cover is nice for the engines, but we still have a humidity as well in the air. So it's for all to see what will happen as the day wears on. And yeah, there was a bit of a demolition derby to a degree for the very first Power Series race of 2024.
Well, I think the marshals will get their brooms and their scoops out and they're going to do a clean-up. But they always do fantastic. We see them all around the track. We're going to have a car picked up there as well on the outside of Castrol Corner. So we're going to have a bit of a delay. We're going to go off air, but we'll be back with you very shortly.
Yeah, just before we go off air, of course, it's of course the voice you just heard there was Francois Butler, and my name is Byron Knight. I've been joined today by Frankie Yennis, Gary Fleming, and Jordan Hibben as well, who you saw this morning in the pre-race or the breakfast show. So we will all be up here today in the commentary box.
left, yeah? And then right. So, I guess they're
straight up turn 5, his camera's not working either. There's from the back.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to NJ Racing Clubman Classic and Breakfast Run Bikes. We've got a full bill here of riders, and we've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, about 23 riders in this race. It's going to be a good run. A good mix of bikes here. All kinds of motorcycles out there, from Kawasaki's, Hondas, Suzuki's, BMWs, a couple of historic bikes out there as well. So it's nice to see the classics, and well, I reckon we're going to have a good run here.
Good morning, everyone. Jordan Newben here. I'm very excited to be doing this race with you, Francois. And you're not wrong. There's some very interesting bikes out here today. I know Stavro Michel is on a Harley Davidson 1250. And if everyone knows the Harley Davidson name, that's not a race bike.
Well,
so
you got the Harley Davidson sprint bike. That's the it was a 1200. The 1250 means it's just been upped a little bit. A name that's back in the pack there, Wessel Kruger, has not been here for over 3 seasons.
Oh, wow.
So he's back. He's just said he's going to have a year of fun. So we'll see how that one works out.
And then I know the young Dylan Anderson from George. He had a concussion and a torn ligament in his collarbone or in his shoulder, so he was out for about 9 months. So I hope he's full of strength now and ready to get back on track this round and for the rest of the year.
And out there, Sheriff Reynolds on the Ducati 916, beautiful, or 996, sorry. A beautiful machine to see. There you can see number 7 on the right-hand side of your screen. That is Sheriff Reynolds, a man who's synonymous with motorcycle racing, one of the top motorcycle drag racers in South Africa. So finding his spot quickly on the grid. The grid marshal or member there helping him out to get where he needs to be. And we'll soon have this race underway. It's really going to be a good affair, I can assure you. Having a look at the names there, Tyler Weber, Paul Rulu we know well, Wessel Kruger's back, he's up in the top 3, Piers Canuti, brilliant rider, Greg Waddington, Willem Lowe, who's an old campaigner, Shannon Thompson, another one, Willem Binnendal, you spoke about Dylan, JP Shemmers, Wayne Gress out there as well, Sheriff Reynolds, Jamie Hall, the man down from Neisner. There's a beautiful mix here. Lights are about to go on. Have a look at the screen, lights go on, off they go, and away they go down towards turn number 1. They roll down to turn number 1, holes, couple of legs come out to balance the bikes, not quite seeing who's got the whole shot there, but like we said, even a Harley Davidson out there, man, that's got to be a serious mix of motorcycles out there now as they make their way up the Uber straight. Look at them come clattering down towards Castrol Corner. And you'll, on the brakes, drop down 2 gears, and then you keel it over to the right and just down up on the inside.
Sorry, that's a big... That bike was thrown up into the air. We're going to have to figure out from the radio who that is. I see someone else has pulled off. I don't know if that's Dylan Anderson pulling off to the side of turn 2 there.
Down into intercept the corner, the bikes go. The leader starting to get away. We'll pick up who the leader is. And there they go. They roll now into Sorrel Sweep. It's a double right-hander. You've got twin apexes you've got to contend with. They work their way down the back straight. Have a look at them. Through the gears. 2 gears up into 6, and you hammer your way down in towards Pertamina Fostron Corner.
Sorry, Francois, just to get some news, that's the number 5 that went off in turn 2 of Greg Waddington, so we're hoping that he's okay. I believe he got up and he's walking around. I know that bike is definitely in a bad state, so let's hope the best for him.
Right, so there you see them coming out at turn 5, up the main straightaway towards the start-finish line, cracking it on, going down towards turn number 1, and Tyler Weber leads out, and he's got a healthy lead. He's almost got about a second over the second place man, Paul Rulu, who's in there. Paul pushing as hard as he can, Piers Canuti, Wessel Kruger, JB Shermers, Willem Rowan, Wayne Gress, Lubabala and Tassana, and Jamie Holt back up the top 10.
Yeah, I see Piers Canute there on an R6, usually running the ZX10. So that's a little bit different. I see a little bit of debris coming into turn 2 from that dropped Waddington bike. So I'm hoping that there's no change of surface and that we can keep racing with no issues, but it looks like Tyler Weber is pulling this away.
Tyler Weber has absolutely no concerns whatsoever, but have a look at Paul Rulu. Paul is a man that can pedal a bike, and Paul's sitting right up there with him. He's trying to collect him, he's pulling him in, and as they hit that double apex there, going out of Sorrel Sweep, down that back straight they're going to go. They're going to give it a hammer. It's not actually a straight, it's a slight curve, but we call it a straight because you can keep it in a straight line. Straight down there, there's the braking boards, boom, 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 on the brakes, drop down 3 gears, pitch it in right, get your knee on the tar, and it's an embankment. You see how they keel in there? It's actually frightening because you're almost parallel with the tar when you're going through 5. Crack on the gas, get up through the gearbox, work your way out through the kink, up under the city of Cape Town, Castrol Bridge, down towards the start-finish line, down into turn number 1 they go.
Now I see the top 4 is now within 0.5 of a second between each other, and then 5th and 6th of JP Shermers and Willem Lowe. They are battling themselves now coming through turn 1. Coming into turn 2, Tyler Webber, and I believe that's Piers Canute behind him.
Yeah.
In that bright green and blue bike and suit of his. And I think he's going to be on Tyler Webber's tail.
I said to you, watch out for Piers Canute because he's very quick. If I'm not mistaken, I think he comes out of the Westman garage. So he's getting up and he's closing up on the back of Tyler Webber as they exit Interceptor corner. They're going to come out Interceptor corner. You see there on screen now, they work their way up the Tigerberg straightaway up towards Sorrel Sweep. Look at that front 4. They're really cracking on the pace. And look how quick Piers Canute is closing up there on Paul Rulin. Now they come out that double apex, so they're going to work their way down the back straight. There they go. And if you can get a draft and slip him down in towards Perdamina Fostron corner, we are going to have an absolute tussle on our hands because we've still got 7 laps to go.
Yeah, that Perdamina Fostron is the best corner to make a move when you're on the back straight, carrying as much speed as possible, trying to either do an overcut or an undercut on the rider in front of you. And I see Piers Canute going low out of turn 5 to try and get that run on Tyler Webb coming down the main straight. They are almost side by side coming to the line with 6 laps to go. So this is going to get more and more intense as this carries on.
Here's a bit of food for thought. Rulu's on a ZX10R. Piers Canute is on a Yamaha R6. And this is a 600 track, we always say it.
I mean, if you compare it to the Brat Pack in Superbikes, I mean, that's exactly the same as last season. They all raced 600s against Malcolm Rapson, but now moving back to the front of this battle, Piers Canute is on the tail of Tyler Webber, coming through towards the kink and into turn 3 Interceptor corner. And, you know, I believe Piers Canute on that R6, if you compare the bikes to these other thousands, it's definitely preferred on this track.
Yeah, and the nice thing about an R6 or a 600, it's lighter and it's nimble. You can pitch it in early into the corners. You can get out there and work your way through. They go out there, double apex. They're going to work their way now down the back straight. Look at Piers Canute getting down, almost the elbow on the tar. Now he's up behind Tyler Webber. Right up behind Webber now, they crack on the pace. The ZX10 just has a little bit extra in the kettle to boil down towards Perdamina Fastron. But Piers is going to be late on the brakes. He's going to close up on the back of Tyler Webber. Watch him go in there. There's Webber and there's Piers Canute. And look at Piers, how quick he is to the corner. Look at that 600. Just pulls up there behind Tyler Webber. And Tyler's looking there. He's worried. Here comes Piers Canute. He's going to give him a bit of food for thought. Is he going to draft him down into one? He's not up behind him.
Sorry, Francois, I see the 6.5, the 65 of Jamie Hall is the back end is smoking and it seems to be full of oil. So I'm wondering, I think he's just come out of turn 3. So I'm hoping that there's no change of surface and these other drivers won't be at risk. Sorry, no, he's coming down the main straight, no, the back straight now, sorry, but jumping back to the front, I'll hand it over to you.
Right, Piers Canute now, all over the back end of Tyler Webber like a cheap suit now as he hangs in there. He's looking up on the inside, hanging against the curb now. He's going to try and draft him down the kink, see if he can pull a stunt coming out of turn 3. Look at Piers Canute get down there and he'll cut across and come right up behind Tyler Webber. But I've got news. Paul Rulu is joining the pack as they come out of Interceptor corner up the Tigerberg straight away. Piers Canute comes up there. Oh, he's right there with Tyler Webber. And Paul Rulu looks like he wants to reel him in like trawling in a good tuner now as they come out at turn 4, working their way down that back straight. And this is going to be an absolute tussle as they go down towards Perdamina Fostron corner. Have a look at Piers Canute. And Tyler Webber is just resting on that. He's got a litre over the 600.
Yeah, I think Piers is now wanting to dive up the inside of Rulu. I saw he dropped back, but I think Paul Rulu had a lot of speed coming past down the back straight, and now he's moved up another position into P2 behind Tyler Webber. So I think this is going to be a 3-way battle for the lead.
Well, you know what? This is going to play into the hands of Piers Canute because Tyler Webber and Paul Rulu are going to be working up. Paul Rulu with the quickest lap there of a 1 minute 19. But now Rulu and Webber are going to be battling it out, and Piers Canute can actually take something out of this. But going into turn 2, coming up into 2, have a look at there. Piers Canute up on the inside of Rulu. He's going to shut him out, and he's back into second. He's got the bit between. He's like a dog with a bone. He's not going to let it go. I'm going to show you.
Oh, that was absolutely brilliant for Piers Canute coming into turn 2 there. The gap has widened up a little bit between first, second, and third, but I know Pierce is definitely comfortable on that bike making moves like that. So we are hoping that he can catch up to Tyler Webber now coming as they enter Sorrel Sweep. I think with 4 laps to go, I think Tyler Webber, now fourth of that's Wessel Kruger.
Then we got JB Shermans and Willem Lowe going through there down the back straight. There are all the bikes running down into Perdamina Fast corner, turn number 5. Watch them going. Pierce Canute right up behind Tyler Webber. Now look at Pierce. Look how low down he gets. He's trying to cut the line, trying to make that corner shorter. And he's coming up alongside now. This is going to be close. They are now almost side by side as they're going to go down towards turn 1. Watch on screen there now as they come. And Webber just using an extra litre. But have a look, see how late Pierce Canute is on the brakes. He's looking up on the inside. Oh, cutting across his bow there is Tyler Webber. This is a titanic struggle at the front end of the field now as they make their way up Hubert straight up towards the Cashel corner. Is Pierce going to be late on the brakes? He dives in up the inside. Oh, and on the front wheel, a la GP, it's just too much for Pierce Canute. He actually picked the bike up. He also a little bit of top wrecker as Gaglioglu as he went through there down this front wheel. Brilliant stuff. This man has got a set of real you-know-what.
Yeah, I think he's getting very comfortable on that bike, Francois, but that may have been a little bit over-dramatic of a move to pull into turn 2. He almost stuck it, but that front end got a little bit wobbly, and it sent him off a little bit. But now watching Tyler Webb coming through Interceptor corner, Sorrel Sweep onto the back straight, Tyler Webber really loves that outside line. He loves going wide and carrying all that speed as Pierce Canute loves to dive in and take a shorter line.
That is the difference between a litre and a 600. The litre needs the space to perform in the 600. It's nimble. You can tuck it in early. There you see Pierce already tilts the bike over where Tyler Webber is already coming in. Pierce Canute, that advantage there. The Harley just went through on the screen there of Stavro Michel. And look at the big Harley come through. But there we go. Pierce Canute has got to try and get a bit closer now to Tyler Webber. Behind him, Paul Rulu, who was in the mix, has now dropped off. So there the rest to come through. Wessel Kruger, JP Shermans, Willem Lowe, Wayne Gress, they all come through there now. So your 6th place man coming through there, Willem Lowe, works his way through. So lovely stuff into turn 2. Still Pierce Canute right up there on the back of Tyler Webber. And look at him close up out of the exit of Cashel corner. So, and it's always just coming out the corner that Tyler Webber used that grunt. So, yeah, all the best there. So as they come there, down into Interceptor corner, right there up on the back end of Tyler Webber. Here is the Harley sitting in the way there of Paul Rulu. It's an enormous bike. And they race it in America. They have a Harley 1250 race. So that Harley grunting its way around. But this is absolutely a titanic struggle. And we've only got a lap and a bit to go.
You know, Francois, they're coming down the back straight now into turn 5. And that 600 just doesn't have the legs to outperform Webber in a straight line. But into the corners, Canute is very good on the brakes. And now coming into turn 5, he'll go around the outside. And he'll duck it in, trying to pass him all the way around the outside. But it's not the line for that 600. And now Webber will be able to take a little bit of a wider line through the kink onto the
I wouldn't
straight.
say that he had the inside line. But now the 1000 will take over. But Pierce Canute is late on the brakes. He might even dive up on the inside now of turn number 1 and try and come up on his inside. But Tyler Webber, being a little bit of a wily character, shuts him out there. 3rd place man coming in there, Paul Rulu. Rulu coming through, and up behind them there, Wessel Kruger just coming there, and then it's behind them, it's Lowe and Gress coming up behind them.
Sorry, Francois, I see there's a bike off in turn 2 that went wide. I'm not sure, it wasn't the lead pack, but it's a back marker. But now we only have about 3 corners left to go as the leaders go through turn 3, coming towards turn 4 now. Paul Rulu in 3rd place got held up behind Stavro Michel, so he is backed off quite a lot. But now coming through Sorrel Sweep with 2 corners left to go. Pierce Canute is on the backside of Tyler Webber, coming down the back straight, and into Fastron. And I think he's going to try.
Have a look there. Pierce does something diabolical here to work his way through. Down into 5 to go. He goes around the outside. He should cut back. He's got him cut back. It's his only chance to try and draft him. But I think Tyler's done up. Here comes Pierce now. He's going to draft him to the line. Can we see something going down the line? Here they come towards us. No! Tyler Webber uses another over that R6. What a spectacular race As we wait for the third place van there, Paul Rulli to come through. And Paul had a lovely race. That's one of the back markers. Here comes Paul up over the line now. And behind him, Wessel Kruger on that aging machine of his. That's comes over JP Shermers and Willem Lowe. First line, we wait there for the rest of the field to come through. Some of the back markers, Ray Grace, Lugabala to Sana. And a couple of the stragglers coming through. There'll be Willem Lowe, Dylan Anderson, Shannon, and Ryan Stunt as they work their way up over the line. Jordan, I think it was very exciting. It was, I tell you something, I'm going to go see Piers Goodwin and say to him, my man, you have got a lot more guts than I have, that's for sure.
I mean, we know him as the Catman, and I mean, those moves he was making were rather fierce, Francois, so he definitely has a good set of guts on him to make through that. I see now there's 2 or 3 riders in turn 2 looking at that Great Waddington bike after his incident on the opening lap, and we are hoping that he's okay. I'm sure he'll be taken to the medical center just to make sure that everything's all right and good for him.
No, he's saying to all his to his comrades there that he's hundreds. Just he ran out of talent, and he's obviously feeling a bit sore for the bike.
No, but I think that was a wonderful first race or second race of the day, a first race for the bikes, and I think their second race is going to be absolutely excellent after today's first performance from them, and I can't wait for the next race.
Gary, a question. Do we need this screen?
Here and there I use it, but
Those
not
two
much.
we need. This could shift slightly across and this screen can disappear.
What we did now is the way that it should be.
Perfecto mundo.
Multiple classes are
Okay. Are you going to do sports and GT with me?
But now also remember, I'm not going to
Obviously, we are looking at
No, not necessarily. You look out the window and the screen and you show Gary where he must go to. And then he goes there, but you've got to do the chameleon eye thing.
If the best is on the screen, go with the screen.
Yes.
If you see something better, then you say to me, and you show him, I want to talk about that. It's there. Then he stops talking when it's there. I hit the camera shot, you on it.
So you've got to do the chameleon eyes. One eye there, one eye out the window, so to speak.
I don't have to dictate it.
now, so we can basically do a...
I don't have to dictate it. If you can see something better than what I can see, I'll follow you. It doesn't matter which way.
The thing is, yeah, like he says, the chameleon eye, because Gary also drops his hand. He says 3, 4.
Yeah.
I was watching Gary, and watching the screen. So, what do you think where everything's like? Frankie will know what we do in karting. We actually watch a monitor, but you can see the track in front of you. Okay, like if you anything, it's a flat track. You literally see everything in front of the tabletop. Okay, the screen is here. But remember, the producer's on the screen, and he's on the telly, so he wants you to follow the screen.
Yeah.
You follow the screen, but you pick up something, and he's sitting there, and you go.
But why I showed you that 3, 4, 5 is because you expect me, I'm going to follow your commentary. But I'm going to stay because
brand new season here at Killarney for the Power Series, and quite a start, if you ask me. We had a bit of a demolition derby in the V8s. We've had the bikes, the first of the bike races out. There's 3 bike races today, but I think all in all, getting the season off to a good start.
Yeah, and it's a lovely overcast day here at Killarney. Not too bad though. There is a prediction of rain. They're talking 3, 4 o'clock this afternoon. Maybe not. It's definitely moisture in the air. But Byron, there's a man that did a lot for us in motorsport over the last couple of years, and he has decided to take a sabbatical for a while. Everybody knows him as Tiny from Tiny's Pit Box. That is Emil Brandt. And I think from the commentary team up here in the commentary box, we want to say big thanks to Tiny folks. For you know, you can join Tiny's Pit Box and the Western Cape commentators as well. Just a big thanks to Emil for what he's done for us in main circuit for many, many years.
And you'll see on a multitude of entries as well the Tiny's Pit Box sticker, and a man with a very big heart, and a man whose passion for motorsport burns bright, and he always graces us with incredible knowledge and information with what happens throughout race days. And Tiny, thanks for the great memories, and thanks for the time up here. We do miss you. We always wish you the best as well, and we're glad to see you at main circuit. You are here today, and thank you very much for being part of the team.
Yeah, of course, he's still very much involved with the GTI Challenge guys and his two cousins, Tristan and Dylan Jabé, and of course he's also involved with us at KPL Drivers as well. Right, so we move on to race number 3 for the day, which is the Le Hubert Sports and GT cars. And one of the big setbacks, if I can call it that, Byron, is the fact that Mike Verrier in the BMW Z4 had a gearbox go in him yesterday, and sadly that put the end to Dr. Mike's chances for today. Lovely looking Z4. We saw it at Passion for Speed, but unfortunately not to be for today.
The problem is, Frankie, I've been putting my fingers in my ears all day because all I hear is gearbox, 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 gearbox. With everybody, what's the problem? Gearbox. What's the problem? Gearbox. Yeah. I'm telling you.
Dexter Bruce had a gearbox issue yesterday, but according to what I found out, Dex has sorted that one out for the clubman's class in his BM.
Yeah, but it's a good field today of sports and GT cars. Frankie, we're talking about here around 30 entries for this 10-lapper, two of them to happen today.
Initially they said it was about 27, but yeah, we've lost a couple of them on the way, according to what we've heard. But yes, we're going to have a look-see as we wait for the marshals still to clear up that situation there in turn 2 in Castrol Corner. A big thanks to the City of Cape Town for the bridge, to Castrol for turn number 2, Interceptor for turn 3, turn 4 Malmesbury Sweep, of course known as Sardal Sweep, turn 5 Fostron, the subway is King Tony Tools, and the main straight is the Porsche Club. A big thanks to all our sponsors. Castrol, of course, sponsors the tower that we are on at the top, as well as the spinning pitch. So a big thank you to all our 2024 WPMC sponsors.
You mentioned the Porsche Club, Frankie. A lot of Porsches in this very race. The Charles Visser GT3 is a 3.8 litre machine. That's, of course, a Class X runner for new driver-car combination, along with Noel Greyling in the 992 GT3 Cup. Of course, talking about BMWs as well, Renzo Torrente, Audi TT of Andre Johnson, Dane Angel in the Ferrari 488, all in Class X. But at the sharp end of the field, Davy Hubert and Steve Humble.
Right, so the cars start working their way out onto the circuit. Whoa, look at that. That pole beam was very quick this morning, and there was a lovely dice for pole between the pull beam of Steve Humble and the Lotus Exige of Davy Hubert. And then you got that Ferrari that is in there between them as well. That's going to be magic stuff.
Yeah, it was 0.3 of a second between them, Frankie. A 109.4 and a 109.7 for pole position this morning. It's going to be one hell of a race, I can tell you that much. There is Steve Humble leading the Ferrari. Watch out for Davy Hubert as well. A 110.0, 0.3 of a second off of Angel. A full number of seconds, of course, over there. You could say 0.6 off of the pole man himself, so 0.6 of a second there. But look at them all making their way out. There's Richard de Roos as well in that classic 911. Took a few pictures of the back of that air-cooled Boxer 6 earlier on. and making his way through into that Holes hook section. But also as well out there, you'll hear a sound of a, no, you won't actually hear a sound of a rotary, because the rotary is in the pit area. That, of course, is Mr. Karate SA himself, Henny Bosman. Doesn't look like he'll be continuing in this event. Unfortunately, that car was giving problems in qualifying this morning. He did go out in it. Paul Beachyhead makes his way past our position, well, not our position, but the television position through turn 4.
Now that is Paul Beachyhead in the Audi R8 that Byron was talking about. It's going down the back straight now, but have a look at these cars that are working their way down that back straight. You've got those old trees, old oak trees on their left-hand side, as this field of Le Hubert sports and GT cars work their way into Pertamina Fostron, into turn 5. Marcel Angel is in that shot as well. David Hubert is in that shot as they work their way out. They will be making their way towards us. I think they're going to go around one more time. Yes, they are. They're going to circulate the 3.267 kilometers of Killarney International Raceway one more time. Gary Kieswetter is in this fight as well. Clinton Thorne is there. Oliver Hintenhaus, Marco Retta, just to name a few of the names in that pack that's busy working into turn number 1, as the Autohaus Angel Ferrari of Dane Angel leads them out of Holzhoek up the Jabez Straight, as you see them filter through turn number 1, and the Ferrari will take them into turn number 2 behind the safety car.
Safety car usually driven by none other than Phil Herald, and a very experienced man to have at the front of a field. There's Dane Angel in the Ferrari. They go through the kink now, the rest of the field making their way through Castro Corner. Look at that Mac Black 350Z Nissan. I didn't see who's actually the entrant over there. I actually took a number, I think it's number 22 or something. I'll just find that for you shortly. But yeah, they come through the turn 3 section.
That is Marco Ribeiro in Class X. That's a new driver car combo in sports and GTs.
You're not on here. Yeah, they all filter through. They would have needed that second lap there, Frankie. I saw a lot of straddlers the last time out. There's Paul Beachyhead, there's Penev, it's in there as well. Bikari will be making his way through in the VW Juno 2 litre. And we are almost ready to go racing for 10 laps. Clinton Thorne with that rear and front wing on the Lotus 7. Now, down the back straight we run. We should be readied. Going towards Pertamina Fastron. And they're all racked and stacked, Frankie.
Yeah, they're all racked and packed now. They've had 2 laps. The stragglers need to catch up roundabout now, because that leading group is exiting turn 5 Fastron. As they work their way out of Fastron, it is going to be all systems go for 10 racing laps as the safety car pulls into the pit lane. There we go. Steve Humble, Dane Angel, Davy Hubert, Noel Greyling. That's the first 2 rows of the grid. The lights on pit lane is on. The lights go off. The hammers get dropped. And away we go as they run it down into turn 1. Through holes they go, and it's Dane Angel that gets his nose up front. Davy Hubert is there in that second position. Then they are followed there by one of the Porsches that might be Noel Greyling, that sits there in P3 as they work their way out of Castrol Corner, with Clinton Thorne running very wide out of Castrol, just ahead there of Martin Prince.
Well, Charles Visser was a pit lane starter there, Frankie. He's gotten going now onto the Joubert Straight. Meanwhile, into turn 3, Interceptor Corner, onto the Tygerberg Straight. Dane Angel, followed by Hubert. Humble has dropped back, unfortunately, over here, but Clinton Thorne is the man that Frankie was referring to in 3rd, 4th position at the present moment, looks like it. Down the straight they will then run for the very first time, all splitting fast, a little bit wide there from somebody in turn 4, but they're all rocketed down to turn 5 for the first time in this 10-lap race and complete lap 1.
Lap number 1 is almost in the bag, heading towards the City of Cape Town Bridge. Here's your leader, Dane Angel right on his case as they get bigger and bigger on your screen. There is Dane Angel in that second place. Then you got Noel Greiling, that is there in P3. Then behind Greiling we have got right on his case, we've got Visser, Charles Visser, as the leaders are making their way through turn 2, Castro Corner. And I'll tell you this, Byron, as they work their way through the kink towards Interceptor Corner, that Davy Hubert is not letting go of Dane Angel.
Oh, not at all, Frankie. It was 7/10 of a second when they crossed the line the last time. They go on to the Tygerberg Straight now. They're almost nose to tail over here, going through the right-handers. And, well, right behind Mchreiling. And it's a back-end loss there for that pill beam of Francis Carruthers. That has now has he tagged the wall? Yes, he has. He's going to be trundling there now towards the circuit, and he's back onto the circuit just ahead of Paul Beachy Head in his own little private battle there with Oliver Hintonhouse.
Yeah, Ollie Hintonhouse is having a fight with him. Now he keeps that pull beam right out the way as the leaders are making the way towards us. The leaders are making the way out of turn number 1, and it is Dane Angel from Davy Hubert in second, followed there by Greiling in third. Then Visser coming through, and now Thorn, and then heading into turn number 1. There's a lovely fight there between Martin Prince and Brunk as they work their way out of turn number 1. And right there with them as well is Sandra Bakari and Marco Retta.
Yeah, they'll make their way up now to Castro Corner. Look at Prince now being shadowed by Brink. Bakari in that Juno there, but look behind them. Connor Kilbride is also in that section as well, coming out of the turn 2. Now we go towards turn 3 once again there, but unfortunately at the moment it looks like Brink and Prince have now dropped off the back of the car ahead of them.
Just got some information as we watch this group make their way out of turn 4 that Gary Kieswetter and the Martini Racing Porsche has dropped out of it. But look at the 2 leaders there on your screen, racing down towards turn number 1. Dane Angel and Davy Hubert heading towards turn 1. Then it is Greiling that sits there in that third position, followed by Visser. We're waiting for this big dice to come towards us. Here it comes under the City of Cape Town Bridge. Martin Prince, Andre Brunk is in there, followed by Marco Retta, and just ahead of them, working his way out of 1, is Clinton Thorne.
Into turn 1, look at Brink on the outside of Prince, and Connor Kilbride will be just dropping off the back of them as they go onto that short Joubert straight. And going defensive there is Martin Prince. He's now going to close on the inside and not going to go on the outside is Martin Prince, rather I should say, and Brink. But Connor Kilbride will be staying glued to them at the present moment, and that is the battle as this time for the top honours in Class B.
That is indeed Connor Kilbride that is out there behind Brink. I thought it was Marco Retta in that red BM you see going through there, but it's definitely Connor Kilbride. So the leaders should be making their way out of turn number 1. Yes, they're working their way out of holes, and there's a back marker that is ahead of them as they make their way up towards turn 2 Castrol Corner.
Well, Frankie, Angel and Hubert are matching times at the moment. That's why the gap is staying constant at 5/10 of a second, half a second between the 2 of them. As now going into that turn 1, there's Clinton Thorne joining the back of that group. That is 5th position at the moment as Martin Prince and of course Brink alongside him. But meanwhile, let's go on to the Tygerberg Straight towards turn 4 now. Watch there as Dane Angel in the Ferrari, still holding off that Lotus Exige of Davy Hubert down the straight. Half a second between them as they charge down towards the turn 5 Pertamina Fastron section. Here they go to complete another lap, Frankie, and that will be 5 laps left to go when they do.
Yeah, out of Fastron, they've got 2 back markers ahead of them. Make it 3 back markers, actually. They back markers keep right out the way as Dane Angel and Davy Hubert just gobble up those back markers, racing down into turn number 1. Through turn number 1 they go. Where is Greiling? Noel Greiling, here he comes towards us now, flashing his lights. is Noel Krailing heading into turn 1, and then right behind him is a Charles Visser, and coming towards us now is the Lotus 7 of Clinton Thorne.
Sandra Bicari has brought the Juno into the pits. Gearbox has exploded. We have got reports, thanks to Jordan here.
Yep.
And that means, unfortunately, the Juno going no further than that. But meanwhile, look on the main straight now. Going towards turn 1, it is going to be Martin Prince versus Andre Brink. Andre Brink on the outside, Connor Kilbride in the BMW right behind them. But look who's now going to be closing up to them. Not quite, actually. I think it's a lapped car in there somewhere, because I still see on the timing screens Paul Beachy Head, who goes now across the line and into turn 1.
It's a lovely fight that's heading into turn 2, Castral Corner. Connor Kilbride sits at the tail end of that one. Just ahead of him is that white Porsche of Andre Brunk through the kink they run, and leading that group is that orange and black Porsche of Martin Prince as they work their way out of Interceptor Corner, going up the hill towards turn 4 Saddle Sweep. But the leaders are working their way out of Holzhoek, and they are making their way towards turn number 2 Castral Corner. They're putting a lap on one of the slower cars out there. That is, yes, as they work their way through the kink and race down towards Interceptor. Dane Angel getting slightly away now from Davy Hubert.
Oh, and the lapping has taken its toll on them there, Frankie. Davy Hubert has lost ground to Dane Angel. 1.1 seconds now as they make their way through the double apex right-hander. Meanwhile, on the main straight, here comes a nice little battle over here. Martin Prince, will he be taken around the outside into turn 1? Yes, he will. And he leads Class B.
Leads that group of 3 cars that's making its way on the exit of turn number 1, heading up the Joubert Straight towards Castral Corner, and now a lunge on the outside by Connor Kilbride. Surely not. No, there was no ways he was going to get his nose ahead of Martin Prince on that third line coming out of Castral.
Yep, they're coming up to Ribeiro next as well there, who will be having a lap put on him. Pillay was actually the man out of the pits earlier on. I erroneously said Visser, who's currently 4th at the moment and 2nd in class. Look at Brink now, as he comes now through the turn 4 section, saddle sweep, and onto the back straight. Meanwhile, through the kink and towards turn 3, Frankie.
Yep, into turn 3 they go now, into Interceptor. That is 1st and 2nd, with a couple of back markers there as well. Dane Angel, Davy Hubert cutting and carving the way. Up the Malmesbury Straight they go, into turn 4, saddle sweep. That double right-hander, and it's very close. You've got to circumnavigate your way through these back markers. Paul Beachhead is one of them. Look at them blow past the slower cars into turn 5 Fostron.
And this has helped Hubert this time, Frankie. He lost out the last time they went past back markers. They go through the turn 5 section. He goes a little bit wider, a little bit tighter there for Dane Angel, but it gets him the run onto the main straight now. The Exige is going to go, and going defensive is going the Ferrari. On the outside will be Hubert. Will he be able to make his way past? No, he won't at this particular point, with this lap and the next one left to go, Frankie.
Yeah, they've got a lap and 3/4 left to go as they race up towards Castral Corner. And look at Davy Hubert sits on the outside as they go into Castral. He's coming out on that longer line, and that line will belong to the Autohouse Ferrari, powered by Dane Angel. Through the kink, they run towards Interceptor. There's another back marker. There's a pull beam just ahead of them as they make their way out of turn number 3 Interceptor, racing up the yellow once again. Oh, look at that back marker, got the blue flag and had to back out of that one as the 2 leaders now work their way, Byron, down the back straight towards turn 5 Fostron.
This time Angel got held up just a little bit again as well. They got Ribeiro ahead of them now in the 350Z as well, Frankie. Into turn 5, they'll then run. Oh, he's getting now stuck behind that 350Z. That's going to allow a run from that Exige of Joubert on the main straight now. Underneath the bridge they'll come. There's another car in the distance from them there, and down the straight they'll go. The last lap has commenced, but nope, not close enough yet, of course, for Davy Hubert. Will have to stay 2nd for now.
And a 1 minute 10.607 by Dane Angel. He is the quickest man. They're picking up another slower car as they head into Castral Corner. As a matter of fact, if we can just go to turn 3 quickly, there's another dice, a little bit, that one we just saw come out of our shot there. that is between Martin Prince and Connor Kilbride. And then Gaza heading into turn number 1. There's a dice between Greyling and Visser in those two Porsches.
Side by side they are though, Frankie. On the outside is Visser. He'll swap lines though. They'll run it down towards turn 2 now. And I think they're banging wheels there, basically, the two of them. But meanwhile, let's go now to the front of the field. Leaders going into 5 now. There goes the Ferrari. There goes the Lotus. And now running it to the line, Frankie, after resisting that challenge from Joubert. Dane Angel leads every single corner of every single lap and will take victory here for the first Le Joubert Sports and GT race of the day.
Yeah, with David Joubert finishing in that second place. And then where is the battle of the Porsches? There they go down the back main, and Charles Visser has got his nose ahead there of Noel Greyling as they head into turn number 5 into Fostron corner, and that is P3 and 4 that is heading on track towards a checkered flag. Here they come now, Charles Visser Jr., multiple Western Province and SA karting champion and your 2023 Polar Cup champion, brings it to the line ahead there of Noel Greyling that finishes in P4.
I just saw Paul Beachy Head just beat Hinton-House across the line by 1/10 of a second. And then let's see them as they come through. Like I say, Clinton Thorne will be the next man we'll be looking for in that number 93 Lotus 7. Here he comes out of the kink now, past the old bus stop for the bikes they used to use, and Clinton Thorne will come across the line in 5th position. That will be 3rd in Class A.
And then heading towards us now, here we go, it's Martin Prince at the checkered flag, and will Connor Kilbride get him? Yes, Connor Kilbride does get to the checkered flag just ahead there of Martin Prince.
Yeah, Brink will win the class, Frankie, in 6th position overall. Class B, he'll take victory. Kilbride will take the Class C win in that BMW.
Yes, and Class D will go to Torrento. That is the new driver that's only having his second outing here at Killarney this weekend.
Yeah, ahead of Farnham and Durus in the 911, the classic 911 that he will be in. So that was quite a race, Frankie. I'm going to say to you that, and a good way to start off the sports and GT season here at Killarney. There was no Steve Humble, though.
No, strange enough, there wasn't a Steve Humble, but I'll tell you what a field we had of Le Joubert sports and GT cars. And if this is something to go by, I think sports and GTs is going to be the class, or one of the classes to watch out for in 2024. And I did at one stage the game, Mark Coretta's always got that red BM, and I literally thought it was Mark, and then I heard you say Connor Kilbride, and I double checked, and it is definitely Connor Kilbride that was in that BMW, and he's actually moved up. Here's a replay of the pull beam that's pirouetting off the circuit.
He might have made just a light touch there to the wall, Frankie, so it was not a heavy touch. He could continue, Carruthers.
Yes.
As he lost the back end, and he just didn't even maybe just touch the tyre, not maybe just. And luckily did not take the rear wing off.
And we also lost Gary Kieswetter in the Martini Racing Porsche in that one as well. As we have a look at the replay here of some of the action we saw in race 1 with the Pirelli V8 Masters, a little bit of bumping and barging and shunting going on over there.
Yes, sir. Yes. Well, let me introduce you. You are here. I guess I'm here. I haven't seen in a long time. Vaguely, I've got a vague face. Wow, awesome. comments about joining the course. Should I come back?
Right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the MC Superbikes, the SPK Challenge, the Masters and the 600s, and also the Masters Challenge, which is going to be a real hamdinger. We have got some really, really top-class names on this list. Leading them out will be Kewan Snyman, followed by the fastest accountant in Africa, Malcolm Rapson. Young Slade van Niekerk is out there. The Red Baron, Ronald Slamet. Young Tristan Pienaar. And our man from Lekker Racing up in Pretoria, Mr. AJ Venter, is here as well. Jason Lineker, Quinton Weeding. The man who's rolling back the years, Hilton Reading Race is out there. Brad Bodsworth, Mr. Muscle himself. He'll be out near Aprilia. Beautiful bike. Mike Hunter, Keener Strode is out there. Wayne Arendse, the chairman of the club. Jonathan Schweren's out there. Gerard Frey. Wesley Hendricks, Danny Frost, Leighton Thomas, and some Kelly Lewani as well. A star-studded field. It's going to be a crackerjack race.
This group of all ages of riders and different talents are going to display them out now on their race. I'm really expecting some good things from the Brat Pack. I know they like to battle each other the whole way through. And hopefully, I see Slade was doing 112s in qualifying. And that's put him even against Ronald Slamet. So he'll be fighting Ronald Slamet and Malcolm Rapson and maybe even Kewan Snyman if he decides to back off them a little bit.
Well, not that I'm a Kewan Snyman fan, a 111.5, and he's riding the new Honda, the 1000 RR. I'm a Honda fan. I like Ducatis, they're pretty, but when it comes to practicality, the Honda is the bike for me to go to. I've always been on. I used to ride Kawasaki's as a youngster, but when it comes to big bikes, I'm a big Honda fan. They're lining up on the grid. The 19 of Kewan Snyman will line up in pole position there on screen, you can see. And, well, it's going to be a crackerjack. Tristan Pienaar down there on the BMW 1000 RR. Nice out there. The Red Baron, Ronald Slamet on a ZX10. And having a look down there is Jason Lineker. He's also on a 1000 RR. Well, that could be a 600. I think he's on a 600. My apologies. Here comes the quickest accountant on the Suzuki 1000. That's the 1000S. That's Malcolm Rapson. And Slade van Niekerk there on the Wayward Racing Kawasaki ZX10R. Well, what a star-studded field we've got here. And I tell you what, it's going to be a cracker. AJ Venter's down there. the Lekker Racing bike, and AJ with that beautiful HJC Red Bull helmet on. We'd like to welcome AJ all the way from the northern regions, and they're under starters orders. The red flag dials down. We're going to wait for the 5-second board. John Green's got the pedal. Is he going to flip the pedal?
Yellow flag, bike 93 in trouble.
Oh, we got to stop, hold up there.
I see the bike
Jason
93.
says he's fine. Jason says he's fine. Let's get the show on the road.
That was a bit strange, but hoping all is good for the start now. They'll do that procedure once again, and hopefully we'll be underway this time. There they go, the whistle blows, and we are ready for racing.
John Green holds the pedal. Watch that 5-second board come up, and then you hear the rev of the bikes pick up. There we go. The revs are up. We're waiting for the lights. The lights go for me. Get away. A crackerjack start from Kewan Stamen as he rolls down towards turn number 1. Ronald Slammett's up there with him, and AJ Fenter locks up there into third place. Keep an eye on AJ Fenter. This is a man that's ridden the Isle of Man and is probably going to the Isle of Man this year. AJ Fenter, Andre John Fenter works his way up now, up towards turn number 2. Kewan Stamen's in the front, Ronald Slammett. And here comes, is it Rapson up on the inside? But Alan John Fenter just holds him out as they roll around. But this is going to be a real humdinger.
Yeah, I see Slade van Niekerk coming on between the straight between turn 1 and turn 2, on the back wheel. So these liter bikes have so much power. And I know that leading at the front, Kewan Sneeman is going to use that 1000 RR to really pull away from the rest of the field.
As the riders tilted over now in the double apex of the saddle suite, down the back straight go. There's Sneeman. Rapson's up behind him. Van Niekerk's in there together with Slammett, Pino, Fenter, Lineker. They all work their way down. There you see Kewan Sneeman going down into turn number 5, Bernamina Fastron. Right up behind him, there's Ronald Slammett. Slammett sits there in second place up behind him. Rapson wants to work his way. And Alan John Fenter's right there with him. He's on the Lekker Racing machine up from the northern regions. They come up under the Castrol Bridge up towards start finish line. And over the line they go. It's Sneeman. It's Rapson. It's Fenter. Then it's going to be Slade van Niekerk as they work their way through all down into turn number 1. Have a look how close this racing is. They literally can see each other in front of him, and it's a whole linear as they work their way down into turn number 1. All the bikes coming through, they're all looking good. Down into turn number 2, Castrol Corner, Sneeman, and up behind him Slammett and Rapson. Then it's AJ Fenter. I can tell you now, AJ Fenter is going to want to work his way through. He wants to bring that northern region down here and upset the apple cart.
So I know he's going to be racing up against the accountant Malcolm Rapson and Ronald Slammett, who is very experienced in his own, and that battle for the top 3 for AJ Fenter is going to want to get himself into the podium position now. Still 8 laps to go, so there's still quite a distance to get through, but I see he's backed off a little bit, and now the Brad Pack of Tristan Pino and Slade van Niekerk are going to come up to him.
On screen, have a look at those 2 bikes together coming in. That is Tristan Pino and Slade van Niekerk having an absolute titanic tussle. There they go into turn number 5. They're Pino up behind Slade van Niekerk on screen now as they come up. Have a look at this. That BMW wheeling out of turn number 5. They are absolutely hammering it. Here comes Sneeman down into turn 1, leg out a la Rossi style. That's just to balance on the braking of the bike as they come in. Second place Slammett. Rapson's getting close, and there's Alan John Fenter, and behind him the 2 Brad Packs.
I see coming now into 2, Kewan Sneeman has a 2-second gap between him and Ronald Slammett, with Malcolm Rapson sitting behind Ronald Slammett only half a second away. AJ Fenter splitting the 2 battles between Ronald Slammett and Malcolm Rapson and Slade van Niekerk and Tristan Pino. But I see the Brad Pack now coming into interceptor corner turn 3. Tristan Pino is trying to find his way towards the tail end of Slade van Niekerk to try and make a move on him, coming hopefully down the back straight into turn 5. That's going to be the best possible time to make a move for them.
A lovely tussle going on the back straight. There's Rapson following Slammett as they go down there. Up behind them it's Fenter, then it's the Pino van Niekerk battle. Have a look at this. There's van Niekerk with Pino up behind him. There goes Slammett and Rapson on screen. There's Alan John Fenter up behind him, not too far away. He can reach out and touch him now as they exit 5. There you see now, there's van Niekerk and Pino, and then right up behind him it's Jason Lineker on that 1000 Honda.
I know Jason Lineker is going to want to make up a little bit more pace to catch up to the rest of the pack at the front. So he's about 3 seconds behind the other youngster, Tristan Pino. But moving back to the front into turn 2, coming through turn 2, Kewan Sneeman followed by Ronald Slamet and Malcolm Rapson in their battle. AJ Fenter followed behind them, just closely behind that top two, or top three, sorry. And then Slade van Niekerk and Tristan Pienaar now coming into interceptor corner.
Well, I tell you what, this is Crackerjack Racing. I said we've got a lot of names here as they exit now. Some of the back marks coming out of turn 3, working their way up the Tigerberg Straight. There's Pienaar, and have a look at this. I think Rapson's got through there on Slamet. Rapson's got through on Slamet. So he is the quickest accountant in Africa, and he's proving it to us.
Yeah, I'm sure he was waiting for that move the last 2-3 laps, and he finally got a gap to prove that he can dive up the inside of Ronald Slamet into Sorrel Sweep. But now coming out of turn 5, Pertamina Fostrand, that second, third and fourth battle for the podium between Ronald Slamet, Malcolm Rapson and AJ Fenter is heating up almost 3 wide down the main straight, and I'm not sure. I think Malcolm Rapson's going to hold it around the outside, but AJ Fenter does grab the position from Ronald Slamet.
Like I said, watch Alan John. He gets into the race, he gets himself sorted out, he gets heat in those tyres, he knows where the braking markers are, and Alan John right up behind Malcolm Rapson. Yeah, you see him just to the right of Malcolm Rapson. Rapson comes, there's Alan John, there is Ronald Slamet, then it's Slade van Niekerk, then it's Tristan Pienaar. That group is going to be a titanic tussle right down to the wire.
With those three elders, for lack of a better word, they are going to be battling each other, and it's going to leave room for the two youngsters to make their way through. So the more that these second, third and fourth places are battling it out, Slade van Niekerk and Tristan Pienaar will hopefully find a gap to make their way through.
Yeah, they come down the back straight. Oh, Q and Snyman is down the road, but these 5 are having a tussle for second place. This is where Rapson's holding out. Ronald Slamet's coming at him, and so too is Alan John Fenter. Has Alan John gone through? Alan John has gone through down into turn 5. AJ Fenter goes up into second place. I said, watch this man. He's going to do it. Alan John leads out there as they come up towards us. Alan John Fenter, Malcolm Rapson, and Slade van Niekerk gets through on Ronald Slamet.
I see Ronald Slamet actually losing a little bit of time. I believe maybe, I don't think there's an issue because he's still up to pace, but obviously maybe a little bit of late braking and going wide through turn 5 has caused him to drop down 2 more positions to Malcolm Rapson and Slade van Niekerk, and now Tristan Pienaar is on his tail coming into Castrol Corner as they now exit heading towards the kink in turn 3.
Tristan Pienaar sitting up behind Slamet there, last in that pack, is murdering that BMW. He wants to get past. His actual objective is Slade van Niekerk, who's now pulling up behind Malcolm Rapson. And Alan John Fenter's got this whole crowd up behind him. Here he exits turn number 3 in the Scepter Corner, working his way up the Tigerberg Straight, up here into Sorrel Sweep. Rapson sitting on the back wheel there of Alan John as they take the double apex right-hander, work their way now down the back straight. They're going to hurtle. Now, Alan John's got to be careful that Malcolm doesn't draft him. He tries to stay out of his line, and they go down into Interceptor Corner. It's going to be very tight as they go in. But Alan John lost the late breakers, closes in there, keeps Malcolm Rapson up behind him as they work their way through. But Slade van Niekerk is on a move.
I definitely know. I see a hand up for Ronald Slamet, so there must be an issue as he pulls into the old pits, which is very unfortunate. He's just pulled into pit lane. I'm hoping nothing too bad so he can make his way out for race 2 again, but that is rather unfortunate after him battling for the podium position. Now moving back towards turn 2, the rest of the pack for second place comes in now, leading or led second position by AJ Fenter, followed by Slade van Niekerk, Malcolm Rapson and Tristan Pienaar.
Now AJ Fenter leading out this pack. He's got Slade van Niekerk. Slade van Niekerk is a young man. He's 18, 19 years old. He's hungry. Alan John is a very experienced South African superbike racer. He's got all the tools and he's got all the know-how as they're up the Tigerberg Straight here now into Sorrel Sweep. Slade sitting on him. Slade reckons I've got a chance. Alan is a difficult man to pass. But let's have a look-see now as they work their way down the back straight, down towards Pertamina Fostrand. Where's van Niekerk? Oh, he's right there with Alan John now as they work their way down. Oh, and it's going to be out. No, Alan John's very late on the brakes, and Slade goes around the outside. I think Slade's gone around the outside and he's going through. No, it's not. Alan John holding out there. Or is it Slade? Very difficult to see down that far as they come up towards us, but I think van Niekerk has gone through. Slade van Niekerk, the man from Wayward Racing, takes over second place. And Alan John is going to want to come back at him.
I'm sure Slade was sitting behind AJ Fenter saying, come on, old man, move out of the way for me, just make some sort of mistake. And he did just that. Obviously a little bit less on the brakes than AJ would have expected, and he passed him around the outside. So now he has taken that second position. And now there's Tristan Pienaar trying to go around the outside in Castrol Corner of Malcolm Rapson. I don't know if that BMW is going to be able to hold it with all that traction control, but he will sit behind him, but he'll try and dive up there. That was very close, almost into his back wheel, but luckily they both come away unscathed.
These men are so fit, the reaction time is split-second decision-making. Just let go of the throttle for a fraction, just to stay off Rapson's back in now. As they work their way out of Sorrel Sweep now, into the second right-hander, they're laying down, they're coming out there. Slade Van Niekerk's in out. AJ will want to come back in him. Malcolm Rapson sitting in. And Tristan is absolutely burning that 1000 BMW. As they fan out, they don't want anyone drafting them. As they go down into 30-meter fast drop. Road out Slade, AJ, right up behind Slade. Have a look at this. Tristan trying to go down the outside of Rapson. You've got to be diabolical to pull a move off like that. As they work their way out. Now look how close they are as they're coming up towards the Castrol City Cape Town Bridge. Up against Ford. Turn one. Slade, AJ, and Tristan still there on the back of Rapson.
I know Malcolm Rapson must also be quivering in his boots a little bit, because you know that Tristan Pienaar definitely does not have any fear, so he is willing to risk it all as they are on their final lap, and Kewan Snyman will make his way around the last 2 to 3 corners to finish this race off with an absolutely incredible lead. So I'm not sure where he is. I believe he's coming into turn 4 now, exiting out of turn 4 towards turn 5. He's got a healthy lead, and he will just ride comfortably to take it home.
Kewan Snyman going down into 30-meter fast run for the final time in this race. There he goes. On the number 19 CBR 1000R Honda. The man there from Edgemead, Kewan Snyman, works his way through, coming up towards the line. Let's check it, flag time. And he just cruises over the line. Makes it look so easy. But let's have a look at that coming out of the turn number 5 now, that battle for second place. Oh, and AJ's got ahead of Slade, and AJ takes second from Slade. Then it's going to be Tristan Pienaar ahead of Malcolm Rapson. Jordan, the bikes are having us excited today, you got to admit.
Yeah, I can't lie, I'm more of a car guy myself, but these guys on these machines are absolutely mind-blowing. The moves that these youngsters pull on the old guys, and the old guys on the youngsters, they don't care for each other's races, they just want to beat them themselves.
I think one of those little scuffles that was happening was there between Slade and Alan John Venter. And Alan John, like I say to you, has got unbelievable experience, and he just went to show Slade this is how it gets done.
I see now coming to the line Quinton Weening ahead of Brad Bodsworth. Brad Bosworth was ahead of him with a lap to go, but it seems that Brad had some sort of mistake out of turn 5, and Quinton got that position. Now crossing the line, Mike Hunter and Wayne Ardenser to round out that little group. Then Gerard Frey and Jonathan Schwerin on that ZX10 crossed the line. We've got about 2 or 3 more bikes to come through before this race ends, and now coming across the line, that is the 55 of Leighton Thomas and the 28 of Daniel Frost. And finally we are waiting for the, oh no, I lie, Wesley Hendricks has crossed the line, so that will make everyone finish this race. I see AJ Venter and Slade Van Niekerk sitting on the runoff in turn 1 doing a smoky burnout to celebrate, because that definitely, Francois, was an incredible race.
Absolutely lovely. You know, when I wake up in the morning, on a Saturday morning to come to Killarney, I need excitement. And I don't think the race has gone past today where we haven't been excited. There's a little bit of a scuffle somewhere, something to keep you on tenterhooks. And to the folks around the track and to the viewers at home, this is absolutely value for money. It's better than going to the movies, by the way, because that's an hour and you go home. Here we got nearly 6 hours or 8 hours where we're having more fun. So it's an absolute adrenaline rush. The bikers putting on an absolute show here for the crowds. We don't have a very large crowd here today. Why? I don't know. I don't know if it's the weather, if they think it's going to rain or something. I don't think it'll rain. Maybe tonight if you're lucky. Because if I look at the cloud cover, it's just way too high. We're not going to have it. There's no real wind about or anything. So I think the day will stay temperate like it is today. And we'll have lots of exciting racing. And conditions are perfect.
Yeah, I agree with you, Francois. I mean, they are perfect weather for the bikes and for the riders and drivers. I mean, it's going to cool down now. You're not going to be as hot. The car's not going to overheat. You don't have to worry about the engine and the rest of the vehicle getting too hot. So it's actually really nice, cool conditions for these bikes and cars to run at their maximum, which I'm sure is what we're seeing now. So we're going to be seeing these bikes and cars putting in their best lap times now as we move to the BATTEC STC 650 and Supersport 300 class.
Yeah, the Super Twin Cup 650 and the Supersport 300 class also very exciting. Out there will be the likes of Jamie Hall, Matthew Van Niekerk, Keegan Wasserfall, Braden Hutchins, Andre Symes. Abdul Esak is out there. And I see Abdul at main circuit now. He progressed also from the short circuit like most of the other guys did. Stavro Michel's out there. Michael Ryforth. And he moved out from the Breakfast Club. He's been around for a while. Bones, Adrian Solomon, he's on the 400 Kawasaki. Raymond Alexander has been around longer than I care to remember. And the lady in the race, Abigail Bosson. See, she's not going to upset the apple cart. Reinhard Bennett's out there on a 650. Pity Hill's on a 650. Almay Mostert's on a 650. Mario Ferreira is down on a 300. Mario Ferreira also rides that big BMW in the classics, the boxer motor, the 1000. And then we got young Max Munton out there on a 300. And in the one of the oldest campaigners in short circuit and single cylinder racing, Mitch Robinson, brings up the rest of the field.
Yeah? Not a bad race at all.
What's your preference?
Well, I do motor cars mainly, but I'm not yet really commentator as fast.
I'm not asking, I'm just trying to find a regulatory interest behind the racing.
I would say more in the motor cars. I was quite surprised when kids said to come along and Johnny Fanny Kick, you knew him.
That last race was about the best in terms of getting it. Although we only followed second and fourth and fifth for a period of time. Everything else was spread out. But the footage of them was very good.
Is it better?
Yes, definitely.
As long as it's better.
Can you do this one?
Yeah, Jordan just went to the bathroom, so it's cool. Okay, yeah, sure.
Do it, man. It's a change. Not like you don't know what's going on.
No. What is going on?
I don't know myself. Right, so the Battery Tech Super Twin Cup 650 and the Supersport 300s take to the track for heat number 1 in their class. 2 classes in 1 year. And they work their way around the circuit, getting some heat in the tires. And then they'll come out to the start-finish line and we get their race underway. It's going to be a 9-lapper. Strange number. Usually it's 8 or 10, 9. Maybe we've got enough time to put in another lap there. So they start rolling up into turn number 5. They work their way out. They'll come up towards the line. They've had their warm-up lap. And then we'll get their race underway. I reckon it's going to be a crackerjack race between the likes of Jamie Hall and Matty Van Niekerk. I think that's where it's going to be. Keegan Wasserfall is also no slouch whatsoever.
Yeah, this is going to be a fantastic little series. I see a hand up there.
No, that's just Raymond showing he's coming to the line.
You know Raymond, a little bit of shenanigans this morning.
No, he's playing it by the book. He's old-fashioned.
Yeah. But I think this is going to be great. A nice new controlled tyre, as I learned this morning. From BATTEC, their title sponsor. Still a lot of riders getting into the grips. Some people only getting 2, 3, 4 laps in yesterday in practice on these new tyres, and under these semi-greasy conditions this morning, I think it's going to make things very interesting.
Yeah, well, look, when you get onto a new tyre, I mean, I've ridden a lot of bikes and that, and you go from a Dunlop to a Michelin to a Metzler to a Pirelli. Each tyre reacts differently, and you've got to get used to it. I remember putting on my road bike a set of Pirellis, and Pirelli's got this thing. It's very sticky, but it's almost like you feel the bike's going to leave you and it bites. It's got that. I'm talking about the old tyres now, but so I don't know what the experience is on the BATTEC. What are they going to experience now? So let's have a look. See, it might just make for some interesting racing once again.
Yeah, I'm sure about that, and I'm sure we'll get a couple of thoughts later on after this race from some of the riders. But for now, it looks like everyone's getting comfortable in both the 650 and the 300 class. 2 ladies races in this one. We know of Elle Mostert and Abigail Besson. I'm sure they're going to want to prove to the gentlemen and the boys that they are forces to be reckoned with.
Right, so they're lining up now. They're going to wait for that 5-second pedal. John Green holds it all in his arm. He's going to flip that pedal pretty shortly. Waits for it. Pedal up. 5 seconds to go. Lights will come on. On they go. Off they go and away we go. Down towards turn number 1. Jamie Hall and Maddie Vanika go. Crackerjack starts. Jamie Hall leads down. And it looks like Braden Hutchins is up there with him into 3rd place. But Jamie Hall, like a rabbit out of a hutch, just absolutely blew into turn number 1. But keep an eye there on Matty van Niekerk. He's in that multicolored machine that sits up there in 2nd place. Matthew van Niekerk, here comes Jamie Hall. Matty van Niekerk's there with him. And I think there's Braden Hutchins. Simon's in through there as well. So they're working their way now out of Castrol Corner. Down through the kink they go. They're going to work their way down towards Interceptor Corner. The whole gaggle of bikes getting through there. Guys trying to find their lines. Jamie Hall leads out a little bit. Mustn't get too comfortable. He's got Matty van Niekerk for good company. They're good buddies, but out on the track, the knives are out as they work their way up the Tygerberg Straight to Sorrel Sweep.
We see this top 3 now coming through Sorrel Sweep onto the back main. They're pulling their top 3 ahead of the rest of the field. Everyone's bunched up fairly close to each other for the rest. But now coming into turn 5, we see that 65 of Jamie Hall a little bit ahead of the 92, that colourful rainbow-looking bike of Matt van Niekerk, followed by Keegan Wasserval. And I believe that straight from the get-go, Matt van Niekerk's going to try and get on the tail of Jamie Hall to see if he can lead into turn 1 on this very first lap.
Right, so down they go up over the line there now. Cross the line, and it's Braden Hutchins who's got ahead there of Keegan. He's up in 3rd now. And I think Keegan's moving down the line as they come up to turn number 1. Guys coming through there now. Raymond Alexander, the likes there of Peter Hill, Max Munton, and Abigail Boston as we go back up into turn number 2. Here's your leader, Jamie Hall, Matty van Niekerk. Up behind him is Braden Hutchins from HSC Racing. Braden taking a bit of a wide line, losing touch there with Matty van Niekerk as they exit. Then we go down into Interceptor Corner. Here they come through the kink. Hang a left, and then you've got to hang a hard right. It sort of dives in on you, and you come out of the corner, it closes up on you. But you see how tight they will hang, and they still get forced wide up onto the outside of the circuit because it spits you out into Sorrel Sweep. There's your front 3 coming through as your 4th plan main there. It's have a look, see who comes through there. It's going to be Stavro Michel. Stavro, who's he was a 650 champion last year. Not on the number 1 plate, he likes his normal number. He works his way through as they all make their way down into towards turn number 5. Front 3 down into 5. Still, it's Jamie Hall leading out over Matty van Niekerk. Braden Hutchins is there. Braden, like I said, made a mistake in 2 earlier. He lost touch with Matty van Niekerk. He's got a bit of work to do if he wants to catch him. And Matty obviously trying to catch Jamie. But I can tell you something. Jamie's got a smile on his face from ear to ear. He's having such fun out there.
Yeah, I'm sure. He did a race before this in another bike class. I'm sure he's going to get all the action today. Now coming across the line, it's Stavro Michel. Andre Sims has moved up. So is Keegan Wasserval. Now this group of 4 coming into turn 1 will definitely try and make some moves to get past each other. This is battling for 4th place. Now as the leaders exit turn 2, and this group now enters turn 2 Castrol Corner.
Right, Interceptor Corner. Here's Jamie Hall leading out as he goes ahead there of Matty van Niekerk. He's got Braden Hutchins hanging in for good measure. Braden looks like he's creeping a bit closer. Goes a little bit wide there as Matty gets a good exit coming out of turn number 3 up towards turn number 4. They work their way through. Wait for the rest of the field as they come through. That's going to be Keegan Wasserval, who's now ahead of them. Then it's going to be Andre Symes, Abdul Isak, and Stavro Michel. Up behind him was Adrian Solomon. Solomon leading out the 300 class here, I'm not mistaken.
Yes, he was last year's 300 champion, so I'm sure he's got some people on his back that are wanting to try and beat him this season, but he seems to be in a little bit of a realm of his own, leading Mr. Raymond Alexander as they come to turn 5, but now moving back to the front. I'll hand it to you.
Right, so at the front there, Jamie Hall, Matty van Niekerk, Braden Hutchins, and Keegan Wasserval has got to come into it. Keegan's pulled away, and they come up towards us now, towards the line. There goes Jamie Hall, Matty van Niekerk, and there's a slow marker coming through there. And that was the 24 bike that went through. That's Stavro Michel.
I see we're disconnecting a little bit.
Yeah, we've got a bit of gremlins, electronic gremlins here today.
To move back to the action, moving back to the front, I believe that's still Jamie Hall leading out that number 92 bike, Matt van Niekerk, as they enter Sarl Sweep. The gap is now 1.5 seconds to Matt van Niekerk. And from Matt van Niekerk to Braden Hutchings, it's only about 6/10. So I think Braden's going to try and see what he can do to make his way up to the tail end of Matt van Niekerk and try and get past him for second place.
That breeze we had early on has dissipated. So now they've got no excuse. Now it's just pure rideability. So they work their way now into turn 5. Jamie Hall still leading out. Jamie's looking very comfortable. He's not phased by anybody. Braden is trying to reel in Matty van Niekerk. He's doing a good job. Braden is right there from the HSC racing team, chasing now Matty van Niekerk. But they come over the line. There goes Jamie Hall. There's Matty van Niekerk and Braden Hutchins doing a bit of a slipstream now as we wait for the rest of the field to come through. Keegan Wasserval will be the next man up. He'll cross the line, followed by Andres Symes, Abdul Esak and Stavro Michel, with the leader of the 800s, Adrian Solomon, working his way through.
Yeah, I think this group of 4 now is going to be action-packed, but moving back to the front. Jamie Hall still having a demanding lead through Castro Corner, but it seems that Braden Hutchings is very, very slowly creeping up to the back of Matt van Niekerk as they enter Interceptor Corner. And I think by the end of this race, with only 4 laps to go, or 5 laps to go, sorry, he's going to try and make a move on Matt van Niekerk to get that second position from him.
Well, Jamie Hall going into turn 4, working his way out of turn 4 down the back straight. Jamie Hall leading out there. Matthew van Niekerk about 1.5 seconds behind him, and Braden Hutchings about 0.3 of a second there off Matty van Niekerk as they go down towards Pertamina Fostron Corner. Braden Hutchings is closing up on Matty van Niekerk. Is he going to be late on the brakes and give him a little bit of an uphill there as they dive into 5? That sounded poetic. But no, Braden a little bit late on the brakes, forces himself a bit wide. And once again, just loses that grip on Matthew van Niekerk. He's got the tools, but he just can't get there as the rest of the bikes come into turn 5. It's the likes of Symes, Esak and Michel coming into turn number 5.
I know we're leaving out the 300 class a little bit, but just to say, as we watch that group leave turn 5, we got Adrian Solomon on that number 4 bike. He's leading his own race by a considerable 10 seconds. Adrian Solomon having quite a nice race on his own, followed by Raymond Alexander a couple seconds behind. Abigail Bosson also in a race of her own, quite a distance back from Alexander.
Here comes Adrian Solomon into turn 1 on screen for the viewers at home. There's Adrian Solomon leading out the 300 class. He's on the Kawasaki Z400 as he makes his way through. And the electronic gremlins are really giving us an uphill today. There's the rest of the field coming through. Ryforth, Alexander, Peter Hill, Burnett and Bosson all coming through there as they make their way now down towards turn number 1. We're going to try and pick up the leaders again as we keep a beady eye out. I think they're making their way into turn number 5. We're watching the 300s on screen here for the viewers at home. That's the Brat Pack, all the youngsters on the 3 and the 400s working their way through. Down into 5, coming out of 5 now should be our leaders, Jamie Hall. And coming up towards us, is it? Yep, indeed it is. But have a look at Hutchings. Now he's on the back end of Jamie Hall. We have got 3 laps to go. And Hutchings looks up on the inside of Matty van Niekerk. And bang, Braden slots it in and takes second away from Matty van Niekerk. Braden Hutchins, actually with years of experience, a man who's not really a biker by nature, took to bikes and he took like a duck to water as they make their way up towards turn number 2. Jamie Hall doing a sterling job of leading out, but Braden Hutchins sort of chipped away at the block there, Jordan.
No, absolutely. He's been waiting quite a few laps. I mean, we've only got 3 laps to go for Matty van Niekerk to make another move to take that position back from Braden Hutchings. But as you said, that HSC Hutchings Service Centre crew really knows their way around this circuit. But now we come into into Sorrel Sweep turn 4 and onto the back main with Jamie Hall still 1.5 seconds ahead, so he's quite comfortable. I'm sure he's not looking over his shoulders because he's not stressed at all as these this top 3 of Matt van Niekerk and Braden Hutchings are fighting for their second place, so he's got nothing to worry about.
Well, I can tell you something for nothing. This is absolutely the best I've seen Braden ride in a long time. I know he can ride. I've watched him over many years. But Braden really giving that KTM a good, or the 650, a good stonking there as he comes out. And Matthew van Niekerk has got no retort. He cannot come back at him. And Braden is being very clever, running middle of the track. He might be able to draft, but now Matthew doesn't know. They'll go outside or inside, and then suddenly Braden sweeps back to the outside. There you see him go back to the outside, and he'll cut across and try and tighten up the line, not affording Matthew any inside space, and holds his line and keeps Matthew behind him as they make their way up the wheel. You bear straight up towards Castrol Corner.
Yeah, Francois, Matty van Niekerk is very quick, previously being on a superbike several years ago for the last few years. But I can see that he is definitely trying to get as close in the draft of Braden Hutchins as he can to try and make that move. We've only got a lap and a half to go for the leader, Jamie Hall, as he exits Interceptor Corner coming towards Sorrel Sweep. But now as we come through Sorrel Sweep, Matt van Niekerk is getting closer, and I'm sure he can hear the sound of Braden Hutchins' bike ahead of him, so that he... coming out of 5, he's going to sit in the slipstream and hopefully try and make a move into 5.
I was going to say first prize for Matty van Niekerk is to get a slipstream, but he's not close enough to Braden. Can he have a look? He has a look. But just not there. I think Braden is the upper hand. Braden has the upper hand on Matthew, but Matthew's close. He's close. And last lap.
This is definitely coming down to nail-biting stuff for this top 3. As we see now coming across the line, Braden Hutchins still ahead of Matt van Niekerk, but Matt van Niekerk is closing, and I think he's going to try and take the inside. Nope, he backs off. Maybe a little bit of an over-realistic move that he thought that might end up badly for both of them, but he'll hang around the outside behind Braden Hutchins coming on to the straight, and he'll try and carry as much speed as he can to try and dive up the inside, but nope, again, he just pulls out, because I don't think that he is ready to jump in there quite yet.
You see, Braden's being very clever. He's covering his line. So if Matty wants to do anything, he's got to do it around the outside or try and dummy him so he draws him out. He can take him on the inside. Braden's a wily old contender. He comes with the shirt circuit. He's used to all this. As they make their way now up out of Interceptor Corner up there. There's a slow mark ahead of them. There's Jamie Hall. And there's Braden Hutchins and Matty van Niekerk behind him. Now, I can tell you something. This is going to go down to the wire. Watch down in turn 5.
I mean, we've only got a back straight and a little bit to go. As now we see the draft pulling in. It looks like they're catching Jamie Hall, actually.
No, Jamie's head. It's a slow marker. Sorry,
it's a back marker. Also on a black bike. Jamie Hall now coming through turn 5 to make his way to the finish line. But I believe that's now Braden Hutchins and Matt van Niekerk coming past.
There goes Jamie.
Matt using that little bit of the slowdown from the back mark to try and get a little bit of pace as they come to the line. I believe that is Jamie Hall. But at the line,
it's Braden who takes second place. But look at the gap.
Oh, that was...
Look at the gap.
Incredible.
It was like about 200ths or 100th of a second.
100th of a second. That is not even a hair, or that's quite a bit of a hair distance between them. But as we watch now 4th, 5th, and 6th place come across the line, coming out of turn 5. We've got Keegan Wasserfall now crossing the line ahead of Abdul Isaac. Then Andre Sims comes through, waiting for Stavro Michel on that 24 bike.
What she's doing here is a great addition.
There you go, he comes across the line now. And now we get to watch Adrian Solomon, Bones, Sticks, whatever you call him, cross the line first place in that 300 class on that Kawasaki 400 of his. Now we wait for Mike Rayforth to come through. Not a great race for him, but I'm sure he was pushing his hardest. Now coming up, and Raymond Alexander will just pop out Peter Hill, even though they're on 2 different classes. There was still a fight to the line there. Abigail Bosson now 3rd in her class. Reinhard Bernhardt coming through as we wait for Mitch Robertson, Max Munton finishing. I'm sure he'll be a little bit upset after yesterday. He had a bit of a problem with his bike, but they managed to get it fixed for today as Al Mostert crosses the line. Now we just wait. Actually, no, I believe Mario Ferreira has crossed the line as well.
Well, Jordan, I don't think any of the bike races have not been exciting.
I can very much agree with you there, Francois. It's action-packed, and I mean these guys really, or these guys and girls, sorry, know how to throw down.
No, they do. They let it hang out on the circuit, and most of the time when you meet these people, they seem so unbecoming, and when they're out in the circuit, they really bring it to the fore. Lovely racing there to the viewers at home and to our folks around the circuit. We hope you're having a wonderful day. We've still got a few more races before the luncheon interval, so stick around with us and enjoy the rest of the viewing.
No, that was brilliant stuff, as we now have the GTI Challenge sponsored by, I believe their new sponsor, their new title sponsor, API, are coming on board, going all blue for their series. And I think that this is going to be action-packed, so I will be handing over to my co-commentators.
Right, folks, it is time for the API GTI Challenge, and got a little bit of information here that was forwarded to me by the chairman of GTI Challenge, Zaki Hendricks, on API Property Group, an industrial property specialist since 1984. API Property Group has a national footprint with 140 property brokers in all major metros, being the largest industrial and commercial property specialist in SA. API Property Group specializes in leasing and sales of all industrial and commercial property. Besides sponsoring the challenge, they also have their own 4-car team within the challenge. API has set up a customer contact stands with the pit lane. Alternatively, visit their website at apiproperty.co.za for all industrial and commercial property requirements. That's a bit on the new sponsor for GTI Challenge. And then Challenge, of course, other than just API Property, they've got a lot of other sponsors on board as well. ContraSigns, Dunlop, G&A Promotions, NDT, R&E Digital Marketing, Raceface, MTK, SnapChange, TBGA. They're all in there. Alpine Auto, Hydrocore, Authentic Auto, Spice Mecca, and of course Zaki Hendricks of Wheelworks. And then API is the main sponsor for GTI Challenge for 2024.
Oh, and they were all itching to get out there, Frankie. I saw some looking on screen now at that pre-race paddock as they all filter onto the circuit. Magnificent stuff.
Right, so we are going to go racing for the very first time in 2024. It is API Property Group GTI Challenge. 31 cars entered. I know Zaki had issues during qualifying this morning. He had a fuel line go on him, but the Wheelworks car is out there making its way towards turn number 2. We should see Faisal Jacobs in as well, and that would be in the ex-Jano van der Westhuizen Class A car, and the adjustments were made to that car to make it Class B legit. So lots and lots and lots of GTI Challenge cars out there. There's a lot of newcomers. Ross Schroeder is the man from API Property Group, and he's out there in Golf Mark 1, number 16, in a Class C. There are a couple of API Property Group Golfs out there on the circuit. Justin Hubert, the younger brother of Dylan, makes his debut in the Powder Coating World Mark 1 Golf in Class C, so we welcome him to GTI Challenge. And then, hopefully, this young lady is out there, Liska van Rooyen. She will be making her challenge in Class C. She's done a little bit of all-tar racing when we do the local rally cross. She's gone out about on 2 or 3 occasions there.
I'll ask you again.
So it's going to be interesting. It's going to be hard. It's going to be rough. It's going to be tough. It was never meant to be easy. And these guys and young lady, if Liska is there in the 3-0 car, she will be joining the boys out there and it's going to be pretty tough. A return for Dario Busi, the 2020 Volkswagen Polo Cup champion. He is back out there again racing after being away for a couple of years, and he makes his return in a Golf 1 in Class C. Gaza, here we go as the cars roll up towards the start line.
This is going to be something else, and it's great to see that GTI Challenge is in fact as strong as what it is for the 2024 season. Probably the strongest numbers we've seen for a long time. Umpi Swart and Marco Busi, well, they're going to rekindle the competition between the two of them, but it's not so much just Marco Busi and Umpi Swart. Nathan Victor has come to the game, as well as Clinton Bezuidenhout, no doubt about it. And then you can't count out the number 10 GNA Motorsport car as well, because that young man has done an immense improvement from where he was to where he is now. And he's not the son of a previous champion. He is a Skull Geldernace. Jean-Andre Marais in there as well, man from National Polo Cup. It's going to be brilliant to watch that one. It's Van Eden from Hendricks, John Henry Vaughan back out on circuit again, Mario Roux from Sundenberg in that Class B section, and then the second of the Van Edens. From the second of the Busis, from Leiden, Muna and Joubert are the front five from 20 down to 24 in the Class C battle. As you can see on camera, there is gaps, and those gaps is the Class A will come off the line. There will be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 seconds. Then they will go off the line with the Class Bs, and then they have the same scenario with the Class Cs, where it will come off the line in a group. So with a bit of luck, you're going to be able to watch each battle in its entirety as they come off the line. The 5-second board is just about to be brought up. We're waiting on the front end of the start-finish line. Swart, Busi, Victor, Bezuidenhout, Geldernace. That is going to be brilliant going down into turn number 1. Just waiting for the Class B cars to get sorted out. Van Eden and Hendricks, John Henry Vaughan. Lovely to have John Henry Vaughan back in there. Mario Roux, man, has been a stalwart of Class B for so long. Remember, Zaki Hendricks, ex-class champion and one of the sponsors of the class out there as well, with Sundenberg, that is also getting better and better every time that they are out on circuit. Still waiting for the 5-second board to come. All the Class B cars are where it's supposed to be. That's the 5-second board. All right, here we go. Frankie Yinnis and Gary Fleming, Mike side. It's Umpi Swart off the line. Head of Marco Busi. Nathan Victor does well, but it's Clinton Bezuidenhout that has a look on the outside. Nathan Victor tries to close him off by Bezuidenhout. Having a look around the outside. Class B comes off the line.
That's a Ryan Van Eden that gets a lovely start off the line with Zaki Hendricks in that second place. Then right on his case there we've got John Henry Vaughan, Mohammed Kalfi, and the rest of the boys are having a look out there. And Kyle Fisser's in that lot as well. The Class C cars get launched off the line as they make their way into turn number 1, and Dylan Van Eden will be in that fight as well. The API property guys are sitting there, as well as the Class C cars work their way towards turn 2. Meantime, Gaza, the Class A cars are heading up the hill towards turn 4 saddle sweep.
Battle Royal Class A, everything you hoped for, wished for, and more. Through saddle sweep they go, out into the back main. The Class A guys, Umpi Swart all over the top of the curbstone. That was very, very close. Nathan Victor's right in there, Clinton Bezuidenhout. It's Geldernace that's in there as well. Those Class A guys going down to turn number 1. Here comes Class B. Zaki Hendricks still in that second position.
Ryan Van Eden still sits out there in P1. Then it is Zaki Hendricks as they work their way down into turn number 5. They're going to have a go. Mario Roux having a squeeze up on the inside of John Henry Vaughan, but John Henry Vaughan covers that line with Mario Roux right on his case. Gaza, back to Class A. I'll pick up the Class C cars.
Oh, Class A, it's so tight up front. Marco Busi all over the back end of Umpi Swart as the Class B guys come down towards turn number 1, but let's follow that Class A towards turn number 2. It's Bezuidenhout in that 4th position. He has not been able able to get any further forward than there. And Murray is starting to put the pressure on now. Oh, completely sideways as he goes through two. It's Salumpi Swart that leads out. The Class B is on their way up the Joubert straight towards turn 2.
Well, the Class C cars are going into turn number 1, and it's a hell of a fight between Van Eerden and Boosie as they exit turn number 1. It is Dylan van Eerden. It is Dario Boosie. They're sitting first and second as they work their way into turn number 2, Castro Corner. Boosie's right up on the, well, he's in the lead as they come out of Castro Corner. He's got Van Eerden right on his case as they make their way around. And then Daniel Muna sits there in a distant third place, but they are nose to tail, those two Class C leaders, as they exit 3 Interceptor.
What a titanic struggle down into 5. It's Umpi Swart that we're accustomed to seeing at the front end of the pack, but he does not have it all his own way. Boosie's right in there. And remember, I said it's not a two-way battle, it's a three-way battle as they come up the front main down towards turn number 1. Let's hope that the producers will show what we're actually talking about as they go down into turn number 1. It is still Deja Vu Swart that leads them out, but here comes the Class B battle underneath the City of Cape Town Bridge.
Yeah, that's a pretty decent one as they race towards turn number 1. The Class B cars are heading towards turn number 1, and it is still Van Eerden that sits out there in P1. He's now getting away from Zaki Hendricks. That's in that second place. Mario Roux has in turn got his nose ahead there of John Henry Vaughan for P3 and 4. And then right on his case there is Donnie Sandenberg and Mohammed Kalfi. They are right in there as they exit Castro Corner.
Well, that Class C battle is awesome. Massive pile up as we go into turn number 1. That's the Class C, guys. I see Daniel Muno went through there. Let's hope that the cameras can pick that up. But the leaders are on their way down the back main. And now it is Umpi Swart that has broken away just a little. He's got a small piece of ground between himself and Marco Boosie. Nathan Victor, the third man in the shot there. And he is going to be the difficult part for Boosie / Swart this season because he is doing an immense job in the opening race of GTI Challenge 2024.
So got confirmation it was Reza Levy that left the track there in turn number 1, and then Brett van der Schyff also had problems out there coming out of turn 3 Interceptor. So one Class C car and the other one was a Class B car that was in trouble. One in turn 1, the other one at the exit of turn 3 Interceptor.
Coming down the front main now is the Class B leader. It's Van Eerden from Hendricks, from John Henry Vaughan, Mario Roux, Sanderberg. Then only do we see Kalfay, the next man coming through there in Class B. Frankie, here comes the Class C battle underneath us.
Yeah, that Class C battle is still one-on-one between Van Eerden as the yellow flags are out, so there's no overtaking. Dylan Van Eerden darting and diving around. He wants to get his nose ahead of Boosie as they pick them up coming out of turn number 1. Boosie and Van Eerden, they are still nose to tail. They've got a slower car ahead of them, and now Boosie dives around him on the outside, and Dylan Van Eerden does so as well as they work their way out of turn 2.
Going down into 5, it's still Umpi Swart that leads out from Marco Boosie, but there's one hell of a battle going on behind that. Remember Nathan Victor, the success story of the last season, towards the end of the season, is now in play and is still ahead of Bezuidenhout. Bezuidenhout stays ahead of Skalk Geldenhuys, Dylan Joubert, and then Jean-Andre Marais with Ian Cup. That is the last of the Class A cars. Now coming out of turn 5, we go to Class B. Coming out of turn 5, and that is going to be Thompson. Is it going to be Thompson? Yes, it is. Thompson still leads out. That ahead of, I think it should be Zaki Hendricks. That should be showing on our screen. Is it? It is Thompson. No, it is Van Eerden that has gone through. So Kalpay, then Hendricks, then Roux in Class B.
Well, I'll go back to Class A. That's working their way into turn 3, into Interceptor Corner. They've got a slow Class C Golf that's just keeping right out the way as they work their way up the Tygerberg Straight towards Saddle Sweep, the double right-hander. That Class C Golf just keeping way to its left and allowing the Class A cars through. Down the back straight they go as they work their way down the back main. It is Umpi Swart that is sitting in P1 with them. Boosie, that's Marco Boosie right on his case as they work their way out of turn number 5 out of Pertamina Fostron. And yeah, Gaza, they're making their way back towards us.
Well, I tell you what, this Class A battle's now starting to thin out into 2 groups of 3, and it's Bezuidenhout that's trying to protect the 4th position, not even battle for that 3rd position. So Bezuidenhout is not having it all his own way. Killarney, Joubert and Marais that's on him. Umpiswart still leading out. Boosie in 2nd, Victor in 3rd. That's how they pulled off the line. That's how they are right now. Frankie, Class B will be the next group coming up underneath the City of Cape Town and Castrol Motors, Castrol, South Africa bridge.
Yeah, and it is Ryan van Heerden that will lead this one with Zaki Hendricks in that 2nd place. John Henry Vaughan is right in that fight as well as they work their way into turn number 1. So right there behind John Henry Vaughan, we've got Daniel Sunderberg, Dani Roo, Mohammed Kalfei, all of them working their way out of turn number 1. But Zaki Hendricks has dropped a little bit down. I see them all going. No, I lie. I talk lies. Zaki still sits in 2nd place as they work through the kink into Interceptor corner.
Frankie, he did show 4th or 5th in class last time they came past. I think that his receptor unit on the transponder, that's the word we're looking for. This Frankie's word of the day, transponder. I don't think it picked up. It was corrected by the timekeepers, so that one is sorted. Oh my God, a lot of dust in 5. Somebody in Class A has gone off in a turn number 5.
Ooh, Yuri Swart's going very slow. Umpi in the Bullion IT car is going very, very slow under the City of Cape Town bridge. We'll just get confirmation if it is Umpi Swart. It is indeed the Bullion IT car that picked up trouble. It makes its way into turn number 1, but it's now halfway into the Class B field. So massive problems there for the man that led, namely Umpi Swart, as he has now dropped way behind.
Well, the Boosie van Eden, Muno Fontini battle has now got Volskenk and Van Escape in between the two of them. That battle that we had with Boosie and Victor, they were fighting it out behind Umpi Swart. Umpi now completely out of it, and he finds himself at the back end of the pack. So the front two, Boosie and Victor, have broken away. Bezuidenhout does not have an answer for them. He is not on the same pace as what they are. In fact, he's got Dylan Joubert having one of his best races for a long time, and then Marais and Cup in behind it as they work their way down the back main for the 2nd last time, as there's still one more lap to go after this.
But making its way through the kink now towards Interceptor corner. There's a fight that's about for 3, 4, 5 and 6 in Class B, heading into Interceptor.
Another car that's gone off, sorry Frankie, in turn 5, and I think it in fact is Bezuidenhout that's gone completely wide in 5. Big cloud of dust there as the leaders come towards us. It's now Marco Boosie with Nathan Victor that's broken completely away from everybody and anything else.
Right, the fight that I was talking about is going down the back main. It is John Henry Vaughan right on his case. Is Mario Roo. It's a hell of a fight. There's about 4 of them that is nose to tail racing down into a turn number 5, Fostron corner. Mohammed Kalfi is in that fight as well. It is a huge fight as they make their way out of turn 5.
Well, we hear that Quinton Bezuidenhout has got a lot of damage on his car, and we saw Umpi Swart going slow as well. So in their absence, Boosie and Victor are doing what they would have loved to do all of last season, is actually lead it out. So in the absence of Bezuidenhout, who was in 4th all the time on the last lap as they come out of Sorrel sweep and work their way down the back main, it's going to be all about Boosie and Victor, and then the next man coming through behind that is in fact Dylan Joubert.
Well, this is the last lap as the leaders head into turn number 5 into Fostron corner for the final time to meet and greet the checkered flag heading towards us. And you're not going to beat Marco Boosie, that's for sure. Marco Boosie comes home in P1. He finishes 1st. Nathan Victor crosses the line behind him in 2nd position. Then it is Dylan Joubert in P3. Jean-Ray Marais crosses the line. Behind him is Ian Cup, and that is that first few cars in Class A.
Yeah, and as we said, Bezuidenhout lost out there pretty heavily. Jean de Maria coming through in 4th, Ian Cup in 5th, Skull Geldnets in 6th, Clinton Bezuidenhout comes across the line. At the back end is, in fact, Umpi Swart, but here comes Class B.
Yeah, and that is going to be a runaway victory for Ryan van Eeden. Zaki Hendricks will finish right on his case in 2nd. But here we go, John Henry Vaughan. Will he hold on to that following position? I don't think he's going to. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. It is Sandenberg that gets to the flag ahead of Vaughan, followed there by Tahir Kalfi, and only then do we see Mario Roux.
Now, Dario Busi and Dylan van Eeden that come across the line. They're the last two, well, the first two of Class C, in fact, that comes across the line. Recovering Brent van der Skyf. Daniel Mooner will come up 3rd in Class C, and that just ahead of Mark Fontini, and I say just because it's purely a 10th of a second between the two of them as they came across the line.
Yeah, .191 between Daniel Mooner and Mark Fontini. Well, that was the opening race in the API Properties Group GTI Challenge, and there's going to be a lot more action out there. Pity though for Umpi Swart. He had trouble in turn 5. He had issues out there in Fostron. Lost the circuit, finished his race, but he finished that race right at the back of Class A. Did Yuri Umpi Swart of Bullion IT Racing. And, well, it's not going to be at the back of Class A for race 2, that I can promise you. He was the initial leader of that class and then picked up problems. But you're not going to stop Marco Busi when he's in that form, that's for sure. He's the man that won it. Nathan Victor, the young man that did Polar Cup last year, ended in the top 5. And he was also in there in that 2nd position across the line. Followed by Dylan Jabert. Well done to Dylan Jabert of... in Class A, Dylan Jabert in the powder coating world car, and he finished there in 3rd in Class A. Did Dylan Jabert. Yeah, it is the powder coating and a track steel sponsored polo of Dylan Jabert. But well done there. Ryan van Eeden winning Class B, and hot on his heels there was a man from Willworks himself, namely Zaki Hendricks. And then some great action out there in Class C between Dylan van Eeden and, of course, Dario Busi.
Well, the voices you heard there, of course, were none other than Frankie Hennis and Gary Fleming. And, well, we have a bit of clean-up first before we get to the first of 2 Formula Libre races today. And it's lovely on the screen over here that we can see the pre-race paddock. And that is the number 44, Judrich Heisamen, who, of course, Francois has told me is one of the newcomers.
Yeah, he's Chile Racing. He's son of Johan Heisamen. And they've also done a bit of short-circuit racing as well. And down to the circuit. He'll be joined by another newcomer, young Joshua Smith from SNS Racing, the Smith family.
Just looking back at Heisamen there, Francois, you said Chile Racing, but I see Rico Barlow involved there as well.
No, Rico Barlow's been coaching him. He's had Rico and the likes of Jesse and the boys in there, giving a little bit of insight. And Judrich, a very down-to-earth young man. He's really a really down-to-earth young man, a very unbecoming sort of gentleman. Afrikaans from Malmesbury. And he loves his racing. He's passionate about it. Might not have the financial means to go to the top level or whatever the case may be, but very passionate. Him and his dad, strong family bond. I've known them. I've actually been out to their place in Malmesbury and that. But they love their racing, and it's nice. I like we spoke this morning on the earlier program. Racing should always be a family affair.
And you've got to start somewhere as well, Francois. Sometimes you start with very little. You can climb up the ladder, and next thing you know, you're doing nationals. And look at guys like Damien White as well, doing international racing. We all know, though, that single-seaters are heavy on the pocket.
Yeah, look, they run those VW and the Ford, the little Ecotec motors and that. But when they break, it's expensive. And it's not a normal car that you get off the floor. It's a hand-built car. and it's got all these little various parts. I don't say the downside, but I call it the downside of their is the wheels are exposed, and when you break something here, a lot breaks, you know, and it's got to be remachined and rebuilt and all that, and that's where it starts hurting the pocket. But racing is about the pocket, unfortunately. It's a sport. It's like playing golf. You can buy a driver for 25,000 rand for a stick. Hello? But we go and spend 25,000 rand and we rebuild the motor. So it's much the same thing. You know what I'm saying? So it just makes for whatever your passion is, where does it belie? That's what you go for.
We're looking for the numbers, of course, though, for the Formula Libre class. They would love to bump them up as the year goes on. I see Zaina Munson is ready and waiting at the end of the Joubert pits in that orange Formula V Lantis, the Alpha Precision car, and he'll be one of the top challengers in the Class V or Formula V section of the group. That's the biggest section as far as things are concerned. The other two classes, Class S and Class C, have 2 entries each, and we start with DJ Boyson in that VW Reynard.
Oh, and we got the very avid carter Storm Lanphier, who rides Senior Max and DD2s. He's out there as well, also in the RDSA Formula 1600. So it's going to be exciting. I see he posted the quickest time of the day, a 1:14. Now that, Byron, in my terms, is damn fast, to say the least.
Well, it's 0.4 of a second faster than DJ Boyson, what he managed in qualifying. Zaina Munson will be third, with Kelly Fletcher starting alongside him, and between them was about 21, 26 and a 1:27. So it's quite a bit of time over there, but it will close up during the race. Donovan Ramsey, Joshua Smith, our newcomer, as you have mentioned, Francois. There were some Facebook pictures as well. Now look at this. Look at the eyes of the driver as you look behind the visor, which has not been closed yet. Storm Lanphier.
Yeah. Storm Lanphier on screen there, getting in. You know, he's not. He's just focusing. He's working everything through his mind now, focusing on the race, and once he gets out there, he'll know. It comes naturally to him. He's been around long enough to know what he has to do out there.
Sponsor is Mantellis, whilst DJ Boyson is Dyco Racing, of course, by Stephen Reed. He's a main man over there in the Burner Factory. Class C, it's good to have Damien White back in the Formula GTI Ray, the Draken Racing car, and Hayden Elwood, who is in that green Formula Swift that looks very much like the Jordan 191 from 1991. It's a homage. Look at this now, looking at the carburetors there and the exhaust.
That's Rico Barlow, and he's talking to Udrich, saying to him, I've done this and this, so take note of that and that.
And you'll see some of them will be on the semi-slick tyre, and some of them will be on the slick tyre. That's, of course, the semi-slick tyre you'll see there for Rico Barlow Racing, and the Udrich Haysamen, beautiful in red.
Having a look at the field there, our lady racer Kelly Fletcher holds fourth on the grid. Should be followed by Donovan Ramsey. Joshua Smith, a new entry, sitting there in P6, ahead of young Ricky Anderson. I spoke to him and his dad this morning. They're out here to have fun. That's her. The old man Cyril Somerville, he's out there having a fun. Udrich Haysamen sits behind him. Then James Beaumont and Hayden Elwood. So, not a big field, but there's a lot of potential for a good race there.
The term I like to use at CHD is a power pack.
Yeah.
You know, because you get maybe 5 entrants in a particular race at CHD, but you have a power pack. Those who stay close together, nose-to-tail racing, there's trading paint, all types of things. You don't want to trade paint in a single-seater, of course, because that can be quite disastrous. But we look at the back end there of the Dyco Racing. DJ Boyson, Class S, starts second on the grid. Storm Lanphier just edging him out by 0.4 of a second. I see slightly a bit of a stiff breeze coming across the circuit there. Francois, a bit of ripples on the flag from the northwest.
Yeah, it's changed. It was northeast this morning. It's now swung around to northwest, which is very different from all directions. Next thing you know, southeast is going to be blowing. You know,
we can expect everything from all directions here in Cape Town.
4 seasons in one day. We've been known for it.
And do we have a little poke of sun coming out as well?
I was going to say, I was seeing that it's getting a bit brighter around me. I thought maybe I've woken up or something.
Well, track temperatures might just rise a bit, get a bit more purchase out there. Of course, the engines love the cooler conditions, but there is a bit of the humidity coming up as well. I am sweating here and there a little bit.
Oh, that's just because you're nervous.
It is because I'm nervous. You're quite right there, Francois. And it's all the seasons, all 55 seasons in one day here in Cape Town. I think it's 55 of them, aren't they? Or
Where do you come from?
northern suburbs. There we go.
That explains it.
We are ready almost to go, Francois. I see the marshals doing a mighty job, as always, and getting the debris and dust and dirt off of the circuit, and they'll give us the all clear shortly to go racing for 10 laps.
You don't want turn one, as you see on screen, to be dirty. You don't want to go in there and grab a handful of brakes and then everything, all hell breaks loose underneath you. So they're just making very sure that the track is in good stead.
Look at this view over here as well. Watch out there with that scooter. You don't want to get in the way of this angry bunch. But yes, everybody will stand clear. There's Storm Lanfear in that blue Formula 1600 machine, the Reynard, I should rather say. And then alongside him, the fellow Reynard of DJ Boyson. So we will be almost ready to go. We'll go off air just for a few moments.
There's a notable omission in this field that just dawned on me. Where's Byron Mitchell? I think he's gone into endurance racing.
I think he might have dedicated himself full-time to the endurance side of things. We will miss him, and we miss all of our races that go over, but we are all very proud of them. And, of course, Dolphin Engineering, Gordon Mitchell runs a very tight shop there. But it's good that we have still Kelly Fletcher there with the Dolphin Racing team, along with the S&S Racing, Joshua Smith, Kirsten Foods, Donovan Ramsey. We'll go over there for a short while, and we'll come back shortly. The Formula V Lantis of Zane Munson makes his way out onto the circuit. Kelly Fletcher will join him, as well as the number 61 car there of Cyril Somerville. Going on their reconnaissance lap. Get all the heat into the tyres, temperatures of the brakes to the right point. And I see that, oh, there we go. We have an engine cover for Hayden Elwood.
Eventually,
yes.
He's had it made for him, which is nice to see.
He's doing what they're doing in Formula One nowadays. They're not painting certain parts of the car to keep it nice and light, of course. If you are watching, of course, the launches and the testing lately, there's a lot of unpainted carbon fiber on Formula One cars nowadays.
Yeah, I think it's a new trend, you know, it's like a fashion, you know, the shoes change shape. Yeah, having a look at that RB21 of the Verstappen, you see little carbon inlays. It's actually quite pretty, to say the least.
Yeah, we just had 3 days of pre-season testing at the Bahrain International Circuit, Sakir. And of course, next week on Saturday is the Grand Prix.
Byron, what's your take on the testing? I thought everyone looked pretty quick. I mean, the Alpines, the Williams, everyone is pretty much on form. They all got new aerodynamics. They all got the same sort of motors. I think it's going to be an interesting season.
I don't look at the times during testing because what happens, you could throw those away now. I like to see the laps being racked up.
Yeah.
And of course sorting out any issues, making sure they're reliable. And I think what happens is we're going to have a good season. 24 races, remember, are scheduled, and that will be a record for Formula One.
Well,
23 last year.
Is that because we're in 2024?
That's a good coincidence. I have to say, 24 is 24, and there used to be a series on TV called 24. It's a good number.
It's a good number, yeah.
Well, there comes Zane Munson into position on the grid. That will be 5th position. And then Kelly Fletcher will pull in a low, well, actually he'll be going to 3rd position. My apologies, the Alpha Precision car. Kelly Fletcher into her rightful position. Here comes Storm Lanphier now, storming his way to pole position.
Look at that beautiful helmet he's got on, Byron. I mean, those colors are just absolutely beautiful. Storm's karting helmet that he's wearing, lovely. DJ Boyson, my neighbor, pulls in there into 2nd position with the Dyco Performance, Dyco Electrical Performance and the Burner factory. And on the number 20 car, that Formula VW, looking very, very nice.
Talking about very nice there, France, with that 83 car there of Joshua Smith. Look at those colors as well.
You can't see it, you see. He doesn't want anyone to see where he is, so he got it camouflaged.
A few issues there with that number 96 or number 95 cars, the Donovan Ramsey. Sorry,
no,
Ricky Anderson.
Ricky Anderson.
Sorry, my apologies. Now the calm before the storm. There are only 11 of them out there in total. I don't see Hayden Elwood. I think that car has a misfire. I heard something of that sort, but we're ready to go racing, Francois, for 10 laps here. Watch the lights now. We have our man with his 5-second board right at the front. These 2 Formula VW Reynards are ready to go racing over here. The revs are rising. 5 seconds to go. Watch those lights. When they all go out, we are racing. And we are now, as a bit now, a wheelspin off the line there for Lanphier. Running it down to turn 1 is going to be the Dyco Racing man. And already there's some issues for Kelly Fletcher's car. Looks like it's pulling off onto the side of the circuit, Francois.
That's very unfortunate for Kelly now as the racers make their way out of turn number 1 up the Hubert Straight. And DJ Boyson, but look at Storm Lanphier. The name speaks for itself. Storm's up the back of DJ Boyson now. So that race is on now. And see the rest of the cars going in there. There is Somerville going through there. But have a look here, going to the Scepter corner. This is going to be a real humding battle here between DJ Boyson and Storm Lanphier. They work their way up towards Sarl Sweep. Lanphier just biding his time behind DJ Boyson. 2 very experienced drivers, to say the least.
My apologies, that was not Kelly Fletcher. That was the number, I think, 96 car, yeah, Ricky Anderson. And Ricky has got going again into turn 2. But down the back straight, though, towards turn 5, we now have our leaders. And coming up right to the back there of DJ Boyson, it is Storm Lanphier as they charge out of turn 5, Pertamina Fastron. Can he get close enough here to launch any sort of a move into turn 1? We'll have to see.
On screen, Donovan Ramsey, Zayna Munson's got Kelly Fletcher right up behind him. Just up behind him is Donovan Ramsey and young Joshua Smith sitting up in P6. Ricky Anderson's a bit further back still. Somerville's in there. Ulrich Haysamen and then James Beaumont.
Well, Kelly Fletcher is on the outside of Zayna Munson now. Zayna Munson will have that inside line, but they are wheel to wheel as they go through onto the Joubert Straight.
Oh, look at Kelly Fletcher, a master move, goes around the outside of him, gets the draw on him, and now holds the inside line, but she mustn't leave the door open. She's got to keep him behind her, and she works her way around. So Zayna Munson has just been shown the ropes by a young lady, the equestrian, as we call her, the racing equestrian. And she makes her way down towards Interceptor Corner. This is going to be another battle to behold as this race goes on.
Yeah, Cyril Somerville in that number 61 car right behind there. But going down towards turn 5 now, it will still be the DJ Boyson versus Storm Lanphier. But Storm Lanphier is much closer this time out. Out of turn 5, he'll run. He'll get into the slipstream then of the car in front of him. DJ Boyson, the man who started in second. Will he be able to launch himself into turn 1? Underneath the bridge they go now. He's going to be not close enough, unfortunately for him, but he'll shadow him right through turn 1 and back onto the Joubert Straight.
Down in turn 5, Zayna Munson gets up and Kelly Fletcher coming out of turn 5. Kelly's not going to lay back and take this lying down, as they say. She's going to come straight back at him as they work their way now under the city of Castlereagh. And look at Kelly, she's drafting him. She must hold on there. She steps out now. She's going to get the drive on him going down towards turn number 1. Kelly's got that outside line, and she's got the gumption to hold that outside line now. Well, Zane, no, he can't. She's next to him. He can't pull a shutout, but he has upper line. He's going to dive across the bow and hold it behind him.
Yeah, watch as they go onto the Joubert Straight now, and it will be Zayna Munson that will lead the Formula V section once again in this race.
Well, Kelly Fletcher trying to pull a switchback on Munson, but Munson holds his line. He covers his lines there, keeps Kelly Fletcher absolutely honest as they work their way down, going down towards turn number 5 again. We're going to pick up our leaders down in turn 5 still. The Dyker Performance leads out the RDSA car now as they work out. Looks like Ricky Anderson has pulled off here on your inside and your left-hand side of the screen as the leaders come up the city of Castrol Bridge. It's going to be DJ Boyson. Storm Lanphier holding his time, biding his time. He's still got 7 laps to go, so he can actually play the waiting game, Byron.
Well, 0.3 of a second between the two of them, France, where they go now through turn 1 onto the Joubert Straight now. Look how close he is. They almost won in when they come towards him. Meanwhile, down towards turn 5, it is still the overall battle for the Formula Vs. On the outside is Kelly Fletcher. On the inside line is Zayna Munson still, but they'll run it now towards the line, and she'll open up towards the outside. She likes to do that at the moment through turn 5 and turn 1. They are side by side. She'll tuck back into the slipstream slightly and then make a move surely down into turn 1 there, Francois.
Yeah, having a look here. Here comes young Joshua Smith. He crosses the line up behind Joshua there. Cyril Somerville and James Beaumont.
Ricky Anderson stranded in turn 5. Sorry, yellow flags.
Yep, there will be yellow flags waving, but although he's not in a dangerous position, but anyhow, we won't call for that. Down into turn 2. And Kelly gets the upside on Zayna Munson. This is going to be a Titanic tussle. It's right down to the wire. I'm not going to call it. We'll have to see how it unfolds.
Going very slowly over here as well is the Ulrich Haysamen. Remember, still a rookie, but hopefully not any troubles over there as the leaders come up now to turn 1, and it's very close at the front now, but not close enough for Storm Lanphier. Just holding the lead here will be DJ Boyson onto the Joubert Straight and run it now towards turn 2, Castrol Corner. They'll have that back marker ahead of them. That will play a factor over here, but look at how he shadows him, France, with that beautiful blue machine on the Dyker Racing machine through the kink and towards turn 3.
It's almost like Ferrari versus Williams going down into Interceptor Corner. They're coming out of Interceptor Corner. Look how close Storm is to back DJ Boyson now as they work their way up towards Sarl Sweep. I think Storm, although DJ is going to hold his line, Storm is sitting behind him, biding his time. And he tries to break the draft. But look at the draft. I think we can have something going down towards turn 5. Have a look, see if they go down to turn 5. Is Storm going to do something? He can't overtake. He got yellow flags. He can't overtake. Oh, man. That is not that's a nasty. You've got it all lined up and suddenly, yellow flag, stay where you are. So you'll have to take it down to turn number 1.
Yeah, luckily he realized that at the right time there, Francois. Underneath the bridge, they'll come now, the Castrol bridge, and down towards turn 1 they'll then run. But once again, still keeping it ahead is DJ Boyson in that Dyko Racing Reynard, and Lanfear has to make do at the moment with that second position. A 1:14.992 fastest lap for Storm Lanfear, a tenth of a second faster as they cross the line.
Well, we've got 5 laps still to go, and Storm is definitely upping the ante. He's now, well, 100th of a second, but it shows he's got the aggression. It's controlled aggression coming from Storm Lanfear, I must say. He's biding his time. They come out of Interceptor Corner. They're working their way up towards the Sorrel Sweep. And right there, they've got slow markers in front of him, and slow markers always tend to influence what's happening. Let's take a look down to the bottom. The yellow flags have stopped. The yellow lights are off, so now there's an overtaking possibility. Is he close enough? We'll have to wait and see.
Coming down the back straight, the blue flags wave for the back markers. It's pretty easy going there as they make their way through into turn 5 now. Bit of a tighter line there, you could say, from DJ Boyson, as just drafting out a little bit, or drifting out a little bit wider there was Storm Lanfear underneath that bridge once again as they start their next lap, and 4 laps left to go here. He is no way close enough, and they have those bike markers right ahead of them as well. That's going to really spoil the party there for Storm Lanfear. He's lost 2/10 of a second because of that, as DJ Boyson, a 1:14.367, is now 3/10 of a second faster on the last lap.
Having a look there as they go in there, just up behind them there is Joshua Smith sitting out there behind Donovan Ramsey. So it's good to see Joshua having his first race out there, finding himself in 6th place, very credible position, and a lovely first outing for him. DJ Boyson trying to get away there from Storm Lanfear. Lanfear will want to regain the position he had right up behind DJ, but DJ is going to take advantage of this and try and get away, get some clean air between himself and Storm. So let's have a see what Storm can do.
Down the back straight as well, we have Zayna Munson that has taken back the lead in the Formula V class, and that's ahead of Kelly Fletcher, looks like it. So let them come around, but we're going to look at these leaders as they run then, and then ahead of them will be, of course, that battle for the Formula V section. Going down to turn 1, they will then run now. One will go all over the back then of Kelly Fletcher is Zayna Munson. First and second in the V's. Onto the Joubert straight now. They run towards turn 2. They will then run their way now, and Kelly Fletcher makes her way ahead, and look who's going to come past on the outside will be our leader and second position.
DJ Boyson outside Kelly Fletcher, and Storm Lanfear getting through on the inside of Kelly. She stays out of harm's way. Now Storm still chasing. We have got 2.5 laps to go. So Storm has to now create a storm and try and get it closer to DJ to mount a challenge.
I wouldn't bet against him though there, Francois.
He's got the tools.
We do a storm, and yeah, they come through the double apex right-hander. That is turn 4, Sorrel Sweep. Down the straight. Yes, he has lost ground. He has 2 and a bit laps left to go here as they run down towards turn 5. And head into Pertamina Fastron. They've put the lap on the leader and second in Formula V, so they'll be running there. They've lapped the entire field now, as a matter of fact. Underneath the Castrol and City of Cape Town Bridge will run. It is DJ Boyson that has 8/10 over Storm Lanfear. Lanfear running out of time here. Remember, you can see now on our screens here, a 1:13.427 fastest lap.
Well, DJ Boyson turning up the wick, but I tell you what, Storm is up for it as they're coming towards Castrol Corner. Look at him. He's taking the same lines as DJ. He's trying to get a bit of a draft out of him now as they exit Castrol now. Work their way through Dam Dip down towards Interceptor Corner. Can Storm reel him in? He's got a bit to go. Coming out of turn 2, it's Kelly Fletcher and Zayna Munson. They've been in it all day, absolutely all day. Well, of the Z, that's obviously. But Kelly looking the better of the two, not favouring her for that, but she's been showing more skill coming out of this one.
Well, she's really pulling away through turn 3 now, and in between 3 and 4 on the Tygerberg Straight. Meanwhile, here come our leaders now to complete what will be the penultimate lap of the race and begin the final lap. It was 0.8 of a second the last time around. You could see the response from Storm Lanphier now, running it down to the line. It was 0.8 of a second. As I had said, the gap should have shrunk now, and it is going to be half a second with a 1:13.079, the fastest lap by Storm Lanphier by 0.3 of a second.
Absolutely brilliant stuff coming out of Storm Lanphier in the Race Drive South Africa car as he sits up behind the Dyke Performance car there of DJ Boyson into turn number 2. Brilliant stuff. We're going to go down towards turn number 5. Have a look, see what's going on. Turn 1. Here we go. It's going to be Kelly Fletcher and Zaina Munson. They're at it again. Kelly's got the inside line. Well, she's shut. She'll dive across the bow of Zaina Munson and lock him out on the Uber Straight. So, brilliant stuff there coming out of Kelly. And our leaders now going into Sorrel Sweep.
Turn 4. Yeah. Turn 4. They'll be making their way around there now, Francois. This is the final lap of the race. Down the straight as they go. This is the last chance for Storm Lanphier to make his move. He comes up right to the back of DJ Boyson. He looks on the outside. You can see that DJ Boyson's going defensive over there. It's going to be a run to the line now between the two of them as they come out of turn 5.
What they're going to do, DJ's going to try and keep Storm behind him. Storm's giving it his all. DJ's got his foot flat down in the corner up to checkered flag. DJ Boyson will take it from Storm Lanphier. Let's watch the next battle going down the back straight towards turn number 5. Zaina Munson on the outside of Kelly Fletcher. He's got beautiful drive coming out of 4. Is Kelly going to hold on to him? That's for first and second in their class. Kelly Fletcher on the inside. Oh, and Zane goes wide. Zane goes wide and gives Kelly the line as they come out of Pertamina Fostron. Kelly Fletcher is giving it all. The lady racer is holding off Zaina Munson. Now she locks off the line and says to Zane, hold it. Now she keeps him closed off. They're side by side. They're coming towards it. Coming towards the line, and Zaina Munson's going to take it. Zaina Munson takes Kelly Fletcher third. And a hundredth of a second again in it.
Well, Donovan Ramsey and Joshua Smith are racing at the moment between themselves. It's 5th and 6th, 3 and 4 in the V's.
Well, Smith looks like he's got a chance on the outside. Oh, this is another one to the wire. What a race. Here we go. Josh Smith on the outside. Looks like Josh Smith's going to take it. He takes it. Oh, what a debut for the young lad. Brilliant stuff coming out of Josh Smith.
He was celebrating quite early over there. I would actually recommend...
He knew he had the line. He had the draft, so he knew it. Lovely, lovely debut for the young lad. Brilliant, brilliant stuff. When last has Formula Libre been so exciting?
You know, those Formula V section, that really, really gets exciting. But that Class S battle, we haven't seen a Class S battle like that in a very long time. I know that Storm is going to get back there to the pits. He's going to have a sit down, have something to drink, something non-alcoholic.
No.
And what happens is he's going to go back to the drawing board in race 2, and he's going to put the fight.
3 teaspoons of Red Bull in your coffee.
There we go. That's the formula.
That's the formula. Well, folks, there was some brilliant racing coming out of the Formula Libre single-seaters. Absolutely. 3 different classes in that race, but two actually are the V and the S.
We didn't have Hayden Howard because he pulled out, and what happens is Damien White was not on the grid or the start. He was on the entry list, so unfortunately had to withdraw, looks like it there. But Hayden Elwood, I heard something of a misfire on that motor of his, and he'll hopefully get that sorted in pit lane and join us for race 2.
Thermofires, Clubman's regional saloon cars roll out onto the track for their opening race of the day. And Thermofires, of course, being the main sponsor for the Clubman's, but they've also got a couple of product sponsors as well. GSW Supplies, Executive Decisions, VW Audi Clinic, Salucity, DTM Nissan, DTM Renault, Afritech Cooling, and of course Auto Pro. Those are the other sponsors together with the Thermofires, which are the main, or is I should say, the main sponsor for Clubman's regional saloon cars for 2024. Well, there was 30, I think, entered for this one. We'll see how many of them do make it out on track. I see Jesse Haggerty's out there during qualifying this morning. Jess Haggett in the Jetta 2 had a trouble out there with that car, but whatever the problem was, they've got that sorted out. And Jess Haggett that runs a Jetta 2 in Class A is out on track. He's busy working his way around. So, lovely field of Clubman's regional saloon cars as they fire off their 2024 main circuit regional championship season. As a matter of fact, next Friday evening at Oakdale Sport Club in Belleville, they will be hosting their 2023 championship awards evening for their winners, but they fire off the 2024 season today at Killarney International Raceway. The Autopro car is one of the product sponsors out there. That is the Skyline of Stephen Heidenreich. He is leading that field around behind the pace car, Gaza, as the field works its way down towards turn 5, towards a Pertamina Fostron.
Well, I tell you what, it's the nicest field we've seen for a long, long time. It's almost disappointing when you look at the bottom of our screen, Frankie, and it says only 8 laps. It would have been fantastic if it was more than 8 laps, because with this number of cars, wow, it's going to be awesome stuff. There's been a bit of turmoil in the rules and regs and what have you regarding Thermoflyers Clubmans, but then again, it's part of evolution, I suppose.
Gaza, I've got information from Jordan here. The cars have gone out on their out lap. Then they're going to stop the Clubman's cars on the grid. We're going to have the 1 minute silence for Johnny van Niekerk and for Johan Grinling. And then after that, we will have the Clubman's saloon car race sponsored by Thermoflyers. So we're just going to have Gary Fleming and Ian Little that's joined us in the commentary box today. A man that did commentating many years ago with the late great Mr. Brian Peake and Rodney Goldberg and that crew on top of the old Dunlop and then Goodyear Bridge. He is our guest in the commentary box for today. And Ian, welcome, sir. Lovely to see you. I haven't seen you for many years.
Thank you, Frankie.
Push it all the way up, then it'll be on.
Thank you, Frankie, for those kind words. Yes, the last time I was down here racing was in 1980, so that's some 44 years ago. And in those days it was very different to today. Watching young Lanfear going around there, I took a look at the times, and he's actually going faster than what Dave Charlton did in his Formula One Lotus in our time.
She was, yeah.
So things have improved. I must say the circuit is also beautifully laid out, and you chaps are doing a great job here. But
before you and Gary continue, I've got one question to ask you before you and Gaza do the minute silence. Do you still do the write-ups for the newspapers?
I don't do write-ups anymore in the Tiger Burger. I do a little bit of radio now and again. But, you know, time goes by and I've actually retired, so it's actually a wonderful opportunity to be up here with you guys.
Right, I'm going to hand you over to Gary, and you and Gaza can do the tribute for Johnny van Niekerk Sr. and also for Johan Grinling.
Oh, we're just waiting for the folks to get lined up on the grid down the bottom. Ian, let me send to you, person to person, an invite for Second Gear Talk Show Tuesday night at 8 o'clock. Killarney International Raceway being one of the main supporters and sponsors of a Second Gear Talk Show, which is now in season 5, year number 4. And I'd like to do a tribute to the life and times of Ian Little on Tuesday night, sir. So if you're available, I'd love to have you on a Tuesday evening.
That's very kind of you, Gary. Where exactly are we going to do this talk?
You're going to sit in your lounge behind the laptop or your cell phone on a program called StreamYard, and we will tell the folks about the life and times of Ian Little while you're sitting at home in your man cave and surrounded by the memorabilia that you've collected through the years.
That's very flattering. But no man cave, huh? Anyway, you're welcome to do it. Be marvellous.
Well, folks, a major loss to motorsport in the Western Cape, to motorsport in South Africa, and to the Van Niekerk family. A man that was beyond legend. Legend is a very weak word for Johnny Van Niekerk Sr. It doesn't explain the amplitude of what this man meant to a very successful family, that he created the basis for the Van Niekerk family, and then the Van Niekerk family going forward to be of such financial and social support to Killarney International Raceway based on what Uncle Johnny actually started. Johnny Van Niekerk is with a heavy heart that we learned of the passing of Cape Old Drivers founder member and Killarney stalwart Uncle Johnny Van Niekerk on Wednesday, 14th of February at the age of 82. Johnny was one of the pioneers of stock car racing in the Western Cape. He began racing in 1969, driving a 1957 Chevrolet. Later competed in a 1961 Chev, a V8 Chev-powered Edmunds sprint car, and even a Ford Anglia to help promote the then new four-cylinder class. All these cars were later offered to younger drivers to race under the Goodwood Body and Spray Works banner. Among the many drivers he sponsored were Jack Holloway, his son Francois, Brian Tyler, J.C. Smith, Jan Swart, who won the 1975 and 1976 Cape Old Drivers 8-cylinder championship in a Ford sponsored by Uncle Johnny. His passing leaves a huge hole in the fabric of Western Cape motorsport, and you'll be sorely missed. Our thoughts and prayers are with his children and their spouses, John, Anarine, Janine and Mark, grandchildren, Kiara, Tamika, Caitlin and Christopher, all of which second-tier family have become racers in their own right. To the Van Niekerk family, from all of us, it's just as big a loss to us as it is to you. In the words of one of his employees, a member of the Killarney family who he recruited to come and work on the forecourt of Wingfield Motors, the big man believed in me. He saw the human inside the uniform, and that there could be no better epitaph for Johnny Van Niekerk. Another man that we need to honor today as well, also one of our own and one of our insiders, one of our movers and groovers that makes things happen in the background, is Johan Grindling. Johan Grindling, today we also pay tribute to you, racer, race car builder and pit crew extraordinaire, who passed away on Saturday the 9th of December from complications due to lymphoma. Johan started racing hot rods in the mid-1970s. His circuit racing career started with a modified Ford Escort at Killarney, until that was written off in a monumental crash at Sunset Corner. Johan built the first class E-car and went on to win the class in its inaugural year before taking on a new role as crew chief for Carlo Kaiser. Always ready to lend a helping hand to a fellow racer, Johan was renowned for his generous nature and his stubborn streak. Los maar uit, ek weet wat ek doen, he would say, unconsciously paraphrasing a famous Finnish Formula One driver. Our thoughts and prayers are with his son Werner, the Grindling family, the Kaisers, and his many friends at Killarney. He will be sorely missed. Folks, this is two utter icons in motorsport in South Africa and for all year at the Western Province Motor Club. Ian.
Yeah, thank you for those kind words on Johnny Van Niekerk. I knew him as a racing driver. I first met him at Goodwood way back in 1966. And as you correctly say, he was racing Peter Goff, Bobby Althoff, Koos Swanepoel, Peter Goff, Bobby Althoff, Koos Swanepoel. They were all there, and we had gigantic crowds watching. And there was a case when you went to drive at Goodwood on the gravel, and that you had to have very hard pumped tires because it was gravel and tar in some places. And what would happen, you never got a practice session, so you didn't know what to expect. You got into a car you'd never driven before, and you had a guy pushing you behind you, a guy pushing you from the side. It was real heavy metal type of things, and these cars in those days we only drove up to second gear. They could get up to 90 miles per hour in second gear, and you'd find that you'd get a lot of wheel spin as well at that time. But being here today, what I did notice, Storm Lanphier, grandson of the former Western Province Motor Club president, Ted, and also part of the Lanphier family that included Formula Ford contender Guy Lanphier. He put in some very good times, faster than the Formula One racer of the late 60s. So, you know, on that note, I must say to you, gentlemen, we're going to hand over back to Gary. Gary, you're doing a fine job. Great to have you here. And keep up the good work. Thank you very much.
Folks, I'd like you all to please stand, remove your headgear, and honor two of Western Province Motor Club's best ever in the 6-year history of Western Province Motor Club. To the family of Johan Groenling and Johnny van Niekerk, from all of us at West Province Motor Club and everybody watching today worldwide, our thoughts and prayers go to you on the loss of two amazing souls from your family and from motorsport in South Africa.
Thank you, everyone. Well, from my side, Uncle Johnny will really be missed. I know Derek Peake that works there now he's only been working for Johnny Jr. for a couple of months, and even Derek was saying to me, he's one of our co-commentators as well, what a fantastic, fantastic man Johnny Sr. was, adored and loved by everybody at Wingfield Motors and at Goodwood Body and Spray Works. From my side as well, rest in peace, Uncle Johnny, and rest in peace, Johan Groenling. Right, here we go with the Thermofires Clubman's Regional Saloon Cars, race number 1 for 2024. Mike's side will be myself, Frankie Ennis, and Gary Fleming. And we will take you through the Thermofires Clubman Saloon Cars. There's one race coming up after that. We did go through all their product sponsors as well. That was sent to me by the man that just walked in the commentary box, Mr. Clint Renard. So, Clint, thank you for sending me all that information that I asked you for earlier this morning.
No problem, Frankie.
Well, Clint, new season starting, and a decent field. A good field for the start of the new season.
Yes, Frankie, we had a good entry yesterday. We've had about 8 cars that fell out, so it would have been more promising. There's going to be at least another 10-15 cars next race meeting, so Clubman's will be back to what it was previous years.
The way it's supposed to be.
The way it's supposed to be.
Well, when last did you see a field that size? Clint, new committee and everything already in place?
New committee will be put in place on the 29th, that's Thursday. Interim, it's myself and Lance Jonas and Gunther Drosky, and we'll be having a new committee in place on Thursday.
I take it you will also still be available?
I will be standing vice chairman.
There we go. So Mr. Technical becomes Mr. Vice Chairman / Technical for 2024. Right, working their way down the back main. I think the smart money's got to be on the likes of Stephen Heidenreich. They have done lots and lots of homework on that motor car. Time and effort. But remember the last event, Frankie, Oliver Hintenhuis was blindingly quick with that BMW of his as well. So it might actually turn into a bit of a three-way battle, if you ask me, with for Mark Hintenhuis and Heidenreich.
And then watch out for Mark Correct as well in that 50 car. He'll be out there in Class A. The Progress Precision Engineering BMW. He's working his way through at turn 5 through Fostron as the safety car will now peel off to its right into pit lane. And we await 8 laps of Thermofire's saloon car action as they head under the City of Cape Town Bridge. The red lights are on in pit lane. Gary Fleming, take them off the line. Let's go racing.
All right, here we go under the City of Cape Town Bridge. They're just waiting for the lights to change, and there the lights change, and it's all systems go down towards turn number 1. Will it be Heidenreich that will get that whole shot? Will it be Hintenhuis down into turn number 1? Look at that pack of cars. Does everybody get through there? It looks like everybody's going to make it through. Remember, Jesse Huggett had a broken gearbox at the last event. He got a new gearbox in. He didn't complete the early practice this morning, but he is there in that front group of 10.
I see Paul Minnick is also just leaving the pit lane, making his way into turn number 1. But right now, it is Stephen Heidenreich that sits out there in P1. It's Hintenhuis in second. It's Charles Visser that's there in that third place as they make their way through Interceptor corner. Visser sitting there in P3. Michael Lassier is in there behind him as they work their way up the hill and into turn number 4. Saddle sweep through the double right-hander. Saddle sweep they come now down the back main, and Visser's all over the back of Hintenhuis, who's all over the back of Heidenreich, who pulls 3, 4, 5 car lengths on them as they race down towards turn 5. Pertamina Fostron.
Well, that whole shot is very, very important because there's not that much between the front cars. Class A, B, C, D.
Oh, somebody's gone off. Somebody's gone off right there on the outside. It's actually Kyle Visser. I do apologize. It's not Charles Jr. It's Kyle that is in that Polo. But there is a car that's gone off there in turn 5 in Fostron, and it was one of the group of 5, 6 cars that was fighting it out for the lead.
I do believe that was in fact Carl Visser that went off. That's the yellow and red Polo. So we'll try and pick that one up for you as they all work their way down into turn number 1.
Right, so out of turn number 1 they come now, working their way out of Castrol corner through the kink. There's lockups and little battles all over the place. The leaders are busy working their way out of turn 1, out of Interceptor corner. Carl Visser that sits there in that third place has lost a little bit of ground to the 2 leaders that are making their way through turn number 4. At this stage, down the back main they go. Stephen Heidenreich, he's been hunted down here by Ollie Hintenhuis. Down the back main they go. Then it's Visser in P3, followed by Michael Lassier. Jess Huggett is right there as well. Marco Retta coming through. Baby Jakes and Willie Swart is right on Baby Jakes' case as they work their way through turn 5. Fostron.
Share just ahead of Smith, Hendricks, Gaspar, Bruce, Surf. Wow, is that the Gavin Surf that's back out there again?
Yep, yeah. And he's the Mr. Spur himself.
Wow, that's fantastic. So the leaders, Heidenreich from, remember we said Hintenhuis was very quick at the last event. They ahead of Visser. then the Sear with that super quick Mark 1 Golf. Behind that is Retta, then Jess Huggett. Behind Huggett coming in the corner now, that's Baby Jakes back after a long time. Swart goes through, Hendricks, Shea, Smith, that's the red and yellow. Behind that is Eugene Gaspar was the next man that come through, then Bruce, and then Gous, and then the old man that's back in it again, Gavin Surf.
Right, so the leaders are making their way out of turn 3, out of Interceptor corner, working their way up the hill towards the double right-hander. That's Saddle from a man of a sweep, or just known as Saddle Sweep. Out of Saddle Sweep they come, down the back main, and we have a new leader. Oliver Hintenhouse has hit the lead. Stephen Heidenreich has dropped down to second, but look at Stevie catch him. Stevie is right on his case there. Stephen Heidenreich right on that back bumper and dives up on the inside, and he does not make the move stick in Pertamina Fostron. The lead still belongs there to Oliver Hintenhouse, but he has been hunted down by Stephen Heidenreich with Carl Visser that sits there in that third place.
Carl Visser having a very, very good run as he works his way down the front main. First ahead of Lucia, Retta, Huggett, and then Baby Jakes, the next man that comes through there. And Baby Jakes has been out for a long, long time. It's fantastic to have people like him back in this class once again. Down into turn number 2, it's action aplenty.
Right, so we'll keep an eye on those two that's making their way out of Castrol Corner. We do apologize. We're picking up camera problems. It doesn't matter what Gary presses. It seems to be doing its own thing. So we'll get the technical crew to work on that one. But we'll continue with the commentary going up the Tigerberg Straight towards a turn number 4, Saddle Sweep. It's still Ollie Hintenhouse in P1 with Stephen Heidenreich in second, Carl Visser in third, and Stephen Heidenreich was all out of shape. That thing was squirming underneath him as they make their way down the back main. Michael Asir going down the back main, Marco Retta, Jess Huggett also working their way down the back main as the leaders are working their way through Fostron.
No shortage of power for those two cars up front. Heidenreich and Hintenhouse got lots of power, and then staying ahead of Visser as well. Lucia, how does he make that Golf go the way that it does? Retta still staying ahead of Huggett as they come out of turn 5. Bit of a gap back to Baby Jakes, but remember, Baby Jakes is second in class. Visser is class X, and then Baby Jakes is also class X as they work their way down towards turn number 1. Look at Swart, Hendricks, and Shea as they work their way down to turn number 1, and that all behind Jesse Huggett.
That is behind that Joseph Hendricks and Baby Jakes. That's the two cars you see on your screen there with the Willie Swart in that Jetta 2 right in there with them. JP Shea in there as well. Jess Huggett makes a disappearing move into turn number 2, and here this fight comes. Here this one is on. It is Joseph Hendricks, it is Baby Jakes, it is Willie Swart, JP Shea joining that party as well as this group of cars we're talking about work their way into Interceptor.
Yep, into Interceptor they go, but let's go back to the back main because our leaders are working their way down into turn number 5, and well, somehow he's got it right. I don't know how, but he's showing Heidenreich the way around. That man that you see on your screen, Oliver Hintenhouse, that had such a great meeting at the first opening race of 2024. We had the historical tour that was here. He's carrying that through to today's racing and doing a brilliant job of stretching Stephen Heidenreich to the limit.
Well, the leaders are working their way out of turn number 1 right now, and that is Ollie Hintenhouse. Look at that skyline squirm around. There's Michael Asir and Marco Retta working their way out of turn number 1, but Jess Huggett, that is following suit. Behind Jess Huggett, we'll pick them all up now. That is Joseph Hendricks, Baby Jakes, and Willie Swart, and they've been caught there by JP Shea. Stephen Gous is having his own little battle out there with Gary Smith. They're having their own little fight, and then catching them after going off in the earlier part of the race is Jaco Lambert that's coming through, and right behind him is Algan Gaspar, and right on his case is Dexter Bruce. Dex is right on the case of the Silver Dream machine coming out of Castrol Corner.
Still our leaders working their way down in towards turn number 5, and it's still Oliver Hinternaus from Steven Heidenreich. Visser is doing a brilliant job in the Class X entry, but just a little short there. You see on your screen, that is Visser. The next one to come through should be Michael Lucia. Waiting for him to come into the camera shot. Michael Lucia has disappeared because I don't see Michael Lucia anywhere. No, and there comes Jess Huggett.
Michael Lucia is off the circuit. I was just told to be here by Jordan. As a matter of fact, Gary, if you looked out the window on the inside, on the entrance of turn number 3, that is where the Golf of Lucia is parked. But it's a 3-wheeler. It's a -1 wheel. Right, Jess Huggett making his way through the corner out of turn number 1, but the leaders will pick them up now. Sadly, our cameras are busy playing mind games with us. We'll have a look and see where they are. They're making their way towards turn number 4. They should be working their way out of Saddle Sweep. We'll pick them up now. Down the back man they go. There goes Oliver Hinternaus. Yes, he sits out in P1. Then it's a back marker. Then it's Steven Heidenreich. Then it's Carl Visser as they work down towards turn number 5. Fast strong corner. 1 or 2 more back markers to come through. It's a huge gap before we see the rest of them.
Where's Jesse Huggett?
There comes Jess making his way out of turn number 4, racing down towards turn 5 Fostron. And we've got a car in trouble, Gaza, in Castro that looks like it could be Gary Smith. Yep. That's in trouble there.
Yeah, he was having a lovely dice earlier on. He's actually gotten out of the car and he's decided to walk away from that one.
That is the Jetta 2 of Willie Swart.
So Willie Swart, the man that's not made it any further, he's unfortunately out of that. And we've got somebody going very slow down towards turn number 5. Is that Dexter Bruce that's got a problem? Dexter Bruce into turn number 5. He had a gearbox go on him late yesterday afternoon. They replaced the gearbox. He was all smiles this morning and expecting the best. And it looks like Marco Retta has gone off on the entrance to turn number 5 as well.
Right, so I'm looking for the leaders. There they come. They're making their way down towards turn number 4. Into turn 4 they come now. The laps are running out. This is the flag lap, as a matter of fact. Down the back way they go. Where is Heidenreich? Steven Heidenreich is not in P1, he's not in P2, he's in P3 as Steven Heidenreich. As they go down the back main, Carl Visser has been promoted to 2nd place as they make their way into Pertamina Fostron for the final time. The checkered flag is out and Gary, the victory will go to Oliver Hinternaus in the coastal car. Here he comes towards the checkered flag.
Yep, coming up towards the checkered flag is Oliver Hinternaus. And I think you'll be super duper chuffed with that. Carl Visser is in that 2nd position. Visser doing a lovely job. Heidenreich slowed right down in the Auto Pro. Oh, he's right off the gas completely. Will it be Jesse Huggett that makes it to the line? Yes, it is. It's Jesse Huggett that comes through in that 4th position. Then it should be the Class X entry of Jacobs. Yep, that's Jacobs, but it's coming up towards us now. Behind that would have been Share. Jacobs comes through. There comes Share. Slightly different paint job on that one.
Then Jaco Lambert coming through. Gary Smith making his way through. Algan Gaspel working through. And right there with him is Josef Hendricks across the line. Man, that was some great stuff. Stephen Goos also finishing his race. And Dexter Bruce brings the I think it's the 143 for today across the line after having, as Gaza said, gearbox issues yesterday afternoon. As a matter of fact, when we did the breakfast show this morning, he said, I put this thing together for you guys.
Yeah.
I'm doing it for you guys.
He dedicated that one to us, and I must say he's also, like Ernest Page, somebody that puts an immense amount of effort into not only his own motorsport, his own motor car, but also into the promotion of motorsport and the presentation of motorsport to the general public as well. Talking about the general public, to the folks at home, apologies for the camera shots that has come through to you on the first race of the day, the fourth race of the day, and this one. Intermittent electronic problems that cause that we don't have proper control over the cameras. Hence the opportunity for me to commentate a little bit in between. But, yeah.
So winning Class A is Ollie Hintenas, winning Class B is JP Shea. Well, they've just taken that one off the monitor, so we'll have to go and have a look over here. Class C was won by Dwayne Bernard. No, it wasn't won by Dwayne Bernard. Gary Smith finished first in Class C. Class D was won by Dexter Bruce, came home first in that class, and Evert de Toy in that block of flats. Sorry, the Falcon. He came first in Class F, and of course Class X was won by Kyle Visser. So that was the Thermofires Saloon Cars race number 1. One more race to go, folks, before the luncheon, and that is the Pirelli V8 Masters.
Well, the last race before lunch will commence, and it is the Pirelli V8 Masters for their second appearance of the day. And well, out on pole position, Sean Moore in the Ziegler Logistics car. And alongside him will be Fabio Tefani in the Club Refrigeration Machine. And that's, of course, a number of gold cars, gold class cars that are out there, 4 of them in all. And then we have the rest silver cars. I don't know if Jason Ibbotson will be taking part in this race. I just have to take a look if he's getting himself out there. But I'm being joined here by Jordan Hibben. Jordan.
Good afternoon, Byron. I'm ready for this. I think this is going to be great. The first race this morning was, I know our camera work was a little bit under par, but we did do with what we could, and I'm excited for this. I mean, I think Gary Thompson had an issue this morning. Jason Ibbotson isn't here. I saw that when he was racing in the first heat, he actually mangled the whole rear bumper. So I don't know if he got in contact and bumped off the wall and then took it into the pits. We'd have to hear from him if we can.
There was quite a bit of contact this morning, actually. It was, to put it mildly, a bit of a demolition derby on that first lap of the race. So it'll be interesting to see now who will be all out there. I see Sean Moore is out there. I see in the Roy Campos card is going to be, of course, Fabio Tefani. And then we have that number 22 machine of Alistair Brown ahead of none other than Marcel Angel.
Yeah, this is looking good. I see Fabio Tefani's actually changed colours, unless his blue and orange car isn't here.
He's borrowing the Roy Campos car. Initially thought it was Roy Campos.
Okay.
And it is Tefani, yes, but I know you are looking out for that blue and yellow machine that he has been traditionally a user of. But looking at how things are sitting in the silver class, Menno Parsons won that first race, and he had you could say, a bit of a controversial coming together there with the likes of, was it
Gary Thompson?
Gary Thompson, excuse me, there we go. His name escaped me briefly, but Stuart Spooner, he was up in the top 2, and then also we didn't have Mark Voget the last time. He was one of the casualties at the beginning of the first race. Dennis Guy Dick as well. Jason Ibbotson is out there. They are all out there, looks like it.
Yeah, I believe you're right.
What's his name?
No, I don't actually see that red and black car. That yellow and black car of Jason Ibbotson. I see Marcel Angel's one up there in 4th position. So I'm not sure why it's on our screen, but we're just going to have to take it as it goes. But I know these cars, I walked over there to the new pits where the V8 Masters store their cars, and a couple of the guys had gearbox issues in practice and late qualifying last night. So hopefully, I couldn't name exactly who it was, but hopefully that's all sorted and we can have close racing. Let's cross our fingers for no demolition derby this time, but I'm sure that they will put on a show for us.
Yeah, it's Gary Thompson that I don't see out there at the present moment, the number 17 car, of course, who went off at turn 5, the exit of turn 5 there towards the wall, towards the tyre barrier. But on their warm-up lap now, Sean Moore will be behind the safety car, driven by Dr. Phil Herold. I'll call him Dr. Phil. He's not really a medical doctor or any doctor of art or anything like that. He's just, he's our doctor, so we'll keep it like that. But a man, of course, with many decades of experience in clerking, driving safety cars, and you name it. They will make their way now down that back straight out of Saro Sweep. And there are 10 of them in all out there.
You can definitely see how action-packed and ready everyone is for this race. V8 Masters is a very pristine class, if I may say. Only 10 to 15 cars in the category, but they always lay down incredible times and incredible racing, especially because it's older gentlemen. I don't know of any young'uns that are in this class. But I'm sure if you do throw one of the youngsters in there, I'm sure they would make something out of it. So hopefully we can see a couple more youngsters in this class.
Well, now, Jordan, you'll see that safety car will peel off to the right, and now it will be Sean Moore who will regulate the pace. We'll watch the lights there, Jordan. Take them off the line.
They are coming now under the Castro and City of Cape Town bridge up towards the start-finish line. Sean Moore is going to get ready to set the pace as he steps on the gas, and the red lights are out as they make their way into turn 1. They still 2x2 all the way down, and Sean Moore has the whole shot into turn 1, holding that 29 of Fabio Tafani behind him. Little bit squirrely at the backside there, but everyone makes it through turn 1 clean and into turn 2.
Well, it looks like Alistair Brown holds third position at the moment ahead of Marcel Angel. The 69 of Menno Parsons up there as well. You can see a little bit of scuffling through turn 2, a little bit further back. And that 77 Jason Ibbotson yellow machine pierces through and into turn 3 now. They'll run onto the Tygerberg straight, and that's in between turns 3 and 4. Bit of dust being kicked up there as well, but the leaders will come through. It's Sean Moore, Fabio Tafani.
Oh, Byron, there's 2 cars out, the 21 of Mark Forget, and I don't know what that blue and white car is. I'm going to have to figure that out. But that was a harsh spin into turn 5. Turn 4, sorry, but they're going to have to throw yellow flags out there. I don't know if those cars can get bump started. Mark Forget does get up and away once again. But we jump back to the front of the field coming across the line now.
Yeah, they'll complete the very first lap. It's 55 is Stuart Spooner that in the silver class that as they cross the line now, Sean Moore from Fabio Tafani. Marcel Angel's up a position past Alistair Brown, and Menno Parsons leading the silver class at the moment. Guinness Guy Dick coming up into second position. Jason Ibbotson in the top 6 now, but unfortunately Mark Forget, bro, you're having a day to forget.
No, absolutely there, Byron. I see he has made it out of the trap, but unfortunately that the 55 of Stuart Spooner, the back wheel seemed to be stuck in the gravel, and I believe now the leaders are coming around there, so they're going to have to throw maybe even double yellows into Sarl's sweep, because that might just be in the way. I think it is off track. Yes, it is quite a distance off track, so they're just going to get the driver out of the car. He looks to be walking around, so that's all good. And now we head back, coming down into turn 5 Fastron, with Sean Moore leading out by 1.2 seconds. As I believe Marcel Angel wants to try and take a dive on Fabio Tafani, but he cannot manage.
Just about to say, Jordan, the man to watch at the moment is Marcel Angel. 0.7 of a second between himself and Tafani the last time around. They'll cross the line now. The gap will be visibly closer at a half a second at a fastest lap of a 1:16.277 for Marcel Angel, which at the moment is 0.2 of a second faster than what Fabio Tafani has managed.
Well, I see now as they exit turn 1 and coming into Castro Corner, Marcel Angel wants to go around the outside of Fabio Tafani, and he's going to be on his tail the whole way through, trying to put as much pressure on the back of Fabio Tafani as he can. Hopefully, he's hoping that Fabio Tafani makes some sort of mistake so he can categorize on it and he can get past. But now Sean Moore also looking quite comfortable up ahead. As we move down to 4th, there's Alistair Brown. He's a considerable margin back and waiting for those 2 in 2nd and 3rd to make some sort of mistake so he can get onto the podium.
Yeah, he rounds off the gold class for the foreseeable future. Jason Ibbotson is still in the race, though. He is currently in 6th, so he rounds off that group. There's Alistair Brown ahead of Menno Parsons there by 1.5 seconds. Down the back straight we go. There's a move being made by Marcel Angel on the inside. He will then run. He's up into 2nd position now, and nice little move over there into the Pertamina Fastron section. Coming right back at him now in the slipstream will be Tafani. Will he try and make a move back? Can he make a move back?
I believe that the previous year champion, or several year champion, Fabio Tafani is going to be a bit upset after that, and he's going to want to try and claw back that place that he lost to Marcel Angel, but he does seem to be slowing down quite a bit. I don't know if that was a bad exit out of turn 1.
Look at the gain that he's had on Sean Moore. Sorry to jump in there, Jordan. He's actually taken quite a bite out of that lead that Sean Moore has, even whilst he was passing Fabio Tafani.
I mean, it is only, a 1.2 second gap from Marcel Angel to Sean Moore. So I'm hoping that Marcel Angel can find a little bit more pace all hope that Sean Moore makes some sort of mistake so that he can get right up on the back of him with only 5 laps to go.
A little bit of dust being kicked up there by Jason Ibbotson as well in that yellow number 77 machine in 6th position. Finds himself 5.4 seconds ahead of Dennis Guy Dick, who's second in the silver class. Meanwhile, leaders coming through turn 5 now. It is still Sean Moore, 1.2 seconds the last time out. I'm sure that will visibly be closer when they cross the line underneath the City of Cape Town and Castro Bridge. 1.2 to 7 tenths of a second, and of course gaining by 8 tenths over Fabio Tafani for Marcel Angel.
Marcel Angel is definitely on the prowl at the moment. I can see that he's wanting to try and make, I'm assuming he's going to try and make a move now into turn 2. He's going to dive as hard as he can on the brakes, but he cannot make it stick. I mean, he's going to try and use all that momentum as best he can to try and get up onto the back of him to intercept a corner. Now coming into turn 3. Still half a second behind. Now that gap to Fabio Tafani is opening quite a considerable margin, so I think he might be out of it. As we look into Sorrel Sweep, Marcel Angel's going to dive on the inside of Sean Moore, and I think he's going to get it as they exit now onto the back straight, and he does. And he will lead this race now coming into turn 5.
Oh, lovely clean move there from Marcel Angel down the straight as he goes, and slowly but surely Sean Moore will start losing sight of the man ahead of him. He hasn't given up quite yet into turn 5, but he runs quite wide there. Much tighter line for Marcel Angel. Now Marcel Angel can get his head down and really start building that gap over Sean Moore. Meanwhile, going back, of course, Fabio Tafani still in 3rd position. Alistair Brown, Menno Parsons coming along, and Jason Ibbotson unable to eat into the gap ahead of him there.
Sorry, Byron, I see now into turn 5 there's a lot of dust. That is the number 9 car of, is that Dean?
That'll be Brandon Dean, is number 7. Guy Dick, it's Dennis Guy Dick. Oh, I'm sure of it.
Yes, he's stuck in the gravel at the moment. Not sure what happened there, but that's not looking good for him today.
Unfortunately, a lot of the silver class runners all dropping out of the race. That was the man, of course, that was running second in class, Brandon Dean. Slowing down, Menno Parsons, the leader of silver class. I spoke about silver class runners falling out of the race, and that is one of the last ones to do so, unfortunately. Commentators curse there 100%.
Now, this is rather upsetting to see. We started with 10 cars, and it looks like we're down to maybe 8 or 7 even, which isn't so good. But now coming back to the front of the field, Marcel Angel still leading that as they have still yellow flags into turn 5 for that number 9 car. Now coming onto the main straight and under the Castro and City of Cape Town bridge, Marcel Angel comes to complete another lap with 2 to go, followed there by Sean Moore, and a considerable margin back now. Fabio Tafani's dropped off by 5-10 seconds, and I think he's just going to try and comfortably set himself to get to the end of this race and just heal for the podium.
Just this lap and the next one left to go there, Jordan. So Angel leads by 1.5 seconds over Alistair Brown. Looking a little bit further back, this is Jason Ibbotson, who has gained from the unfortunate race exits for a number of cars out there. That means he's in 4th position at the moment. I see Fabio Tafani dropping down the order now as well. More yellow flags waving everywhere around here. I saw some on the screen now, and I think as well Fabio Tafani has run into some sort of trouble somewhere. Is he going slowly? We'll see now as he goes out of the kink. No, it looks like he's going all right, but he's just lost out to Jason Ibbotson. Probably had a moment somewhere.
Yeah, I believe so there, Byron. The field is dying a little bit. Everyone's dropping like flies at the moment, this being the last race of the day before lunchtime. So they are trying to make as many moves as they can to try and get points for the start of the season in the championship. But now coming towards the line, we have Marcel Angel. This is the penultimate lap, so they will be coming there or making their way across the line now to start their last lap. And Sean Moore does seem to have some considerable pace now as well, and I think he's going to try and catch up to the back of Marcel Angel on this final lap.
Oh, he's taken 4 tenths out of Marcel Angel almost on the last lap, about 3-4 tenths, so 1.1 seconds now between the two of them, but I think it might be a little too late here. Let's see them as they go through turn 2 now, and Well, they all get out of that section as Moore follows the Marcel Angel, Autohouse Angel car through turn 3 now for the last time in their racing today. Both races going to be done before lunch. And look at how much he closes up onto that Tigerberg straight, Jordan.
Oh, it's incredibly close now on this final lap with 2 corners to go as they exit Sol Sweep and onto the back main straight. Sean Moore is slowly catching. He's going to try and get into the slipstream, but I don't think it's going to be enough. It's going to be a very, very late lunge if he has the guts for it. But I think he's just going to try and hold the line and see if he can make a decent exit to use as much straight line speed and as much slipstream as he can to get to the line here.
Stays here. It's the win for the day, basically, Jordan. I speak unofficially, of course. But what happens is Marcel Angel comes to the line. You'll see the checkered flag on your screen. He takes the win by half a second over Sean Moore. Alistair Brown, of course, kept out of trouble today. One of the few to keep out of trouble. And he will come home in 3rd position. And look, a late charge there from old Jason Iverson, just in case we forgot about him.
Yeah, I apologize to Jason for thinking he wasn't here, but now coming across the line is that's the 29 of Fabio Tafani. Also a bit of a lonely race after battling at the front in the first lap or two. He seemed to slowly slow down by the end of this race. I'm wondering if there's some sort of issue with his car. And now finally coming to the line, that is Brandon Dean finishing off our last V8 Masters race of the day. Byron, that was filled with chaos, same as the first race. And it was rather exciting for that front 3.
It was quite a start for the V8 Masters season a year at this very first Power Series event of the year. But they can get to the lunch table now and think things over for the rest of the day until we see them next time again. But it is now officially lunch, and we'll have a good lunch. Here's, of course, the replay before we go to lunch, of course. There was some replays happening. And I think, was that Jason Iverson coming past there? I don't know what they were showing. And there is no replay over there, so you just still see that number 55 stuck in the grass of Stuart Spooner. But yes, lunchtime it is. We'll be back for the second half of our program.
1, 2, 1. Testing 1, 2. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Seem to be gone there for a second, so let's try that again. What a fantastic day's racing so far. The first half of the day is done. We've had Sports and GT, incredible battles up front, the Charles Visser and the like taking it to the front running guys. Then we've got GTI Challenge, where of course Class A, B and C proved absolutely action-packed. Don't forget the bikes, and let's not forget Formula Libre. The list goes on and on. I think we can all agree that today's racing's been good. So I'm not going to talk about too much right now. I'm sure you guys can cut to the visuals on the track of the Sports and GT cars going onto the circuit. But what I am going to play is play you guys an interview that we did earlier on with the young Charles Visser, the VW factory driver, who now finds himself competing in Sports and GT. We just recorded that interview a couple of hours ago. So I'm going to send it back to my producer and show you guys exactly what myself and Charles Visser spoke about. You join us in the middle of what looks like it could be the start of some rain showers. You got your Dunlop cap on there. That's the winner's cap. I'm standing here with Charles Visser. Charles, you've just joined Sports and GT. This was one of the cars that you've driven before. There's another one back there. All very fast cars. But the Sports and GT car just did a 1 minute 12 around Killarney. What is the difference between a 118 and a 112?
Geez, I think if I have to explain it plain and simple, 1 minute 18 feels extremely fast, but a 1 minute 12 feels like you're flying. Like literally some of the corners, it feels like I'm airborne. But I wouldn't trade it. I love doing a 1 minute 12. I probably can't do it consistently because obviously with the tires and stuff like that, but just doing a lap like this around the track, I think it's an achievement.
I think it's an achievement. It's also an experience that you can tick off the box. But your motorsport this year, VW Motorsport, your calendar's busy, bro. How did you manage to find time for Sports and GT as well?
I mean, I just want to apologize to my boss, Mike Rowe, for wearing a BMW hoodie. But
and Mike, of all the days, Mike Rowe is here today. Eh?
Exactly. He really gave me some steam for wearing a BMW hoodie, so I apologize for that. But yeah, I mean, I'm all committed in the SA Champs for Super Polo and with VW, so I want to do some seat time. My brother's racing this Polo today, so I didn't really have other option really. So my dad said, let's drive a Porsche a bit, and I do think driving a faster car, I feel gives me a little bit more experience. So when I jump in the Super Polo for the 16th of March, I think we'll be on for it.
I found that as well. When you drive a car that's doing flipping 112, anything after that feels a little bit slower. Even if it's a fast car, there's just time in your mind to deal with whatever comes.
I mean, I would say it excludes the fear. It definitely makes it a bit less. Even though I'm a Polo Cup champion and stuff like that, I still do everyone gets a bit scared sometimes. I will admit it. But I mean, it does help a lot. And I mean, I just adore driving any car on the circuit. I mean, because I'm just doing what I love at the end of the day.
Yeah. Oh man, and you do it so well. Ladies and gentlemen, watch out for Charles Visser and Kyle, if we can find him here as well. Young junior Kyle Visser also in the mix. 2 VW factory drivers from the same family and very deserving, no less, both of them. I look forward to seeing how your guys' career goes from here.
Thank you very much, appreciate it.
And I'm back in a different location. Chatted to Charles Visser. What an interesting young fellow. Of course, him and his brother, both VW factory drivers. And it's been cool to watch his journey from the beginning, just after his karting career. And I've been watching him at the karting side as well. Still competing and winning championships in karting is young Charles Visser. And watch out for Kyle as well, who now finds himself competing in Clubmans today, but also in the National Polo Cup Series for 2024. Next, we're going to chat to another new Sports and GT driver, and this time it's a gentleman by the name of Renzo Torrente, who might have a little bit of infamy on the scene in Cape Town, but now has tried his hands when it comes to circuit racing, and he's working with the guys at ATM Chip Tuning. ATM, of course, well known on the scene for high performance software upgrades, turbo upgrades, etc. And they now find themselves with an M4 GT4 spec car that they are taking racing in Sports and GT. I'm super keen to see how Renzo progresses. He's not from a circuit racing background. He'll be the first to admit it, and he is progressing very fast, dropping those times in a car that is fit for the purpose. It is, in my mind, one of the best looking race cars here today, simply because it's got all of the right parts on. But enough of that. Let's chat to Renzo directly and find out from him what is going on with that M4 GT4 spec race car. This car has been causing quite the stir on the scene. It's an M4, but what makes it so special?
So it's a BMW M4 GT4 spec factory race car. I suppose it speaks for itself. It is what it is. It's a BMW M4 race car.
And it's the details. You've got those slats for the vents over there. You got the front spoiler. Everything looks proper on this car, but that's how you operate though.
There we go. You know, I don't play around. Everything's got to be done right. It's got to be done properly. Pay once, do it properly, or pay twice. So I paid once.
The ATM guys, I mean, I know Renato and the guys, they love being involved with this car. They've been a big part of this car. What's it been like developing this car?
So, yeah, they've made the process a lot easier. I'm not a mechanically minded guy.
Me neither.
So working with them is beautiful. They've literally handled everything. The guys from ATM, Ravenol, all looking after me, making the whole process super easy for me. I just get in and drive.
So speaking about getting in and drive, what's it like? I mean,
up the gears with this thing, on the brakes. Everything must feel like, okay, this is the way it's supposed to be.
Exactly. I'm sure you know my street car is also an M4, so I'm used to the chassis. I love it. It was the right car for me. It feels the way it's supposed to feel. Yeah, all the way.
Well, it certainly looks the part, and I think I'm going to just cut this interview now and go stay at your car for a little bit longer. Ladies and gentlemen, watch out for Enzo in Sports and GT. I think this car's going to make some waves.
So let's talk about GTI Challenge. Right up front in Class A, Marco Busi takes the win only just after Umpi Swart had an unfortunate situation over there. But I've spoken to the Busi family. You take what you can get. They obviously want to take the fight right to the front-running drivers, but will take the win nonetheless. And that's only the first race of the day. They will have a reverse grid going into race 2. In Class B, it was an incredible performance by Ryan van Eerden, who ran away, but his times were so closely matched by Zaki Hendricks, who is, of course, the reigning and defending champion. There were many other names in the mix there. And of course, in Class C, it was the battle between Dario Busi and Dylan van Eerden, with Dario taking the win as they make their way into the second race. Now, later on, I'll be chatting to Dexter Bruce about the Clubman's race, but first, let's cut to another interview, and this time, we're chatting to Mr. Mike Rowe, who is, of course, the head of VW Motorsport, very much instrumental in South African motorsport. Why? Because motorsport needs manufacturing involvement for it to survive. It also needs a proper grassroots system that feeds to the next level and the ones above that. And thankfully, VW South Africa has got that vision of growing motorsport, feeder series. They've had multiple development type programs. They've had multiple feeder series programs. And now they've got the Rookie Cup as well, where we see the young Visser taking part in. Of course, there's Polo Cup, Super Cup, GTC, or the now rebranded South African touring cars. There is so much happening in South African motorsport at a time where VW and other manufacturers internationally have pulled out of racing. VW South Africa, and let's not forget to mention Toyota South Africa, have been pushing motorsport forward big time in SA, and for that we as motorsport community are forever grateful. So with that being said, let's cut over to a brief chat I had with Mr. Mike Rowe earlier on. I grabbed him away from his holiday and had a quick chat to him about motorsport and VW's involvement in motorsport in South Africa.
It's not often that when you're in the paddock area and you're wearing your VW Motorsport hoodie that you spot someone from VW Motorsport. I'm sitting here with Mr. Mike Rowe. Mr. Rowe, fantastic to have you here. VW Motorsport has been so instrumental in motorsport in South Africa. But I did pounce on you, though. You are in your civvies today. This is a civilian mission for you today, so thank you for chatting. So thank you for chatting to us.
Cool.
But let's jump straight into it. Why is VW Motorsport so committed?
Look, I think it. We've been building Polo in South Africa since 1996. Polo Cup turns 28 years this year, so we really Polo's done a fantastic job for the brand. And we see that across from club, regional, and international motor racing. So we just keep on nurturing and feeding in the system. I think our whole program at the moment is very focused on developing young drivers, and we've been doing that for a number of years. That's what we keep.
I'm a massive supporter of your brand because of that. Because for me, motorsport development is so important, and I can see that the ladder is now starting to get more legs filled into it, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, what we're doing now is our Rookie Cup champion goes into Polo Cup the following year, and the same with Polo Cup. The champion goes into Super Cup.
Wow.
So just keep nurturing that talent and coaching, coaching the youngsters. Keeping the old dogs feeding their information to the youngsters, and I think that's what it's about. Just keep on building the sport.
And then locally, we got GTI Challenge over here, which is both ways been a feeder series. The local guys use it for practice, and the national guys use it for practice too. We got some guys coming back, going there. What's that relationship been like for you?
Look, I think we're not that close to GTI Challenge. They've pretty much done their own thing, which is also a good thing, because they do lean on us for part supply. Like the regional championship up north, so they're very similar in many ways. And hopefully those will feed into our national platforms.
Yeah.
That's what it's about, is having that tiered approach.
Yeah, I love it.
The triangle must always look right. So the club and regional must be strong, feeding into the national championship.
Love it. Thank you so much for sharing your time with us.
No,
I'm going to
great.
leave you to it. I take it you're just going to be walking down the pits, having conversations.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mike Rowe.
Walker, it's flipping. Nah, I can't see anything. Yeah. So we are currently having visuals on the fan walk, and what the fan walk is about is a way to get all the fans to interact with the cars and interact directly with the cars. This now, today's turn, belongs to the sports and GT drivers, where some of the best and fastest cars go to compete. We saw Fisse in there with a Porsche GT3, and then of course we also saw Carruthers in the mix as well in the pull beam. We had our man Steve in the pull beam as well. Unfortunately he had some issues, Hubert, but the big surprise of the day was Dane Angel in that Ferrari 488, I think it's a 488. Dane's gonna hate me if I get this one wrong. They had a 458 and a 488 in that stable, but either way, that car's doing 1 minute 10s around here right now, which is frankly incredible for a GT3 car. I do suspect they've turned the wick up on that one all the way to make sure that they've got as much pace underneath that horse as possible. Speaking of horses, I'm waiting for my man Dexter, who's been cruising around on his horse for the day in Clubman's to get the Clubman's update. Also waiting for the results so we can go through those results with you guys, but in the meantime enjoy the visuals from Clubman's, or at least from Sports and GT, and also we're going to be showing you guys a couple of replays as well in this lunchtime show, so you can catch up on what's been happening on the course of today. Lots of action happening today at Killarney Raceway. Plenty actions. And we are now going to cut over to those replays. So if you look at your screen now, in the next couple seconds, you'll see a compilation of some of the action that we saw today. Other. Yes, but yeah, there was a lot of argy-bargy in those races today in V8 Masters. So back to the V8 Masters, and as you guys can see on your screen there, an action-packed event today in V8s. I think we've come to expect that from these guys these days, that's for sure.
1, 2, check one.
So, after watching all those action-packed replays, we saw Carruthers that was spinning out earlier on. Gee whiz, that
Drama
was intense.
all over the place.
Drama all over the place, but none more so than the clubman's race. But the thing is, when you're in the race, it's a lot more dramatic.
It was
You were
crazy.
there.
It was crazy. I must admit, it was very crazy. It was a good race. We started with 27 cars. I think about 5 of us fell out. My car was running okay. We had a bit of a fuel surge issue from lap 5 onwards. We had to sort of nurse that, and we started doing 127s. And then it got down to 35s just with this fuel surge because at every corner. So
was it that slow? I didn't know that. It looked good, but I think once we saw you were in the rhythm, we're like, okay, cool, cheers, you'll be fine.
I got into the rhythm as quickly as I possibly could. You know, being in the middle of the pack is what I wanted. And it's a class D car. I had a good fight with a class C car. That's all I really wanted. But unfortunately, 127s is nothing I can do. Once I've lost something in a corner with a fuel surge, it's so hard to make up that second. You can't. There's nothing you can do about it.
I hate fuel surge.
You
It's
know?
one of those things that's so demoralizing because your horse is not riding.
There's nothing more you can do.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
there's no
You can
boost
only
button.
put your foot so flat.
Yeah, I was thinking about the controller reset button actually. I was looking for. But nonetheless, we're looking forward to race 2. We've sorted out the issue, and hopefully it's going to be much, much better. All we want is a really good dice with a couple of cars. Eugene Gaspel up there in Class C. We really want to give him a good go. Mr. Gous in that very, very quick Golf 3 Jetta, turbocharged Jetta. We had a good run with him, so it's nice to see a rallycross car owners do well against an out-and-out track car.
I saw that Jetta and you were having a good old tussle. Could you hear the turbo on that car?
I heard it
because we could hear it.
That's what was loud. It's very loud. He went with me. I don't know if there's a replay, but he went with me to turn 1. And
I saw that.
He don't know how we do it back down there in rallycross.
Rallycross is a contact sport. Clubman's is not. Okay.
Yeah, that's strictly said, guys. Keep it clean. I was like, yeah.
So what else was happening in Clubman's? I know you couldn't see the action, but Oliver Hintenhouse, I mean, he won Class A overall in that in the race 1 with that BMW E46 M3.
Yeah.
Looking so fast out there. He did, however, have Stephen with him in that Skyline most of the way.
I mean,
but the Skyline just couldn't. At the end.
Unfortunately, the Skyline fell out towards the end. He outbraked himself, went to turn 1 and went so deep. I think he ran out of brakes, so I don't think he's in for race 2. But I know for a fact that last night, him and Shane Justice were busy rebuilding the diff on the car till 10 in the morning.
Gee whiz.
10 in the last night, sorry. So that's really, I think, the swan song really with Clubman's racing is that everybody helps one another.
But Shane helps everybody, so that's cool. Shane is one of those guys. Shout out to Shane Justice. He knows who he is.
He knows who he is. Yeah, we had issues as well. We unfortunately broke the gearbox in free practice yesterday.
Yeah.
We were here till 10 again last night rebuilding the box, and luckily, being a BMW, we managed to get a box out of another car, stuck it in.
Nice.
And we got the car going, and I must admit this box is actually better than the one that was in the car.
ZF, anybody that knows about BMs knows about that ZF gearbox. Let's touch on Formula Libre quickly. DJ Boyson gets it over Storm Landfield. And then, of course, Class V gets taken by Zaina Mutsen, who was leading in qualifying as well, and Kelly Fletcher just behind him.
I honestly think in that list that you just mentioned, there's no bigger name in that first race than Kelly Fletcher. Kelly Fletcher's come such a long way. Lady race, of course, in the open wheel racing. And one of the things that obviously we spoke about this so many times on air, how difficult is it to ride wheel to wheel. She now is managing to show the wheel, just hearing the conversation in the paddock a little bit earlier. Showing the wheel in an open wheel race is very difficult because the risks obviously are way higher. So she managed to do that and scare off a lot of guys. So big shout out to Kelly Fletcher.
Nice.
Lady racer, nails always done. Cars looking fantastic.
Nice. Sports and GT. Dane Angel, this big surprise today.
This is Clubman's right here, essentially. And look at the numbers.
I mean, look at the numbers, insane. We've just had an interview with Charles Visser. David Joubert ends up second place. Noel Grayling in the mix in that very fast Porsche. I mean, Connor Kilbride, what a showing from him as well. He said he won't last. in that class because he's just going too bloody fast. 117.4 for him. So 117 for Connor. Yeah, 117.4. The times here, most of the guys are under the 20s.
Under the 20s, yeah. I mean, and also even the guys in the 350Zs, they come a long way. Those are, nearest makes no difference, is somewhat standard engines. Obviously, they've been worked a little bit, and they're doing really good times to keep up with those cars. So the Sports and GTs for me today is really the race to watch because there are just so many million-rand cars going toe to toe.
Yes, jeez.
You know?
And touch wood, other than the Masters class, there hasn't been much argy-bargy today, eh?
Well, the thing about race one is, you know, everybody is sort of working their way into it.
I don't want to say anything.
You know,
it's commentators' curse.
Working their way into it. Well, you're the commentator, I'm the commentator.
Exactly. I don't want to say anything.
But I think race two, I think the Oaks are going to, you know,
the gloves are going off. Let's go to the STC Super Twin.
Yeah.
650s. Jamie Hall gets first place over there. Braden Hutchings, of course. Hutchings in the mix. Matt van Nicke, Keegan Wasserval, Abdul Isak, and Andre Sims there. In 650. First place in the 300 category, Adrian Solomon, with our girl Abigail Bosson there in third place in 300.
She's looking swift on the bike. She was saying just trying to get back into the groove after a long break.
Yeah.
She did race, I think, in Monza last year.
She did, didn't she? Let's talk about that.
She's becoming a little bit of a seasoned veteran here on the 300.
Yeah, she got invited to that
I think it was a ladies class or something.
Yes, and a good showing there from Boston.
Yeah, and continuing. Monza, if you played the game,
she was
any game,
that's
you know that
track,
Monza is not the easy.
That's a scary.
I've
only ever played it on games, and
too.
it's still scary. So well done to Abigail for a good showing there. Let's go to Superbikes with Q and Snyman.
Yeah.
The name on everybody's lips is Q and Snyman when it comes to bikes, and it's clear to see why. 9.5 seconds the difference between him and second place. And AJ Venter, Slave van Nicke, Tristan Pinner, no slouches. Those guys were so close to each other, all within a few tenths of a second. Look at the gap between those two over there. 0.076 of a second between AJ Venter and Slave van Nicke.
Unbelievable.
But Q and Snyman,
I had a bit of a chat to Brad Bodsworth, just I got him at the back over here, and he was saying most of the guys in this particular class, Ernest, is running full race bikes, and they are endlessly adjustable. He's made 15 changes.
Yes, he told me. Yeah.
And he can't find the sweet spot, and you're either on it or you're not, you know.
And Bodsworth, let's talk about Bodsworth, because he's in the Superbikes class now as well, and quite far down the order is Bodsworth, but he is, as mentioned, still finding his feet at the moment, getting faster and faster with a 16.1 at the moment. But Brad, a champion from last year, and just like last year and the year before, he's only been doing this for 2 years, he's going to find his feet and then eventually get right up to the front over there with Mike Hunter there in the 600cc class, getting first place in the 600cc class. As we go over to the Clubman and Breakfast Run Classic also section there, Tyler Weber gets the Clubman's win there with Wessel Kruger in the Classics, and then Breakfast Run, Ryan Smuts, followed by Momberg and
one name I'd like to mention, if you look at the right at the bottom, Stravo Mikkel, he's on a Harley Davidson.
Yes,
I mean,
what's up with that?
That is like I looked at the bike, it actually looks like a BMW GS. Fantastic.
Yeah, he sits up straight.
It's basically an off-road sort of anywhere gravel kind of a bike.
Yeah, you can put someone on the back.
But that's the point of the class. It's a breakfast class. You come whatever. You know, those are the boys that go on a Sunday morning at 4 o'clock past your house and make a massive noise.
Massive noise. I've probably told the story 1,000 times, but I was here for Ronald Slummett's first breakfast run event. He'd never raced on track before, blasted the competition into the weeds, and then was like, you know what, I think I'm going to go racing, and that's exactly what he did.
He's
had a very successful racing career, still continues now, involved with motorsport development, is the Slummett team. So that's what it takes. Sometimes you got to do a breakfast run, a track day, or something like that, where you come here, just have some fun, enjoy yourself, but at the same time, maybe get those blood juices pumping. We look on our screen now, and now we see the sports and GT cars over there.
Lining
some
up.
Very interesting cars, the Porsche there, and of course that gentleman over there, yes, in the 350Z, more Porsche GT3s, the Coastal M3
that's
BMW.
Oliver Intenhouse, yeah.
So fast.
Fantastic
So
this is the fan walk, essentially, where you can walk through the cars, get in, take some photos, mingle with the drivers. This happens every single race meeting. So if you're watching this, that's a fantastic showing. We do it every single meeting where we invite members of the crowd just to come walk through it like a fan walk.
And like a fan walk, but really get up close and personal to the action, because this is really the only time you get to see these cars like this.
You know,
it's all good and well to watch the Porsches whiz by, but here you actually get to go, and the drivers want you to come have a look and see what the car's about.
That's so nice.
Open the conversation. This is for all those people that ask me, how do I get into racing? This is how. You come here, you tell the one guy, you know what, I will polish your car before it goes out every race. That's all I'll do, and you don't have to pay
as
me.
feeble as it sounds, I mean, that is where we all started. We all got involved somehow, sweeping the floor, doing something.
ERA Racing, I was polishing cars there at ERA Racing just because we were told to do it.
Exactly.
They made fun of us to watch us polish the cars.
Today you're on your own racing team, you know, with multiple race cars. That's the benefit of it.
That's how it goes.
So one of the things I want to make mention is the elephant in the room is the weather.
No rain though, but you were like this yesterday for rain. You were praying for the rain yesterday.
I wanted just a little bit of wetness.
Why?
I mean, we're used to the slippery surface, the change of conditions that we face on rallycross. I think has made us really able to adapt to that grip, no grip, you know. And when the rain falls and it lands on that rubber.
When you say that, I'm like, did I learn to adapt? I was basically just holding on for dear life most of the time.
And for me, it came naturally. Now, later on, after doing it for 4 years, Mr. Austin's giving us the wave. A proper wave.
Is that what a wave looks like? I can't show that wave on camera. Brian Hoskins, of course, involved with our Clark's team today, the main man over here.
All-Tar guy.
He's going to organize the
He's an All-Tar guy.
Yeah, anybody that knows about the All-Tar, comment below. It's really one of the highlights on the calendar for me.
It is. It's a fantastic showing. So, yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to rain, mate. I think...
how's the wind been out there? Has it been affecting it all?
It's been hectic.
Look at the way it's pumping, because that's a rain wind. The wind's blowing this way, which is the rain wind direction.
Yeah, so we've got a bit of our own little weather system happening over here, where there's a specific mountain they call the Koppie, and if the clouds come over the Koppie, they know the rain is coming, and for the most part the clouds have not been coming over the Koppie, so safe to say it's not going to rain.
But again, this is an indicator over here, so maybe later on tonight it might be raining, but at the moment there's nothing happening right now. But the wind, has the wind played a factor at all?
The wind is a nice tailwind. I actually got 205 kilometers an hour down the backside, which
versus 199 usually.
Usually 201 was my Friday. So pretty stoked with that. The car's been very twitchy. We did some aero stuff in the car which wasn't calculated. But one of our stewards over there.
Stewards, eh?
Very good gentlemen. Yeah, so the tailwind has been good. I think the bike suffered the most, honest,
yes,
from the wind.
They definitely do. I just wanted to hear your inputs as we now see some movement on the fan walk over there. The cars now making their way through. How's that black 370Z that's racing today? Eh? Wow,
it's a beautiful looking car. I think you're still getting acquainted with the car. I think it's a fresh car.
It's a very fresh car. I've never seen that car before. I'm not sure if that's the ex-Graven car.
I think it might be.
That was here before, not raced very often, to be honest. But when I saw that car, it did kind of look familiar.
So this is the thing about that particular class, is that the guys in that class, we're talking about the sports and GT class, is that they're very ruthless in terms of the way they drive. They're here to have a good time. They drive hard. So when you fairly new, you come to the front and you put a car and you're going to come race sports and GTs, they're going to make you know that, listen,
this is sports and GT,
sports and GT, sir.
This isn't track day
exactly.
Or fine cars. This is sports and GT.
So yeah, I think he's getting to grips with it. Of course, yeah, that's Marco, and of course that M4 was giving a good showing as well. I think it's Renzo. Is it?
I chatted to Renzo early on. We had one of his interviews. Oh, look at that parade as the cars come through. Renzo, just to focus on Marco there quickly. Marco in that 370Z. Again, one of the newer drivers here, but gee, was that car look sensational.
It looks beautiful. Murdered out.
Black on black.
And I mean a 370Z, most of them firstly, as you know, are automatic, so to have a manual one was a little bit hard to find.
Nice.
But I think that extra 20 after the 350, I think it's worth it. The car looks the part, I must be honest.
It definitely does look the part. And then of course, like you mentioned, Renzo Torrente, also his second race at the moment in that M4, currently on a 121, which was much faster than his qualifying lap time. I think he did a 24 in qualifying.
I think he's getting acquainted with the car nicely.
He's getting acquainted with the car now. Once you start doing that low 20s, man, you're flying. Anything under 25 in a car like that is absolutely flying. So well done to Renzo, starting to get the hang of it. And we like to encourage new drivers. I mean, you're not a new driver, but you're new to the series, and now that brings the numbers up. That brings other competitors. Your friends are interested. The family's involved. That's what we want to bring, because it's not just you that comes. With you comes 5, 6, 7 other people, and that's just by one removed once. What about the twice removed? I know Mr. Bruce is in there somewhere with his telescopic lens.
He's
Bruce
telling
Senior
you to get the E46, catch the E46. That's Eugene Gaspel. But I think what for me, what's really good, coming here this morning at 7 o'clock this morning, is the theatre about this whole place, which you can't really see on the camera. And really, I want to applaud everybody. If you're out there and you want to make your way to Killarney, the theatre that happens from 6 o'clock in the morning, right until 6 o'clock in the evening, it's something to behold.
I think today is a special day, to be honest. It's the first race of the season.
Yeah.
The air, the compare, because nobody knows where they sit in the thing.
Yeah.
And qualifying certainly sorted that out a little bit. The first race certainly sorted it out. But now, like you say, the Oaks that didn't get the result they wanted are going to push in race 2.
Yep.
The first race of the season, it's different. And if you are in the area, it's only 10 past 2 at the moment. There's still plenty racing to come. If you are in the area, I would highly suggest making your way down here and coming to have a look and see what's happening in race 2
And of course,
today.
I mean, it's a kid-friendly place. You're most welcome to bring the kids around. There's plenty of facilities here where the kids can play. There's a whole host of events happening on the other side as well. We've even got spinning happening on the other side. So really, that's why I say it's a theatre, because we try to cater for everybody. It's not just a boys' club with petrol and tires on it.
Yeah.
It's a lot more than that.
Yeah, but when the guys hear theatre, they think theatre of dreams and football. And I know the Man U match is 5 o'clock. Relax, guys. You can make it home in time for the match.
Absolutely.
Just come through here.
But you know, when you go play, so when you go watch the game of rugby or soccer, it's going to the friend's house.
It's different.
It's the Biltong before. It's the journey there. Where do you park? Losing a car, losing a friend because he's with another kid.
Yeah. Come back here.
That's the theatre of this place. It's really, and every day we are here, we make history, and we'd love you to be part of the history.
100%. So, what have we got to look forward to in race 2? It looks like, and I might have missed it, the Masters qualified yesterday. I know that.
Yeah.
And it looks like they've already done both their races. So it looks like the Masters guys are done for the day. But we've got plenty bikes. The bikes are now starting to warm up over here. We got plenty bike races. We got race 2 in GTI Challenge. Then we got race 2 in Clubman's as well. What are you looking forward to?
I'm really looking forward to the GTI Challenge guys. They always put up a good show. It's always exciting to watch. Class A, B and C has been tight from the word go. Our friend Faisal Jacobs in there with a brand new fresh car.
Yeah, he clattered into someone, they clattered into each other, let's put it that way.
Broke a rim. You know, that's the drama that we're speaking about, the theatre.
And you don't see that unless you're here.
You don't.
Because I know the camera's obviously trying to catch everything, but sometimes, you know, the action's there, the action's here, the action's
There's so much
everywhere.
going on.
There's so much going on. So just take one walk down the pits and you get to see exactly all the action that's going down. And there's storylines everywhere. It's absolutely fascinating.
Absolutely. So we really applaud you. Come out here, have a good time. I'm looking forward to the Class C Challenge. I'm looking forward to the Class A Challenge. Summit Racing have got a new Polo on the grid. Fantastic car. Peter P3 now. He's looking to get the car to the P1 spot. Marco Bussi's there. Dario Bussi's at the back. Ryan, Van Eden and Zaki. I mean, they are just knackering each other. It's so
the
good.
times are so close between the two of them. And Zaki, being the champ, is now going, okay, so it's race 2 now. I might have lost race 1 by a smidgen, but it's not over yet.
But the guys are looking for power. They're turning the distributors and doing all sorts of stuff.
Top dead center. They're making those small adjustments. The points and condensers are being set.
It's so good.
GTI Challenge
It's
is
so
out.
good.
And then, of course, there's Formula Libre that's still got another race. Superbikes, etc., etc., etc. There's something for everybody here today.
There is. We've made some changes to our car, and we've definitely filled up the fuel. We're not going to have fuel surge issue anymore. Okay, safe to say we've resound that.
Rain now,
I want a little bit of rain. So if you're there at home and you're going to come, please bring the rain with you.
I'm definitely feeling a couple of droplets now. And the bike guys, I tell you that much.
They're going to have to.
They are going, because this must be terrible. I can just feel the dust in the air.
Yeah.
For me, this could change everything. So everybody stay tuned, folks, as we go into the second part of the day, because if it does rain, that's going to turn absolutely everything on its head. But having said that, my jacket's off here, so it's not cold.
It's not cold at all.
It's not cold.
Cold at all. It feels a bit of Joburg where it's nice and smuggy outside, but you never know when the rain's going to come.
It's a little bit, actually a little bit humid here today, surprisingly. Surprisingly.
So looking forward to it. Very much looking forward to it.
Let's talk about our new sponsors on board today. Of course, in V8 Masters, still Pirelli, still involved. involved over there, and they need those sticky tires because those are big cars. I mean, you're running the Pirellis at the moment, and they seem to be working
they're good. They're
fantastically
very
well.
expensive. They do have a bit of a shelf life, which I'm finding out very quickly.
Is it? Do they dip off?
They don't dip off in terms of. Look, my car is very heavy. It's a stock BMW in terms of the weight, so it's just 1.2 tons. They were designed for sports and GT cars where the car weighs under a ton. So throwing a lot of weight all onto one tire does make the tire sort of move around and start to change color a little bit. So even though there's thread pattern on the cars, on the tire, but I can just feel it start to slip. And with Killarney, you're turning right most of the time. So your left-hand side does seem to suffer.
Yeah, big time. That left front suffers a lot. Then we got Thermo Fire's Clubman Saloon.
Absolutely.
Thermo Fire's back this year to support once again. Big thank you to them. Thermo Fire's Clubman Saloon. For
DTM Alderberg, always there.
DTM Alderberg, of course. Big shout out to DTM Alderberg because without sponsors like that, these events don't happen. So big shout out to them, DTM Alderberg, and of course the major sponsor here today, Smile FM as well in the mix.
100%.
And then my friend from Smile FM, if he's here, shout out to him, Mr. Didri. And then we've got the Formula Libre race as well. Le Joubert sponsoring sports and GT. And David Joubert has been such a stalwart and a proponent of this class. Not only being there to race, but also supporting the class and making sure that it grows, and so it has.
And also, just like what I love about them is that they're always moving the yardstick. In particular, what we're speaking about, WB drives a Lotus shell with the Ferrari engine in it. Now, I mean, if that's not going to get you here, I don't know what's going to. But
it is probably the most spectacular looking car.
Beautiful sounding. I mean, my car sounds good. No further than mine, but that thing sounds blisteringly fantastic.
Unbelievable. And another two cars that are from the Retter camp, ex-Retter car, Marco Retter's car himself, which sounds fantastic. And then there's the ex-Marco Retter car, which now belongs to Connor Kilbride. And that is, Connor was talking about that car earlier, and he says he cannot believe how fast it is. They've turned the boost down so he can get to learn the car. The brakes are phenomenal. It feels like a real race car. The smile on his face when he got out that car the other day was just pure bliss.
It's look, those cars are edge racing. Everything you do is on the edge. Everything works. The aero is not just there for the show. It works. The tires are 300 wide. They're wider than a rule of that you have in your school bag. It's unbelievably everything matters.
That's a good mental picture there. It's like, okay, I get it now.
It's unbelievable, you know.
And then we've got API that's come on board for GTI Challenge, and GTI Challenge has got the problem now where they've got actually a lot of attention on them, so much so that they've got a bunch of sponsors that have come on board to try and move this thing forward. API is the big series sponsor. You'll see them on the front window banner. And GTI Challenge now just looks like they are flying.
And that's the thing, you know, yes, they have lost a couple, but they've gained a lot more. And if you've got a company and you want to sponsor any particular series, I mean, feel free. There is always space. We're always looking for more sponsors. This is a very expensive sport, as you know, but so is everything. But without sponsors, it's almost impossible.
Well, I had a brief conversation with Peter yesterday from We Buy Parts, and one of the things he was talking, he's looking for ways to get involved here. There are companies like Peter's company that want to get involved with motorsport because they see there's a captive audience here, and I commend those companies that have put their money down to come on board to grow motorsport, and notwithstanding the Le Jouberts, the APIs, etc., etc., Zaki Wheelworks, Smile FM, the list goes on and on and on. But we're going to call it now. Dexter, any closing words from you before we hand it up back to the commentary team over there?
I'm looking forward to race number 2 from our side, Clubman side. I think it's going to be a ding-dong battle.
You look so relaxed now, I got to say.
Once you know what the car can do, I think it's a little bit easier. The first race, obviously, the butterflies are there. You know, you to show it, but it's there. But now you know what the car can do. It's pretty much on the rails from here on in. It's plug and play. You know? Stay out of trouble. Turn 1 is always where the drama happens. So I'm going to do that. Stay out of trouble. Hoping for some rain. If I don't bring the rain with you. Looking forward to that. And I'll see you guys out.
Well, folks, that's it from us here in the lunchtime booth. This is now the lunchtime booth. Thanks to Bruce, the Clubman's racer, about to take the track. My name is Ernest Page. No drive today. Still trying to find my race cars. I'm with you guys today watching the racing. I've got to say I'm enjoying it though. It's been a fantastic day's racing. It ain't over yet. We're going to hand it back up to the gentleman in the tower, the voice in the sky. We'll be back at the end of the day to say goodbye, but for now, enjoy the racing. And if you are in the area, come on down and enjoy it with us. See you guys later. Cheers.
Well, a very good afternoon to one and all after our luncheon interval as we take up the second half of our racing bull here at Killarney International Raceway, the Power Series, proudly sponsored by Smile 90.4 FM. And our motorcycles are out now. It's the MGA Racing Clubman Classic and Breakfast Ride motorcycles. The first heat was very exciting, where Tyler Weber and Paul Rulu and Piers Canute were having an absolute scrap up front. Piers Canute really a diabolical stop going into Castrol Corner up on the front wheel, reminding me of Top Race Gaglioglu coming into the pits on the BM, the Rocket BM. Yeah, it was absolutely brilliant to watch, but it sort of took himself out of the picture in terms of that, where he could have had race one. I reckon race two is going to be much of the same. And I'm looking to a very exciting race. Coming out of this class, I mean, it was really exciting racing. So let's have a look at heat number 2. It's also a 9-lap once again. And joining me my side here is Jordan Eben. Jordan, I hope race 2 is like race 1.
Yeah, race 1 was filled with a little bit of chaos. Outside a lap, or at the start of lap 1, we had Greg Waddington with that bike somersaulting all over the place in turn 2. I actually went downstairs at lunchtime to go speak to Dylan Anderson, because he told me, or he sent me a message afterwards, and he said it seemed like his life flashed before his eyes, because he locked up the rear wheels because he was right behind Greg, and he said he had to go into the grass and the bike cut out, and he was stressing, but he dropped down all the way to the back and made his way back up to 10th. So that was very impressive. And then I had a chat with Pierce as well, and he said he looked very happy, the massive smile on his face. So I'm sure he's learned a little bit from race 1, and he'll definitely take that into race 2 and make a meal with it.
I think it's going to be extremely exciting. Piers Canute, there's in screen there on your left-hand side, that 77 bike. He's there out of the Westman pit. I hear him winding up that R6 here through our commentary box. And I think we're up for a very exciting race. So we're under starters' orders, and the pleasant John Green stands with the 5-second pedal. He's about to flip it. 5 seconds, gentlemen. Wait for the lights. Lights on. Lights off, and we go racing. And it looks like we might have had a jump start there on the line. I don't know if it's Tyler Weber, but they all go like bats out of hell down into turn number 1. They roll around. We're trying to see who's up on the front there, if I can pick it up. Piers Canute up there. He's right up there again in second place. I'm not sure he's in first place. I don't think it's Tyler Weber. It could be, but a little bit far away from us. We can't zoom in. They go around Castrol Corner. They hit out. They lean left to the King down towards Interceptor Corner. And already Piers Canute has made his intentions known. Here they come down towards Interceptor as they roll right hand up the Tigerberg straightaway. And up the Tigerberg straightaway they go up to the Sorrel van der Merwe sweep. It's that double right hand twin apex corner. There they go in. You see all the bikes jostling for positions, leaning up on the inside of their buddies as they roll around. Down the back straight they go. Piers Canute giving it absolute 10 tenths as he goes down there. He looks like he wants to take the lead. He goes towards the outside line. He's going to look to cut back on what we call a switchback. There you see him dive back in. It could be Tyler Webb in the front. I can't quite pick up that number. We'll watch them as they come towards the start-finish line once again. And they will know exactly who's there. There's the 4, 5, and 6 bikes coming through. The whole gaggle of bikes up over the lines. Wessel Kruger. No, Wessel Kruger rolling back the years there, but Piers Canute's up on the inside there of turn number 1. And, well, Wessel was in the top 5, so he's up to have a bit of fun.
So now we look as the lead pack comes into Castrol Corner. Wessel Kruger leading it out after we suspected it was Tyler Weber, but he's actually dropped down to 3rd. And that front 3 is about 5 seconds ahead of 4th place man Wayne Gresser, who's followed by JP Shermers, Willem Billendel, Jamie Hall, Nsana, Willem Lowe, Daniel Anderson, Paul Rulu. Paul Rulu's dropped down quite a bit. So I'm not sure if he was maybe the jump start at the beginning of this race.
He might be, I don't know. So, but we'll find out at the end of the race. We might pick it up on the radio. coming 4, 5 and 6. Here they come. It's going to be Gresser, Shermers, Benadel, Hall, Entisana, Low. The whole pack of bikes rolling there through that double apex right-hander, and they're all going to go hurtling down towards turn number 5. The front three have pulled away, and Wayne Gresser is up front there in that pack as he goes down into Pertamina Fostron corner. That whole gaggle of bikes going in there. There they are. Linus, look at the guys all jostling for positions there on the left-hand side of your screen. Lovely stuff as they come out, and they all choose different lines to try and get the best approach.
So, Francois, I see while you were watching that gaggle behind us, Piers Knut actually made a move on Wessel Kruger and Tyler Weber coming down the back straight on that R6, and now he's absolutely steaming ahead coming into Castrol Corner. He's now a second and a half ahead of Tyler Weber, who managed to get past Wessel Kruger as well. And now that group is now another 10 seconds ahead of the 4th place man, Wayne Gresser. So this mid-pack battle of what looks to be 8 or 9 bikes is definitely going to stir things up.
Well, Jamie Hall in there having a bit of a moment up behind Shermers. And here comes your bikes up towards the solid front. Have a sweep your front three. We'll wait for the rest of the pack now as they dive down into the Decepticon. Have a look at all those bikes there. Willem Binnendel's in there. Lowe's in there as well, Willem Lowe. They're all having an absolute brilliant time now as we go down towards turn number 5. The front three are going down. Piers Knut is, like you said, absolutely hauling.
Yeah, he is looking great now. I think he's finally found his stride, and he is just pulling away as they come now, or as he comes now under the Castrol Bridge and crosses the line into turn 1. But we move back, coming through Pertamina Fostron. We've got this big gaggle now exiting turn 5, led by Wayne Gresser, who actually got past JP Shermers, sorry. So they're going to be battling for that 4th and 5th spot. Jamie Hall actually has made his way past Wayne Gresser.
Right, going out of Castrol Corner now is Piers Knut. There's Tyler Weber going through his head now of Wessel Kruger, so we missed that overtaking maneuver. Here they come. Here's your 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9 all coming up now into Castrol Corner. Everyone jostling positions. There's Willem Lowe on that green Kawasaki. He's part and parcel of that, and he's down in 8th place. Just goes to show they're all having this great sort of battle. That whole little pack of bikes having a battle, while the front three are absolutely just obliterating the pack as they go down towards turn number 5.
Now we look into 5 as Piers Knut comes in on that number 77 Catman.
The R6 there,
excuse me, R6, and he is still leading away. We still have 6 laps to go, which hasn't made much of a dent in this race so far, but he has really found his way through, crossing the line. Now we move back into that 4th place battle, and below, JP Shermers has now taken that 4th place spot, but I'm sure Jamie Hall is going to be on his tail. Now they're only 2 seconds behind him. This is getting crazy, Francois. There's now 5 or 6 bikes all right on each other's nose and tail.
JP Shermers crosses the line. He's followed there by Jamie Hall. Then it's Wayne Gresser, Paul Ruler, Willem Lowe, Willem Binnendahl, Dylan Anderson, Lubabala Ntasana, and Shandon Thompson. That's that whole group there, rolling there into holes at the moment. That's turn number 1. And the battle is quite frenetic there as the leaders go into Castrol Corner. And now the rest of the field following. There's Willem Binnendahl on that green Kawasaki. He is very noticeable. But Piers Knut has absolutely turned the taps wide open.
Now I'll jump back now. The best lap from Piers Knut, a 1:19.592. And he is screaming ahead now, 2.5 seconds in front of that 76 bike of Tyler Weber. They now coming through turn 5 and making their way onto the main straight, but we've moved back now through Sorrel Sweep and onto the back straight. This group is just getting it's getting spread up. I see that 163 of Wessel Kruger has found his own little gap that he is making his way through, and it is still getting a bit violent.
Yeah, no, there's great battles going down into turn 5. Going up towards turn number 2 now is your leader now, Piers Knut. There we see him come rocketing up towards Castrol Corner. And look at the lead that he's eked out over Tyler Weber. Weber is using the power of that quacker to try and reel him in. Wessel Kruger on that old sling of Suzuki of his having absolute fun there as he rolls out of Castrol Corner. The rest of the team coming up now into there they go now through Interceptor Corner. Your front three getting very spread out. Piers Canuti is really riding a brilliant race here. Well managed.
I see JP Shermans has also found his way through fourth coming into Interceptor Corner. Now he's on his own. He has found some legs and he's managed to get ahead. But now we jump back to the front as Piers Canute makes his way down the back straight towards turn 5, Pertamina Fostron, with what's coming up to be 3 laps to go. He is still putting in better times. Actually, no, I lie. Sorry, he's still on his 119.592. But I'm sure with all this clean air and no possibility of running up to back markers yet, I think he'll be sitting here for a while.
Well, the question beckons. They're down in turn 5. Piers Canuti, is he a rising talent? There comes that whole gaggle of bikes that you said was spread out there. You can see Shermer's Rulu Hall coming through there. Lowe's comes through there. Cresses dropped down into Sana, then Binnedal and Anderson. They're all there now in turn 5. The whole lot of them in there. There's a bit of a dice. Someone getting taken out on the outside there, trying as they may. You don't want to come on the outside. It's a wide line, and the guys just gap you up on the inside. There goes Binnedal over the line. So that is down in 10th place. So that's all 11, 12, 13, 14 that come through there. Some great racing out there at the moment.
Looking as they come into turn 1, Hole's Hook. I believe that is the gaggle of Jamie Hall, Willem Lowe, Wayne Cresser. Actually, no, I lie. Willem Lowe and Jamie Hall are coming into Castrol Corner turn 2, making their way out currently. And then we've got a big group of Shandon Thompson, Wayne Cresser, Lubabalo Ntana, and Dylan Anderson, all fighting for that little gaggle.
Yeah, no, having a great time there. And the big Harley. I see the big Harley there out of Stavro Michel out there. And he's doing a 131 out there. That's way off the pace at the front. But anyhow, they're out there. Your leader coming into turn 1, Piers Canute. Followed there by Tyler Webber. And Tyler Webber has got the stronger bike, but not being able to catch him there. Up behind him, Wessel Kruger on that old bike working his way through. Here's your 4th place man, JP Shermans, who's worked his way through. He'll be followed there by Paul Rulu, comes through. And up behind him will probably be the man, Jamie Hall, down from Neisler. There's Jamie Hall, crosses the line. And have a look, see what happens now. There's Willem Lowe, Jamie Hall, Lubabalo Ntana, Willem Binnedal, Wayne Cresser, Dylan Anderson, and Shannon Thompson has dropped down the line.
Now we look as they make their way through turn 1. That group is still splitting itself out a little bit, but that battle in that 65 of Jamie Hall on that classic, he seems to be putting pace to these sports and superbikes here, especially the 1 liters, as we see Dylan Anderson coming on the back of Shandon Thompson. Now moving back into turn 5, we see Piers Canute coming to start his last lap of this race. He is, I'm sure, feeling fantastic. The bike is up to heat. The track is up to heat. I'm sure that's why he's doing so well. The tires are nice and warm, and I'm sure he's going to take this to the end.
Well, like I said, this is a 600 track, and he's been cracking on the pace. Those times of a 120 are pretty impressive. There comes Tyler Webber through, and he's going to get followed there by Wessel Kruger on that sling. He goes through. So we've got classics being mixed up there with clubman bikes. And it's nice to see. I mean, Wessel Kruger, lots of talent. Tyler Webber in screen chasing Piers Canute. And they work their way through. There's that big Harley Davidson of Stavro Michel coming through there. He says that thing's a beast. He says it goes around the corner, it slides all over the show. It's like a motor car. The back end wants to step out.
Yeah, that thing is an absolute monster. And I'm sure, I mean, even though it may not be the fastest bike on the circuit, it's definitely one to look at. Now coming around the last 2 corners of the circuit, we look at Piers Canute through turn 4 and onto the back main. He has found his own finally after that difficult race 1 where he struggled fighting against Tyler Webber. But I see Tyler Webber's actually dropped down to 5th place. I'm not sure what's happened to him. I wonder if he got caught up by a back marker or something there, Francois. But now we watch as Piers Canute on his excuse me, number 77 Yamaha R6 makes his way to the line. and takes this win for race 2.
What a fantastic ride from the young man. Brilliant stuff there. Coming up over the line there, it's going to be Tyler Webber. Yeah, changed Tyler Webber, then, sorry, Wessel Kruger came in second, then Tyler Webber. My apologies. Here comes Shermers. No, it is Webber. Shermers is third. Webber's dropping down the order. He's down in 4th place. And then Paul Ruler there in 5th coming through. So, great racing. And I must admit that Piers Canute really strategized well from the get-go.
Yeah, I agree with you. He knew exactly what he needed to do after that race 1. He had a calm and cool head, and he really pulled it off with a, I think that was an 11 or 12 second gap between him and Wessel Kruger.
Yeah, no, look, like you say, he plotted it correctly and he checked out, and that's the way he did it. And it's actually a very good way to do it. You can get away in the beginning, then you've got basically just to have to hold your ground.
I do see, though, unfortunately, Jamie Hall did have to pull out of this race with 1 lap to go, which is very unfortunate. But what a race from these MGA Racing Clubman Classic Breakfast Run bikes. And now we move on to Sports and GT.
Right, we get ready now for the following race after lunch, the second race after lunch, the Le Hubert Sports and GT Cars. And already we from our commentary box can see the Autohaus Angel Ferrari of Dane Angel. It's now beginning to work its way out on the track. Davy Hubert coming out on the circuit as well. And Steve Humble working his way out. And Charles Visser also coming out onto the track as well. Noel Greiling, the new man in the 992 GT3 Cup Porsche, running in Class X today. I'm sure he'll be in Class A at least by the next event. Charles Visser as well will also bust out from X, probably into Class A with that very quick Porsche of his. Clinton Thorne has also made his way out onto the circuit. So the guys are slowly but surely beginning to work their way out onto the racetrack. Conor Kilbride in the Beamer that I earlier thought belonged to Marco Retta, but not. It is indeed Conor Kilbride. Andre Brink is out on track, and there are a few more of them coming up. Gary Kieswetter, they've got a DNF in race 1, is out on the circuit. Martin Prince coming out, Sander Bakari coming out, Paul Beached coming out. It looks like that's Oliver Hintenhuis. And then Renzo Torrente working his way out, and a whole lot of others. Simon Penev coming out as well. So Byron, they are all coming out onto the circuit, including the number 84 of Devon Palais.
Yeah, there comes Ribeiro out onto the circuit as well. Marco Ribeiro, that's the GT Sports and GTD class. We didn't speak much actually about Gary Kieswetter in the first race in the Martini Porsche, Frankie, because he had basically a consistent race as far as things were concerned.
Didn't get to the checkered flag though. He got a DNF that was picked up by Jordan that was manning the radio, and he did not finish that Martini Racing Porsche of advanced packaging technology, did not make the checkered flag.
My error there, but yes, I saw that Martini Porsche is back out on the circuit. I saw that the Juno of Sandra Bicari, the VW Juno, is back out on the circuit as well. That was parked in the pits towards the latter end of the first sports and GT car race, but it looks like we're starting to stack behind the safety car, and there is Dane Angel in what is purported to be a 12 million rand machine. That's what I've heard. And of course a V8 Ferrari. That one alongside him will be the Lotus Exige of Davy Hubert. A number of Porsches in this race as well. The likes of Charles Visser in that white Porsche with a number of the various racetracks as decals. And alongside him will be Greyling, Clinton Thorne, Conor Kilbride.
Well, I must say, sorry about the safety cars leading them out of Castrol Corner, and there are hordes and hordes and hordes of racing cars still coming past us into turn number 1. They're going to pick up the tail end of that snake that's working its way now towards Interceptor Corner. All these cars, it's on the screen in front of you, all going to catch up to the main pack that's working through turn 3 Interceptor. So they're going to have to get a move on. That safety car is going to have to slow them down enough that these other cars can catch up to the back of that leading pack that's working its way slowly but surely up the Tygerberg Straight towards Saddle Sweep.
Now, it's the BMW of Torrente, and then I think I see that is the Lotus 7 Rotary of Henny Bosman, who sat out race 1. Then Simeon Penev, Vance Kearney in the number 17 car, which is out there. Vance Kearney we usually see in the classic car races. And there is a Pilbeam that is being pushed by marshals, and I wonder if that's the Francis Carruthers car.
No, well, if it's 91, it's Humble. If it's 69, it's Carruthers. We'll try and pick up that number on the screen for you. He's pretty hard to pick up that number, but we'll have a look. There should be 2
Carruthers is out there.
It is Carruthers is out there. It's Stevie Humble. It is the 91 Steve Humble. Is also the chairman of our local rallycross and also competes there. And that is a double whammy for Steve Humble.
Yeah, bad luck day for Stevie Humble. Of course, the chairman of the Rallycross section as well, as far as things are concerned. So a day to forget for Stevie Humble. But Frankie, the safety car will bring them around, will peel off and leave them be for 10 racing laps, as they will do.
Safety car will move off now. The lights are off on the safety car. It peels off into the pit lane. It's now in the hands of Dane Angel and Davy Hubert. It sits there on his outside in second pole. Under the set of Cape Town Bridge they go. The 5 lights at the end of pit lane is on. The lights go off. They drop the hammers. And away we go for 10 laps of Le Hubert Sports and GT Racing. Exit turn 1. It is Angel that sits out there in P1. In second position, we've got Davi Hubert, and then it's a lovely fight here going on, and it is indeed, it's a Noel Greiling that's there in that third position. Right behind him, we have got Charles Visser, and then Andre Brunk got gobbled up there by that Lotus 7 with a Toyota power plant of Clinton Thorne.
Well, just on the inside of turn 3, Frankie Visser had a go back at Greiling. They're now onto the Tygerberg straight as they charge up now to the double apex right-hander at Saddle Sweep turn 4, and then onto the back straight. You'll see coming through there will be Martin Prince in that orange Porsche, and that orange Porsche, he finds himself currently there, looks like it ahead of a BMW, but meanwhile, here come our leaders, the Ferrari versus the Lotus, down the straight as they go. Now they're leaving the rest behind so far, and underneath the bridge they'll come. Let's take a look at the gap between the two of them then as they cross the line and go back into turn 1 for the second lap.
Working their way out of turn 1, it's a Dane Angel. Right on his case is Davi Hubert. Then as the rest of the field filter through turn number 1, it is Noel Greiling. Behind him we have got Charles Visser. Right on his case as they make their way towards turn number 2 Castrol. It's the Toyota powered Lotus 7 of Clinton Thorne. Andre Brunk is in there. Gary Kieswetter making his way out as well, and then Connor Kilbride, and then right behind Connor Kilbride as they go through the King towards turn 3, we've got Sander Bakari that's diving up on the inside of Martin Prince.
Yeah, Martin Prince then ahead of Hintenhaus, who was originally right behind Martin Prince, is lost out there and is falling into the clutches of Francis Carruthers. Meanwhile, into turn 5, Frankie, look how close it is. It was 0.2 of a second when they crossed the line the last time around. They come now to complete lap 2 of 10. Underneath the Castrol and City of Cape Town bridge, they'll then run. They are nose to tail. He's in the slipstream, is the Lotus. Will he make a move into turn 1? I don't think so yet. He's going to play the waiting game, Frankie.
Right on his case, he sits there. It's a 1:11.818 by Davi Hubert. He's the quickest man as they work their way out of turn number 1. Then it's Noel Greiling. Behind him is Charles Visser. Behind Visser is Thorne, and then it's side-by-side stuff between Gary Kieswetter and Andre Brunk, and Kieswetter and Brunk's having their own fight as this group works its way towards turn 1. In the background you can see Kieswetter and Brunk, and then right there with him is the BMW of Connor Kilbride.
Yeah, he's made easy work over there, has Kieswetter. Past Brink, Clinton Thorne in the Toyota Lotus 7 is the next man up the road at the present moment, and that's about 3.9 seconds up the road to be exact. Meanwhile, going through turn 3 there, let's go down the back straight though. It's going to be the two leaders once again. It was very close across the line. It was 0.2 of a second between the Ferrari and the Lotus. Angel versus Hubert. They'll come out of turn 5 now and run it again now for the second go now. In the slipstream, you'll see that Hubert will run. He might have a better run this time into turn 1. No, he won't. He will still keep, but just marginally off of the V8 Ferrari ahead of him there as the Noel Greiling and Charles Visser across the line a second apart. Dane Angel a 1:11.765 compared to the 1:11.797 of Davi Hubert.
Yeah, then going through turn 1 as well, we've got Clinton Thorne. Right behind him is Gary Kieswetter, Andre Brunk, and Connor Kilbride is getting away now from Martin Prince as they work their way through. And then Francis Carruthers is coming through, but somebody going into turn 1 with a serious misfire.
It's Sandra Bicari. It's going into turn 1 at the moment. That could be a second race exit.
Right, that's the Juno as we go back to our leaders. That's working their way down the back straight. There you see them on screen. Down the back main, there's nothing today between the Ferrari of Dane Angel and the Lotus Exige as they work through Fastron of Davi Hubert.
So for the third time in as many laps, Frankie, we have another duel over the line and then towards turn 1 now. Let's see as they make their way across the line towards that first turn. Holzhoek, he's still not close enough, Frankie. He's going to have to play the waiting game, having to pressure Angel into some sort of a mistake. It is now 0.3 of a second between the two of them. That 1:11.739, still the fastest lap of the race for Dane Angel. I'd love to see the comparison of times. Actually now, that is the one, and he was 0.1 of a second faster.
Yeah, coming out of turn 1, we've got we've got Visser. Then behind Visser, we've got Clinton Thorne, followed by Gary Kieswetter, as we watch them come up the Joubert Straight, working their way into the turn number 2. That's Greiling, and that is Visser. That's coming through your shot there. You just picked up the Lotus 7 of Clinton Thorne, as the leaders are making their way down the back main. They've got a couple of back markers behind them. They've got 2 back markers as your 2 front runners bomb them going into turn 5 Fostron.
Well, watch them as they come around now. It could be Devon Pillay, I think they're coming up to. And then the next one up the road, Vance Kearney. Oh, there's also a car going very slowly over here as well. That's about to be lapped as they cross the line now. 5 laps left to go, Frankie, as they're going to turn 1 once again, the leaders.
And it's nose to tail stuff, and it's a 1:11.739 by Dane Angel. And he's got a slower car heading into turn number 2. Into Castro Corner. Davi Joubert has a lunge up on the inside. They're nearly side by side, but the line is covered there by Dane Angel as they overtake that back marker through the kink and race down Byron towards Interceptor.
Through the gears for Gary Kieswetter as he goes into turn 1. Meanwhile, let's look at turn 3 now. As our leaders come through once again here, it is going to be still Dane Angel that had a 0.3 of a second advantage over Joubert. Now they open up onto the back straight now towards turn 5, Pertamina Fast Run. He looks like he could make it now in the slipstream over here. Let's see them as they go past the back markers, Frankie. And that could actually really affect things over there for them.
That is the 77 of Simeon Panev that they've overtaken. That's 1 of 2. Then that's another Birkin 7 that they're getting past now. These 2 front runners under the City of Cape Town Bridge they go. They've got 4 laps to go as they race down into turn number 1. Dane Angel and Davi Joubert, the Ferrari and the Lotus Exige, heading out of turn number 1. We've still got a lot of ground to cover before we see Noel Greiling and Charles Visser heading into turn 1 as the 2 of them make their way out of turn number 1. Heading towards turn 1 now, we've got the Lotus 7, and he's been caught. Clinton Thorne has been caught there by Gary Kieswetter as they exit turn 1.
Really got his head down there, Frankie, as they come out of turn 1 now, and he eats up into that Toyota Lotus 7. They're coming up to lap as well. Ribeiro ahead of them as they make their way now. The Martini Porsche going through that second turn. But meanwhile, down the back straight as we go towards turn 5, it always looks closer and closer and closer every time. 0.4 of a second the last time out. So Dane Angel has had the measure over Davi Joubert by fractions. Here we go, Frankie. Is it going to happen this time?
Well, let's have a look and see. It is 0.417 last time. Now it looks up on the inside. They are side by side. Joubert's got the inside line. Davi Joubert surely will steal the lead away and does so. But the cutback, the switchback gets done and does not succeed there by Dane Angel, and now they've got some more back markers ahead of them. One of them is Torrente, and the other one is, as they go into turn 2, the Audi R8 of Paul Beachyhead, as they are dissecting those 2 back markers now, heading into Interceptor.
That Vance Kearney on the main straight not sounding so nice over there, I'll tell you that much. But meanwhile, let's see them as they go through now. It's still nose to tail between them. It was a beautiful move, though, by, of course, Joubert. Angel still hanging on to him at the moment through turn 4. Sardo Sweet. Greiling a little bit further back. Visser, Kieswetter has gone through on Thorne, looks like it. So let's see now down the back straight. The the blue flag's waving. Paul Beachyhead also on that straight as well. But look at now who's getting in between the 2 leaders, the Coastal BMW.
Yeah, that's Ollie Hintenhouse. He just keeps right out the way. There's not a damn thing he can do with 2 laps left to go between the 2 of them. And Davi Joubert has done a 1:10.733 as they work out of turn 1 out of holes.
Wow, that was a 1:12 was done by our second place man.
Byron, I see the Audi R8 of Paul Beachyhead retiring in pit lane. That's the end of the show for Paul Beachyhead.
Well, into turn 1 now comes the leader of the class Class A section has led by Greyling at the moment, ahead of Visser by 4 seconds. Kieswetter up into third in that particular race at the moment, and we look at Greyling now on the Joubert Straight and into turn 2 now. Here comes the Gary Kieswetter Porsche, third in class. He's made his way past the Lotus 7.
Leaders are going into 5 there into Fostron corner. There was 1.3 between them when they started this lap, and keeping in mind that there's a couple of back markers as well. Here they come towards us now. Davy Hubert hits the line, and so does Dane Angel, and it is a 2.5 seconds gap between the two of them as they exit turn 1.
Putting a lap there on Martin Prince through turn 1, as they do then now as well. As we focus on turn 1, there is the Juno that heads into first turn. But now here comes Greyling, Frankie, that of course is third place man overall and leader of Class A.
We just saw 2 cars going out of turn 1. Here comes Noel Greyling, that's that silver Porsche. And then working his way through turn 1 now, that is Charles Visser coming through there. He is a 2023 South African Polar Cup champion. And then we have got Gary Kieswetter that's working his way towards 1, as you see Charles Visser go through your screenshot. But this is a checkered flag lap. This is the flag lap, Byron, and your leaders are working their way out of turn 5 out of Fostron.
See them as they come through Fostron. They're still dodging the back markers here, but here comes Davy Hubert. His best was a 1:10.081. He takes the victory ahead of Dane Angel in second position. And we wait now for Noel Greyling as the not only the third place man, but the winner of the Class A section, coming into turn 5 now. Pertamina Fastron, and runs it down to the line shortly.
Yeah, here he comes. A couple of slower cars come into the line, and then you got Noel Greyling that gets to the flag, and then that white Porsche, white and grey Porsche come into the line. That is Charles Visser Jr.
Yeah, Gary Kieswetter will be the next man, Frankie, and Clinton Thorne has dropped out of the race. That's why he disappeared so suddenly. I thought that Gary Kieswetter managed to get past him. Gary Kieswetter on the main straight, but look what's coming on behind him. I think that's coming to the line.
That's Henny Bosman and Simon Penev, but they are a lap or so down. Andre Brunk coming to the line, and then Connor Kilbride in the BMW finishes behind him.
And here's Vance Kearney now with a car that is not all healthy at all.
Don't sound too well in that machine of his, but that concludes the second Le Hubert Sports and GT race for the day.
Right, so it's MC Superbike and SPK Challenge, the Masters and the 600 class. Kieran Steyman taking heat number 1. And, well, he'll be the man to beat. And up behind him, Malcolm Rapson in the front row. Then Ronald Slamet, Slade Fidikak, Tristan Pienaar, Alan John Fenter, Jason Lineker, Hilton Redlinger, Quinter Weening, Brad Bodsworth. And up behind him, Mike Hunter, Keena Strode, Wayne Aronser, Johnny Schwerin, Gerard Frey, Wesley Hendricks, Leighton Thomas, Daniel Frost, and some Keller Lewani. As they all roll up to the grid proper. On pole position, that man Kieran Steyman, local lad from up here in Edgemead. So, see how this one pans out. Malcolm Rapson, the fast accountant. Then Slade Fidikak on the second row on the 111 Wayward ZX10. Alongside him there, Tristan Pienaar on the BMW. The Red Baron, Ronald Slamet, rolls up onto third spot. And looks like everyone's in their grid positions.
Sorry, Francois, just to say, I see Keanu Strode is not racing this race. I went downstairs at lunchtime and he apparently has a bent valve on that bike. So
oh dear.
He won't be racing this round or this heat, unfortunately. But I see the whistle blows and we get ready to run the board man off. And he's off the circuit and the red lights are on and they are off. And a launch from all these riders. Some up on their back wheels, all racing down to turn 1. Kieran Steyman almost 3 wide into turn 1, but Kieran Steyman gets the whole shot. But I think that's AJ Fenter or even Malcolm Rapson around his outside.
No, that's Alan John Fenter. That's got AJ Fenter. Cracking start from the third row. He's on the back wheel. He's got Ronald Slamet up there, and Tristan Pienaar comes screaming into Cashel corner, and he sits there fourth up behind Alan John. Ronald Slamet's got through to second. This is going to be a crackerjacker race.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. I see Tristan Pienaar's now right on the back of Malcolm Rapson at the moment, coming into intercept a corner. And I think he's going to try and make some moves. There's a little bit of scruffling around there as they make their way into Sorrel Sweep turn 4 and onto the back main.
Going into turn 4, Slade Fidikak's bad up one position. He sits up behind Tristan Pienaar as they roll out of the second apex. Down the back straight they go. Led out there by Kieran Steyman. Is already cracking on the pace. Red Baron, Ronald Slamet. Alan John Fenter is in there. And Tristan Pienaar. So they're all having a crack down into turn number 5. Everyone rolls there into 5, rolling around. And Alan John in there with Slade Fidikak, there with Ronald Slamet. They work their way out. Malcolm Rapson's in the mix as well as they make their way out, come out in the Castro Bridge. Kieran Steyman, Ronald Slamet, Alan John Fenter, Tristan Pienaar, Slade Fidikak. They go through, followed by Malcolm Rapson. And they all get their way through. Jason Lineker, Hilton Redlinger, Mike Hunter, Quinton Weening, Wayne Aronser, Brad Bodsworth, Gerard Frey, Johnny Schwerin, Wesley Hendricks, Leighton Thomas, Danny Frost, some Keller followed, and then Keena Strode's not in.
Yeah, so this is looking good so far. I see Tristan Pienaar trying to make his way around the outside of AJ Fenter on that BMW S1000. He's going to hold the inside for the kink, but I think he's going to have to back off because that tight little left-hander is going to bit. And that's Malcolm Rapson diving. Oh, sorry, that's Slade Fidikak, sorry. Diving on Tristan Pienaar on his... excuse me, as they exit the intercept corner and coming into Sorrel Sweep turn 4.
Coming out of turn 4, led out by Kieran Steyman and gets a bit of a fishtail and gets on the pace there. Ronald Slamet, Alan John Fenter, Slade Fidikak up on the inside, Alan John Fenter, and right up behind them is Tristan Pienaar. And Jason Lineker's in there as well. Brilliant stuff going down into Perdamina Fostron corner. They roll out of Perdamina Fostron. Have a look at that. They're all nose to tail stuff. Everyone's jostling for positions now. Coming out of the kink now, it's going to be Kieran Steyman. Ronald Slamet's in second. Have a look in third. Yeah, it is going to be Slade Fidikak. Alan John drops down to 4, followed by Tristan Pienaar, Malcolm Rapson, Jason Lineker, and then Hilton Redlinger.
I see there's a big battle now for that last spot on the podium. Slade Fidikak leading out from AJ Fenter, Tristan Pienaar, Malcolm Rapson, and Jason Lineker in that little group there. And Jason Lineker trying to... That's... Slade Fidikak and Tristan Pienaar battling it out at the moment. Sorry, AJ Fenter and Tristan Pienaar. And Tristan tries again to get through that kink, but he misses out. And Malcolm Rapson is steaming into interceptor corner, right behind Tristan Pienaar, but he will not be able to make a pass as now they enter turn 4 once again. And coming through turn 4, Sorrel Sweep. Kieran Steyman leads out again down the back straight, followed by Ronald Slamet, who didn't finish the first race, so hoping for better results from him. And
Then you got Jason Lineker, who's in there as well. So Jason up now, mixing it up with the big boys. Here comes your leader now, Slade Finneycake up towards the line. Crosses the line, he's followed by Ronald Slammett. Then it's Slade Finneycake, then it's Tristan Pienaar, Alan John Venter. And have a look at Jason Lineker giving Malcolm Rapson something to think about.
No, I definitely think so. Jason was struggling a little bit in the first race, but I think he's found his legs finally, and he's really wanting to put it to the fastest accountant in South Africa.
Shame you're not quick, I'm just as quick. And having a look, Slammett starting to reel Snyman in ever so much slightly. Slade Finneycake in third. Alan John, Tristan Pienaar's through on Alan John Venter as they come out there. Tristan Pienaar's also on a flyer there, Malcolm Rapson, and then Jason Lineker sitting up behind Malcolm. That's a lovely bunch of guys, all top-class riders from Cape Town that are in it there to jostle for the podium position. But a man they got to catch, Kewan Snyman, who's absolutely on fire.
No, he is the rocket man, as they call him, and you can completely see why with that rocket ship of a 1000cc CBR, and he is just steaming ahead, 2.5 seconds ahead now. Now we look back a little bit further as the battle for 6th place riles up, with Jason Lineker still on the tail end of Malcolm Rapson as they make their way through Pertamina Fastron.
Well, it looks the new guard has come to take over. The youngsters are starting to crack on the pace, and the old men are feeling the pain.
Yeah, I can definitely see that here now, Francois. Now making their way into Holzhoek turn 1. Snyman still leading out with a 3.5 second gap to Ronald Slammett, and that is Slade Finneycake, who is making his way up to Ronald Slammett at the moment, and I'm sure he's going to want to try and get that second place back from him as he did in the first race.
Keeping an eye on Tristan Pienaar, who's ahead of Alan John Venter. He's trying to track down the back of Slade Finneycake. That BMW is getting the hang of it, and he's starting to move there through, coming out in the Interceptor corner. There's Slade Finneycake, there's Tristan right behind him, then Alan John Venter. And they work their way through. There's Malcolm Rapson and Jason Lineker giving each other a bit of stick going up towards Sarl Sweep. Jason looking on the inside. Has Jason got through? Well, we have a look. It looks like Jason's got through on Lineker. Jason Lineker's got through on Malcolm Rapson. Oh, there's a turn up for the books. Malcolm Rapson is now losing his touch now on the youngsters. They're starting to get ahead of him.
Yeah, I think maybe he's getting a little bit tired, or maybe he needs to go back home and do some books. But right now, Kewan Snyman crosses the line with a 112.294. And the rest of the field crosses the line. But that is Slade Finneycake on Ronald Slammett into turn 1. And he dives on the inside of him and holds his way through. So he will take that second position for Ronald Slammett. But I'm sure Ronald Slammett will want to be up behind him as they come into Castrol Corner turn 2. Tristan Pienaar is a little ways back in 4th place, and I'm sure he's going to want to catch this little pack for 2nd place, as well as AJ Venter, who's sitting behind both, or that whole group of 3.
Well, I think the ex-Western Province champion Ronald Slammett getting shown the way around there by that man Slade Finneycake. There's Kewan Snyman. Here comes this Titanic tussle here. Ronald Slammett, he's got Slade Finneycake, Tristan Pienaar and AJ Venter looming large up behind him. I tell you what, if the only person that's going to keep up with him is his own shadow, the rest are going to give him hell.
No, I completely agree with you there, Francois. And they are making their way down now into turn 5, Pertamina Fastron. And I see still Slade Finneycake leading out against Ronald Slammett, but Tristan Pienaar is right on the back wheel of Ronald Slammett. I'm sure he's going to take that BMW, put it on its back wheel, and make his way down the main straight coming to the line. Jason Lineker still ahead of Malcolm Rapson coming to the line, but as we come back now through turn 1, we see Slade Finneycake still pulling away from Ronald Slammett, and Tristan Pienaar still on the back end of Ronald.
Well, they're going into Castrol Corner there. Slade Finneycake, Tristan Pienaar all over the back of the Red Baron there. Alan John Venter looks on. And Pienaar is looming large there on the back of Slammett. Is he going to try and pull a move somewhere? He's going to hang back. We've got 2.5 laps to go. 2.5 laps left in this. I think Pienaar wants to get his foot in the podium. He wants to out-Slammett. And he sits there with him coming out of Interceptor Corner up towards Sarl Sweep. Oh, it's close, it's close. It's too close for comfort, quite frankly, as they work their way out. That bunch of 4 having a crackerjack. Slade Finneycake's got a little bit of daylight in there, but Tristan Pienaar cracks it on. And AJ Venter is coming in. AJ is going to take 2 as he gets through. AJ jumps 2 bike places, going down into Pertamina Fastron Corner. A diabolical move by him, and he makes it stick. It looks like Alan John has come through to third. Here they come. Slade van Niekerk second. Alan John Venter third. What a maneuver that was going into 5.
Yeah, Francois, I was not expecting that, but he obviously got the slipstream from both bikes and was able to trail in both Ronald Slammert and Tristan Pienaar with a cut in on the inside of both those bikes into turn 5. Now we come into turn 2, and Slade van Niekerk leads out this group of 4. Now moving further back, we still see Jason Lineker and Malcolm Rapson in their own little battle for 6th place, sorry. And Malcolm Rapson is going to want to try and get on the back end of this youngster in his Jigsaw 1000.
Yeah, lovely stuff there on Jason Lineker and Malcolm Rapson. They're having a titanic struggle going through Interceptor corner, but Jason Lineker is going to be elated with this. One of his idols at Killarney, Malcolm Rapson, to be able to overtake him. That's great stuff coming out of Jason Lineker as the leaders, well, not the leaders, they blow down towards turn number 5, Pertamina Fastron. We know that Kewan Slayman is out front. Here comes Kewan under the bridge, but we're looking at turn 5 there. It's Slade van Niekerk, Alan John Venter. As they come up towards us, is Alan John going to get closer? Suddenly Tristan Pienaar finds a little bit of pace, but Alan John, it's the last lap. Can Alan John Venter catch Slade van Niekerk?
Unfortunately, I see Ronald Slammert has dropped off that group of 4 by quite a considerable margin. So there, it's AJ Venter, Tristan Pienaar on his, Slade van Niekerk, Tristan Pienaar, AJ Venter, no, sorry, I'm mixing up my riders here. It's Slade van Niekerk, and AJ Venter is on the tail of Slade van Niekerk at the moment, and Tristan Pienaar is trying to claw his way back to get on that podium.
Yeah, I'm having a look at Alan John. Is he going to try and get Slade van Niekerk dropping down? He seems to like turn 5. Alan John is ex-national superbike rider who's come down to Cape Town. He likes to race. I spoke to Alan John about it. He says he's having lots of fun down in Cape Town. And they're going to work their way down the back. Your leader, Kewan Slayman, makes his way through some back markers down into 5. There he's up on the inside. He's got his final lap. It's the flag lap. The flag's waiting for him. Here we go. And what's happening down in turn 5? Kewan's got through, but what's happening in turn 5 as Kewan comes to the line? Something happened there. Someone overtook somebody. Here they come to the line. I think Slade van Niekerk's going to hold it out. Slade van Niekerk for 2nd place with Alan John right behind him, and then it's going to be Tristan Pienaar. Brilliant stuff, and here comes Ronald Slammert, who dropped right off the pace here in the closing stages.
I'm not sure who this is crawling to the line as Jason Lineker takes Malcolm Rapson to the line for 6th place. This is the number 49 of Lawani. Some sort of issue that is. Obviously the bike cut out and he's rolled it across the line, giving us a wave at the commentary box as Hilton Redlinghase brings that 87 classic bike over the line to take the win in Superbike Challenge.
Brad Bodsworth comes towards the line. We're followed there by Quentin Weening, then Wayne Aronson, Mike Hunter, Gerard Frey and Johnny Schwerin all come to the line. And, well, that was their second heat. What? They've given us 2 crackerjack races.
Sorry, Francois, right at the end, we missed out this little battle during the race. But Wesley Hendricks and Leighton Thomas coming to the line now. They were battling back and forth with Daniel Frost as well. Daniel Frost seems to have dropped off a little bit. But the whole way through this race, it was nose to tail for everyone all over the track. Yeah, that was brilliant.
Some brilliant racing. Nice, good entertainment, and I'm glad to see that our superbike category has grown now. I remember, I think Gary, who's now doing the cameras, can talk with. About 4 years ago, there were maybe 5 bikes on, not even two superbikes on the road. Now we've got what, almost 20 odd. This is really healthy for Cape Town superbikes. I want the bikes to come back into their own again. We actually haven't had a national superbike championship in South Africa for a good 10 years, a proper one. So I'd like to see, I think maybe with the migration of the likes of Alan John coming down, that it's nice to have Alan John bringing down. Now, Alan said that he might want to bring a couple of the more guys down from Johannesburg to come race with him here in. I know he is campaigning to bring them down as a group. So let's hope and pray that during the year we might have a couple of more, the likes of Michael White, and but we won't have Clinton Sellers in the ZX10. We'll see Clinton now with the in March with the Extreme Festival. He'll be part of the ZX10 Cup. Apparently up in Swartkorp, Clinton Seller just checked out and disappeared. He was so quick. Yeah, so I don't know. We'll have to wait and see what happens down in Cape Town.
But I see now a big thanks to our team for sorting out these electrical issues that we had. And it seems that we are running rather smooth, which is helping us and you guys out in watching what we are commentating on. So thanks to everyone on and off screen for their feedback. And I'm pretty sure that it's making a big difference to see without all these jumping cameras.
Yeah,
and
we had a bit of electrical gremlins here this morning, and the team worked quite feverishly to sort it out. They identified a couple of issues and they repaired it. And to Stephen and his team, a great job, because now we're back online. I mean, that's, you know, it can be a little bit embarrassing for us on this side, but these things happen. Things do peter out and things do pack up. And our camera manager, Mr. Gary Fleming, was having a little bit of a quandary, but he seems to be a lot more relaxed now. So, Gary, what's your feeling now? Do you feel better?
Right. Yeah, it's teething problems. As you've seen with the last race, if the system selects correctly, and the commentary, to you guys, I must say, top-class commentary, following whatever's out there on circuit, pointing out where there's incidents where we may be missing it. And when the system works correctly, it's wowzers. So a big thanks to Stephen and the crew that seem to have ironed out a whole heap of bits and pieces during the course of the morning. And if it carries on like this, you're going to have some lovely viewing for the balance of the afternoon. Apologies for the couple of races that it didn't work correctly. Unfortunately, these computer things, we've got to leave to computer people. All we can do is tell you what we see out there. And Jordan, your second opportunity up in the commentary box, you got to admit, Power Series 2024 off to an amazing start.
You know, I can't agree with you more here, Gary. I'm so incredibly grateful for the opportunity that you guys have given me. All four of you gentlemen up in the commentary box, obviously giving me the opportunity to speak to everyone around the circuit and on our live stream.
Well, you call us gentlemen, that is debatable.
So I try my best to be a nice guy.
Yeah, I'm only joking. We've got to have a bit of fun up here, guys. So out next is the Battec Super Twin Cup 650 and Super Sport 300. Had a chat to Lance Jones. We had the tyre discussion in heat number 1. He says his Battec tyres are better than Pirelli's. He says they are brilliant tyres. He's very happy with them. He says, so just to tell the people out there and the people around the circuit, Battec is a beautiful tyre, and the guys are absolutely, it's a control tyre, and the guys are loving it. So great, I'm glad to hear that. You know, we don't know these things until we get feedback.
No, I agree with you there. I didn't know of Battec before today, and seeing now that all these guys and girls are running much more consistent, more comfortable lap times, hearing from some of the riders, and it obviously is looking a lot better than the Pirellis previously.
And from Lance Jones to Battec, the sponsor of this race, he wants to put out a big shout out for the sponsorship that they put down for the year. They put quite a hefty sponsorship in, from what I understand. So to Battec, big up to you guys for sponsoring the Super Twin Cup 650 and Super Sport 300. The guys are loving your tyres. And, well, I don't know if it's only a racing tyre. If you can get on the road, you get it on the road. To all the guys listening at Own Bikes, go and chat to the boys at Race here, and maybe you can get yourself a set of Battecs. It seems to be the tyre of choice. So we're going to get ready now for heat number 2 for the Battec Super Twin Cup 650 and Super Sport 300. Here we go. That man Jamie Hall from Neisner still on pole position. Matty van Niekerk's there alongside him. Keegan Wasserval didn't quite have the race in race 1 that he would have liked, because we know he's a quick lad. He's quite quick. We've got Brad Hutchings, who had a storming first heat. That was brilliant from Brad. And then Andre Symes, so Stavro Michel, thereabout. Abdul Esak had a very good first heat. He might have a better second heat. Michael Rayforth, he was a little bit low on. Adrian Solomon led out on the Super Sport Cup. Fantastic. He is the reigning champion, so we expected of him. Raymond Alexander, good race. Abby Bosson, the lady out there doing well. Peter Hill, yeah, he was thereabouts. Reinhard Burnett, also a new guy. Alma Mostert, the other lady, had a good race. Went down the field, unfortunately. Mario Ferreira, Max Munton. Max said to me the bike's not what it should be, so he's having a bit of issue. And Mitch Robinson, I spoke to him, he says, I'm here today, I'm having fun, I'm having a jaw, so what, nothing else.
You know, Mitch is such a character, and he does this obviously for the fun of it. And he knows even starting at the back of the pack, he can make his way through all the youngsters, being one of the oldest guys on the grid at the moment. He still battles elbows out, knees down, just as he should.
Right, so we wait on John Green with the pedal. He stands in front, he waits from the timekeepers. He's about to spin that pedal. When he spins that pedal, the boys will get revving. Jamie Hall looks like he's going to take a bite out of his fairing. 5-second board up. We wait for the lights. The lights are on and off and away they go. And Jamie Hall and Matty Finnegan get off the line like two bats out of hell as they make their way down towards turn number 1. Braden Hutchins sits in P3. This is much of race number 1. Into turn number 1 they go. Jamie Hall leads out. Matthew Finnegan's in there. Braden Hutchins. Oh, and someone gets to the line. It's Max Bunton. That bike giving him issues. Poor Max not having a lacquer day at the office. But as we come up here into Castrol Corner, it's Jamie Hall, Matthew Finnegan. It's Braden Hutchins as they work their way through. Keegan Wasserfall is in there as well. Then have a look. Where is Adrian Solomon lying in 5th place on the 400? Unbelievable.
Yeah, that's what happens when you just cut through everyone in the 600s and make your way up all the way into 5th place overall at the moment. I'm sure these other guys in the 600s are going to try and claw their way back to get past him because, I mean, I'm sure you don't want to lose to a 300.
Well, it's a 400, Kawasaki 400, but I can tell you something, that ZX4 is pretty nimble and Adrian is very lightweight, so he's going to crack on the pace. And have a look at Matty Finnegan chasing the back end of Jamie Hall as they go down towards Perdimino Fostron Corner. Then in 3rd place, we've got Braden Hutchins. Up behind Braden Hutchins, we got Andre Symes is in there, and then of course we got Adrian Solomon in there as they work their way around. They're going to come up towards the line. Matty Finnegan is all over the back end of Jamie Hall like a cheap suit as they come up here towards the start-finish line. I think we've got a different race on our end.
Now as they cross the line, we'll be able to see who's running where, and Jamie Hall is taking the lead of this race into turn 1 ahead of Matt Finnegan and Braden Hutchins, who is also trying to catch up to this top 2 battle. I'm sure he, after his storming race 1, he wants to get up there to try and get the lead again. Keegan Wasserfall now in 4th place. He's a little bit backed off in that grey 89 bike, but he's going to wait for the front 3 to make some sort of issue so he can jump up in there.
Well, Abdul Esak going there into Castrol Corner trying to catch the back of Adrian Solomon, and Esak's on a 650, so he'll be chasing hard to catch Adrian Solomon. But Solomon is absolutely winding the guts out of that ZX4 as he goes down into the Scepter Corner. There they're coming out in Scepter Corner. There's your front 4. There comes Adrian Solomon. Here's your leader, Jamie Hall, being hounded here by Matty Finnegan, and right up behind him is Braden Hutchins. Up behind him is Wasserfall. Then it's Solomon, then it's Esak, then Michelle, then Alexander, and then Ryforth and Abigail Boston down in 10.
So it looks like this front 3 battle as they make their way down into turn 5 is going to be extremely close the whole race. I'm hoping, touching wood, that no one is going to have any issues because this is really going to hold a battle all the way to the line in 8 laps from now.
Coming up towards the line now, Jamie Hall pulling away a little bit from Matthew Finnegan. He's had enough of all that. And then Braden Hutchins sitting right there on them. Braden's holding on for dear life for that front 2. And up behind them then Keegan Wasserfall. Adrian Solomon crosses the line, but Abdul Esak is really... Abdul Esak is having a great day. He had a fantastic first heat, and he's lying now where he is in the second heat. As a matter of fact, he could probably find himself in 5th place pretty shortly and go and hunt the likes of Keegan Wasserfall, and that is no mean feat for Abdul Esak.
It's definitely good to see Abdul Esak making his way up through the field. After this morning he had a good result, but now this is putting him in an even better position to get an even better result in this heat 2. But now as we catch the leaders coming into turn 4 and out of turn 4, we see Jamie Hall still leading ahead of Matt Finnegan, but he's actually made quite a bit of a gap, now sitting just under a second, and he'll use that to his advantage to try and carry it away for the rest of this race.
I think it's much more than a second now. He's actually pulled away a bit now. I'm having a look at Braden Hutchins, who's trying to close up on Matty Finnegan. Braden's pretty close to Matty, so there's a new challenge dawning there at the moment now as they come out of turn number 5 up towards the city of Cape Town and Castrol Bridge. It's Jamie Hall to cross the line, Matthew Finnegan, and then Braden Hutchins. Up behind him, Keegan Wasserfall. Keegan comes up over the line. And then it's a nice long wait for Mr. Solomon. And is he still ahead there? Adrian Solomon still leading out on Abdul Esak, but I think Abdul's going to take him down into turn 1. Yep, Abdul gets past him. So Abdul Esak, but he's on a 650. You can't go and measure that up.
I now look, Francois, this group of 7, 8 and 9 as they pass Raymond Alexander, who's in that second place in the 300s class, is getting very, very busy. Now we jump back ahead to Interceptor corner turn 3 as Jamie Hall now has a 1.5 gap to the likes of Matthew van Niekerk and Bradding Hutchins, but Bradding Hutchins goes a little bit wide on the exit of Interceptor corner as they make their way into Sorrel Sweep. Bradding Hutchins is going to want to get some sort of draft behind Matt van Niekerk to pull him all the way down the back main and hopefully the front main so he can make some sort of move into turn 1.
He's not close enough to draft him. Going down towards turn number 5 is Braddon, but he's pretty close to Matthew. If Matthew makes an iota of a mistake, he's going to be in trouble. 4th place man Keegan Wasserval coming down the back straight there now also towards turn number 5. Then we're going to see Abdul Isak now as head of Adrian Solomon. They come through. Adrian, was Adrian come back? Adrian's come back at him. Wow, have a look at that. The dice is on, the gloves are off, and the fight has started.
You know, looking at that battle now as they make their way through turn 5, Pertamina Fostron. Bones, as we like to call him, because he's so lightweight, he must have an incredible corner speed with that 400 as compared to that 650. And I think the 650 can definitely catch him down the straight, but it's the corners that really matter.
Down into turn 2, Castro corner. Jamie Hall leading out from Matthew van Niekerk. Look at Bradding Hutchins. He closes up on the back of Matthew van Niekerk. So that's happening. Then not too far back is Keegan Wasserval. He's a lonely 4th. He's got no one to dice. But coming up now, or going down into the Scepter corner are your leaders. And they work their way up the Tigerberg straight away. And there they go, 2nd and 3rd, Matthew Hall and Bradding Hutchins. Here comes Keegan Wasserval. He's in 4th place. Now let's have a look between Adrian Solomon and Abdul Isak. They're going to come down through the kink, down into Interceptor corner. And it looks like Adrian Solomon is pulling away here from Abdul Isak. This youngster is riding a crackerjack race.
Adrian Solomon must be super comfortable on that bike to be pulling away from a 650. But we now move into Pertamina Fostron once again as we come to complete another lap. We see Jamie Hall still steaming ahead, 2.5 seconds now. He's so comfortable on that 650. But moving back again to Matthew van Niekerk and Braddon Hutchins. Braddon Hutchins is still trying to find a little bit of pace out of that 650, that HSC bike, but he just can't manage. I'm sure he's going to wait for Matthew van Niekerk to make some sort of mistake so he can categorize on it.
Well, yeah, I think Braddon's employing the right attitude to stay in his slipstream and hopefully just claw his way closer. So Adrian Solomon coming up towards the line ahead of Abdul Isak. They cross the line and they are 4th and 5th respectively. Here comes the rest now. Michael Rayforth and Stavro Michel up there. Raymond Alexander and Burnett all cross the line there as they make their way down into turn number 1. Nice to see this little battle ensuing here. Here's a mixture of 650 and 300s. And Raymond Alexander's got so much corner speed because the bike's so small compared to the 650s. But the 650s actually cracked on the pace and got ahead of him because he was actually 2nd in that group at one stage.
And I think that's not helping Raymond Alexander either because he's obviously, his main contender is Adrian Solomon and he's blistering ahead, fighting with the 650 of Abdul Isak. And I just don't think that he's going to be able to get past this group of 3 650s here as they make their way into Interceptor corner because he's going to get no clean air and he's going to get stuck behind these quick in a straight line bikes.
Yeah, no, look, the 300, that 390 has got no retort for those 650s. And your leader comes up over the line. That's Jamie Hall. Jamie Hall making his way down to Bradding Hutchins, still holding on for dear life behind Matthew van Niekerk. We've got 3 laps to go. So not too much of this race left. And Jamie Hall has employed a good race tactic here. Bradding Hutchins trying his utmost to... and he's getting closer to Matthew. Braddon's going up to turn number 2 and Braddon's up on the inside of Matthew van Niekerk. Oh, and he runs wide. He goes too deep. He chanced his arm. It didn't pay off. Matthew van Niekerk took back and gave his payment back to me in installments.
Yeah, and I think that's usually what happens if you try and be a little bit overconfident into a corner like turn 2 where it kind of drops off after a couple of bumps. It's gonna send you off. But luckily it didn't send Bradding Hutchins off and he still managed to keep it on track, but it has dropped him quite a ways, or not quite a ways, a reasonable distance behind Matthew van Niekerk, so he's going to have some sort of miracle to catch up to him once again.
Well, on a wing and a prayer, might catch him in 2 laps, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. There goes your leader down into turn number 5, Jamie Hall, followed there by Matthew Van Niekerk and Brad Hutchins. Your front 3 going down into Pertamina Foxtrot. Jamie Hall is very relaxed. He's done it all. He's got nothing to prove here. He's going to start his penultimate lap as he comes towards us. Braden unfortunately ran wide in 2. He had the go. He should have just stomped on the brakes, but sailed a bit too far. And it was just a bridge too far, and he's now not going to catch Matthew Van Niekerk. Down in 5, Kiga Vasterval comes out. Adrian Solomon is still ahead there. But it's pretty close there. And still Abdul Esak chasing him there for line honours. But Adrian has taken the 400 by a long shot. Up behind them there, Michael Rayford, Stavro Michel, Alexander, and is Reynard Burnett behind them.
I see now as they cross the line, that is Stavro Michel that's leading out from Michael Rayforth as they almost go 3 wide into turn 1. Raymond Alexander is going to take that 300 or 400, if I may say, up into that 3rd position, or that 2nd position in that group. But that is 6th position overall, or sorry, 7th position overall. Now it's swapped again between Abdul Isaac and Adrian Solomon. And I believe we look for the leaders now. Keegan Vasterval comes out of the main straight, so we look into turn 5. Coming out of turn 5. Now across the main straight into turn 1, my apologies, is Jamie Hall. The pack is all over the show at the moment. Everyone's everywhere, so we're trying to just find the way back to the leader coming through
Jamie Hall starting his final lap there ahead of Matthew Van Niekerk and Brad Hutchins. They roll out there into a Hol's corner. They're going to work their way up to Castrol corner. Jamie Hall has got such a healthy lead. He can actually stop and have a smoke break up ahead of Matty Van Niekerk. Matty Van Niekerk chasing his hard again. Braden Hutchins is the big number here. He would like to be close to Matty Van Niekerk, but he's not close. I think it's game, set, a match for him there in terms of that. Great ride nonetheless there from Braden Hutchins. I think he's done fantastically well. Nothing to take away from that. It's been a great day's racing. But Jamie Hall planned this one to perfection.
You know, I think Braden Hutchins is going to be kicking himself a little bit after that slightly overconfident move into turn 2. But I mean, if he made that stick, it would have taken them both out. So luckily he just managed to keep it wide. But it's a bit unfortunate for him as we look down into Pertamina Fostron as Jamie Hall makes his way through. And this is him passing a back marker. Now exiting turn 5 on the final lap, making his way through the kink and under the Castrol and City of Cape Town bridge, coming to the line, and Jamie Hall in that 65-650 crossed the line in first place with right at the line Matthew Van Niekerk and Braden Hutchins. Now we wait a considerable amount of time for Keegan Vasterval in his own little race here, coming under the Castrol bridge and crossing the line to take 4th place honors in a very, very lonesome race. Now we wait once again as Adrian Solomon does not have what it takes to get past Abdul Isaac for 5th place overall, but Abdul Isaac with an incredible performance on that 650 to take 5th place. Now another big gap as we watch Stavro Michel bring that 24 bike across the line in 7th place. I see the numbers are jumping around a little bit on our screen. Mike Rayforth brings that 75 across the line in 8th. Raymond Alexander, 2nd place in the 300s class. Reynard Burnett also crosses the line now in 10th place. Andre Sims in 11th. We're waiting for Peter Hill to cross the line as well, as he just comes across now ahead of Elm Mostert and Abigail Bosson taking that 3rd place honors ahead of Mitch Robertson, also in that 300 class. But I believe Abigail Bosson does take the 3rd place for today. We also see a very unlucky Max Munton after a lot of issues yesterday in practice and qualifying. Qualifying this morning. He just couldn't get a grip on that bike and it seems now he's just had to pedal around the track, get a couple of laps in, get a feel for the bike a little bit better. Even though it's not at the riding pace that he wants it to be, he has managed. We look at a replay now. Such an unfortunate start. I think he jumped, actually. Very unfortunately, Max just not ready on that clutch control. And that's such a shame for him. I'm hoping that he can get that bike sorted out for our next round in March, or sorry, in April. We've got quite a distance until our next round, so hopefully he's got time to fix that bike and it can be up with the likes of Abigail Basson, Raymond Alexander, and Adrian Solomon in that 300 class. But what a beautiful, beautiful set of bikes that we had here. Incredible riders, amazing stuff. And on to next, we have another bike race. No, not another bike race. We have, I'm not sure what is next. We have the second race of the day for GTI Challenge, which is going to be action-packed and full of chaos.
All right, folks, before we get to that, we want to say a big thanks to 2024 WPMC sponsors. Our track sponsors, the bridge is sponsored by the City of Cape Town. Turn 2 was sponsored by Castrol. Turn 3 by Interceptor Corner. Turn 4 was Saddle Sweep. Turn 1 is Holes. Turn 5 is Fostron. The subway is King Tony Tools. And our main straight is sponsored by the Porsche Club. We do not have a main sponsor for 2024. Our section sponsors. Clubman is sponsored by Thermo Fires. The GTI Challenge is sponsored by API Property Group. The Classic Cars, not racing today, but they are sponsored by Lauda Cars. The Supercars, not racing today, but they are sponsored by Keltron. So is the Fine Cars as well. Sports and GTE sponsored by Le Hubert. The V8s by Pirelli, and we still need a sponsor for the Formula Libre single-seaters. MGA Racing sponsors the Clubman's Classic and Breakfast run bikes, and Bat Technology sponsors the STC 650s and Super Sport 300 class. That's our class sponsors and our track sponsors for 2024. And there are still a few sponsorship gaps needed, especially a main series, or should I say a power series sponsor for the year. It is now time once again for the API Property Group Volkswagen GTI Challenge race number 2 to roll out onto the circuit for their second race of the day. Well, you don't really see Yuri Umpi Smart having problems out there, but he had an issue in the opening race and he came last in Class A, but he is back out again in the Bullion IT machine, and let's see what he can do, if he can get a top 3 or even a victory in this one. Marco Busi was the man to beat, and Marco showed them the way around the checkered flag with Nathan Victor in second and Dylan Jabir coming home third in Class A. But Gaza, the challenge cars back out on the track for their second outing.
Yep, and this is the one a lot of people look forward to, GTI Challenge, and there's a very exciting field in Class A, in Class B, and we actually missed out some of the best racing. In fact, was in Class C, and by the time we realized it, we were halfway through the race already. So I think for this one, let's just have a bit of a bigger look at that Class C, what we like to call the Brat Pack, and probably joining the Brat Pack during the course of this year will be Miss Wingfield that we spoke to earlier on.
Yeah.
And Kiara was saying, like, Class A, a bit hectic, Class B, mediocre, Class C, I like that. She says, like, the Brat Pack, she says, yeah, that one, the Brat Pack. So, well, who knows? Maybe we'll see Kiara out there joining them. Philip Zaidnote that battled Frankie in race number 1. It didn't work out for him. Nathan Victor, as we said, expect him to be the thorn in the side of the two front runners, Marco Busi and Umpi Swart. Nathan Victor did follow through on Boosie when Swart went off in 5, and then Bezuidenhout also having an off as well, and that dropped him down. So that just opened it wide open at the front end of Class A. Zaki Hendricks being held in that second position and not being able to dominate that Class B today.
Yeah, Ryan van Eeren was the man that dominated with Zaki that was in second, and then there was a massive fight behind him between Tahir Kalfi, Mario Roux and Donnie Sandenberg. So there was a beautiful fight going on out there, and of course John Henry Vaughan. We can't forget about John Henry Vaughan. Class C was mainly up front between Dylan van Eeren was at the sharp end of the field, Daudia Boosie was at the sharp end of the field. They basically led the Class C contingency around for the entire opening race for GTI Challenge. However, it is the second race, and if I have a look at Class C, there are phenomenal names here that's coming through. Adriano Ferrari is a man to watch. Ross Schroeder of API Property, Lady Racer Liska van Rooyen. So Kiara would be awesome to come and just join Class C, because what a name. She does need Liska. She does need a lady friend out there. Mark Fontini, Daniel Muna, Riza Levy had trouble out there with a 45 car. Zach Leyden from the Western Province karting section, and of course Tristan Joubert. So some big names coming through from the Class C side of it.
Class A with the invert is going to be amazing stuff to watch, because it's going to be Skalk Geldenhuys and Ian Kapp on the front row. Then we're going to have Jean de Marais and Dylan Joubert. Then behind that becomes Nathan Victor with Bezuidenhout behind him. And then we've got the fastest man probably on paper out there is Umpi Swart, and right in front of him is Marco Boosie. Now Marco Boosie starting in front of Umpi Swart with Clinton Bezuidenhout alongside. That means that Nathan Victor becomes your odds-on favourite to work his way to the front of Class A after a couple of corners. Having said that, never count out Skalk Geldenhuys or Ian Kapp.
I think they're going to keep an eye on Dylan Joubert. He came third in race 1. If things go Dylan's way this year, well, you could see a different Dylan Joubert, and it's already started by a P3 in race 1. But let's not give him the commentator's curse. Let's see what he can do in race number 2. Right, we're about to go racing, and away we go. Class A cars off the line. Now watch out, and as you were saying, Gaza, diving through on the outside. Oh, they're on the dirt, they're on the grass, they're side by side, they're 4x4 going into turn number 1. It's chaos, they're not all going to make it through there. No, there's trouble, and I think that might have been
Geldenhuys.
Could have been Skalky that got himself sideways coming out of turn 1. It is indeed Skalk Geldenhuys.
Yep, he was the man that got himself turned around there. Look at that. Bezuidenhout's got himself up into second. Umpi's got himself up into that third position. But here comes Class B going down towards turn number 2. And we've got a spinner. I think that is Brett van der Schijf.
Yes.
Yeah, Van der Schijf has gone off.
Vaughan, sorry Gary, there must be something in turn 2. There's a lot of cars all over the place in turn 2. Must be all that John Henry Vaughan was sideways there. The other Sandenberg was sideways. So there could be something on the circuit in Castrol Corner.
Well, let's see what happened when the Class C cars come through there. They all seem to go through quite fine. But let's go back to that Class A as they work their way down the back, mate. Frankie, I think your prediction might just come true.
Well, it is indeed Nathan Victor that leads. So your prediction is coming true at this stage of the game.
Nathan Victor?
Yes, Nathan has got that lead and he's pulling away. Umpi says, where the hell are you going? And he's in second place. He's going right after him as they storm down into turn number 1. Racing down. Dennis Clinton, Bezuidenhout. That is there in that third spot, followed there by Marco Boosie, Jean-André Marais, Dylan Joubert, Ian Kapp, and Skalk Geldenhuys.
Well, let's see what happens. Here's the next group coming towards us. Now, look at this. This is your Class B battle. Kalpe, that was down in 5th in class, is up into the front end. It's Zaki Hendricks that's in that second position. Sandenberg, that was right in there behind him, but Van Eeren has taken over that position from him.
Yeah, Van Eeren is in there, then right behind him is Mario Roux. that is those 5 cars that's heading towards turn number 2, Castrol Corner. So we're going to keep an eye on them as they work their way out. Those were the 5 cars that were dicing in race number 1. But we go and have a look at Class C. We pick up the Class C cars. There they go. They're heading towards turn 2 right now. Class C. And it is Fontini. That's Mark Fontini that sits up there in the sharp end of the field, and right there with him is Dylan van Eeden and the 62 of Dario Busias. Class A work their way into turn 5 fast on.
Nathan Victor leads them out. It's Umpi Swart. Then it is Geldenhuis, and that just ahead of Bezuidenhout. And that means that Marco Busi out of the top 3 for the first time since the sun rose this morning.
Marco is ahead of Clinton as they go down. Marcus sits in P3. Remember that Geldenhuis had the turnarounds. He's at the back of Class A. So as they work their way out of turn number 1, it is indeed Summit Racing's Nathan Victor that sits there in P1, followed there by the Bullion IT man in its second position as Class B work their way now on screen towards turn number 1, and it's been led there by Mohammed Kalfi.
Yep, he stays ahead of Hendricks. Hendricks somehow seems to always be in that second position. It's sometimes Kalpi, it's sometimes Van Eeden in front of him, but Hendricks in that second, Van Eeden in third. Sandenberg having a pretty good run, 4th in class so far.
That's Sandenberg Jr., and then behind him is Mario Roux that is in that fight as well. And then it is Thompson making his way out. And then behind Thompson is Faisal Jacobs. Now Faisal Jacobs is in the I'm led to believe, Janu van der Westhuizen car as the Class A cars roll down the back main towards Fostron Corner.
Umpi Swart doing what he does best, working away on the inverted grid from the back of the pack. He's caught him very, very quickly.
There's somebody off in 5, or they could just put a wheel on the dirt maybe, but there's definitely some dust there in 5. I think they might have just clipped the dirt coming out of Fostron.
Yeah, we had a look with the camera, but we couldn't see anything there. So Nathan Victor leads out. Umpi Swart comes up on the inside line. Are they going to make contact? Nathan Victor does not back out of it whatsoever. He holds on, and it's Umpi Swart that's in that second position. I don't believe that Swart couldn't catch him that quickly and then not somehow make a way past. But right now, he's still not the leader in the class. It's a brilliant ride for 2 races now by Nathan Victor.
Class B is going into turn number 1 into holes. And it's still Mohammed Kalfi that sits there in P1, followed there in second place. Oh, this is close. This is close. Zaki Hendricks and having a lunge on the outside is Ryan van Eeden. But van Eeden cannot make the move on him. And then Mario Roux has got his nose ahead there of Donnie Sandenberg Jr. Class C, they working their way out of turn number 1. Sorry, Gary. And that one's been led there by Mark Fontini as they race down into turn number 1. It looks like, yes, it is Fontini putting a lap on one of the Class B cars, and then behind him is Van Eeden.
Well, that is one hell of a battle that they've got going through there. Class A, Class B, and Class C. Let's go back to Class A. Coming down underneath the City of Cape Town and the Castrol Bridge. It is Victor from Swart from Busi. Then it is Bezuidenhout. Then Dylan Joubert. Then there's a bit of a gap after Dylan Joubert. It is Murray from Cup. And then the one that you see coming through Singleton by himself, that is in fact Geldenhuis. So that means that the Class B are coming up towards us now, and that should be Kalpi that is leading. Yes, it is. It's Kalpi that is leading the Class Bs ahead of Zaki Hendricks, who's coming under pressure once again from Van Eeden, and they are literally rubbing wheel nuts as they work their way through the apex and exit of turn 1.
Yeah, just a correction, there is Dylan Van Eeden that leads Class C from Busi. Fontini sits about 4th in that class. All right, we have trouble going into turn number 2, and that is Ryan Van Eeden and Zaki Hendricks. Van Eeden is going. Hendricks is in that cloud of dust. He's in that cloud of dust. There he goes. He's back going again. No, it's not. He is still trying to get going. He's making his way towards the exit of Castle Corner. So trouble out there for Zaki Hendricks.
Well, we almost got that one on the camera shot as we wanted it, but let's go back to Class A. It's side by side. It's Nathan Victor that's going one-on-one at the front end of the field. I think it could be Swart that's going to go to the front. Swart has got that inside line, and yes, he takes it from Nathan Victor. Umpi Swart from the back end of Class A through to the front end of Class A. So at this stage of the fight, Bezuidenhout is not having a good day. He still finds himself in that 4th position. He's not managing to do better than that as they're going to the entrance of 2.
Well, we're going to watch them as they make their way out of the kink. They're not going to give each other. These two guys did Polar Cup racing together, and Nathan Victor of Summit Racing says, you're not getting a nose ahead of me. But they've got to watch out for Marco Busi. That's in that 3rd place as they run it up the Tygerberg Hill. Or the Tygerberg Straight is basically a hill through Saddle Sweep. Double right-hander. Watch out for the man that sits there in P3. Watch out for Marco Busi. Down the back man they go. Busi's got the best seat in the house. And now Victor is lining him up. The line is being covered there though by Umpi Swart, which means that Victor will have to try and drive around him the long way in Fostron Corner, and this has brought Marco Busi in P3 even closer.
Now, Frankie, you say Busi got the best seat in the house. I think that Umpi will say, I got the best seat. I'm actually in front of these frequent flyers.
Well, down the back main straight they go, and they were bobbing and weaving. This one's on, and if they keep on like this, Gaza, that car you see at the background there, Clinton Bezuidenhout, is going to catch up to the 3 of them very, very soon.
Yeah, Clinton not far behind them at all. He just did a 125.797. The others doing a 25.2. But this battle carries on. Nathan Victor is not giving up whatsoever. He's all over the back of Umpi. But Marco Busi, he's accustomed to going one-on-one with Umpi. And then there are others. Well, now it is a 3-way. And Busi has got in front of him Umpi Swart. Behind him is Nathan Victor. So the other way around, it's Nathan Victor that's in front of him. In front of that is Umpi Swart. Bezuidenhout must try and get a nice open lap and try and catch them.
Well, what drama out there as we're going to pick them up. Class B is making its way out of Castle Corner, and that has been led there by a lonely Tahir Kalfi. I keep on saying Mohammed Kalfi, it's Tahir Kalfi, and he is far down the road from Ryan van Eerden, that's there in that 2nd place. And then we also see Donnie Sandenberg coming through. So Class B that was so close because of its situation we had in Castle early on, that's blown that one wide apart. But Gary coming out of turn 2 now. That's a lovely fight in Class C, and it is Busi versus Van Eerden. The 2 of them are nose to tail as they work their way out of Interceptor.
The other Busi, Marco Busi, is going one-on-one, door handle to door handle with a man that is right at the front end of the field. That is Nathan Victor. So both of the Busi boys are in one hell of a battle.
Well, it's all game on here as we watch the Class A cars working their way around. I just lost them for a moment there, Class A. But there they come out of turn number 3, out of Interceptor, heading towards Saddle Sweep. And they will be blasting down the back main. There they go. But now it's all game on because Marco Busi is having a look up on the inside of Nathan Victor. And they are side by side. And Busi has got the line for Fostron.
A very casually waved blue flag there. But it's casual, but it's actual chaos that's coming through from behind because Busi is now ahead of Nathan Victor. But the problem for the 2 of them is that it's checkered flag time and it's going to go to Umpi.
Right, Umpi Swart will bring it home in P1. He finishes in P1. Busi comes home in 2nd, just ahead there of Nathan Victor. That was side-by-side stuff with Clinton Bezuidenhout finishing his race as well. Man, that was some excellent stuff out there. Then it was Dylan Hubert in P4, followed there by Jean-Andre Marais and Ian Kapp. Those are the cars that's crossed the line in Class A. Geldenhuis finishing his race, so all the A cars are done. And here comes Mohammed Kalfi. Well, Kalfi was in the lead in that class. It might be the other way around. Here they come across the line now. It is Van Eden. He's taken the checkered flag red. I'm sure I was right. Yes, it was Van Eden that came home in P1. Roux eventually finished in second. Sandenberg is finishing in that third place. Tahir Kalfi's got a problem because he's dropping all the way down the leaderboard. I think he might be out, Tahir Kalfi, because Donnie Sandenberg has come through, Thompson has come through, Jacobs has come through. So yeah, there were definitely problems out there for Tahir Kalfi on the final lap. Class C was a great fight. Still is a great fight. I think they have finished their race already, and it is Marco, listen to me, Dodo Busi that beats out Dylan van Eden, and Daniel Muna will finish third in that class, ahead there of Tristan Hubert and Mark Fontini.
So Class A, Oompie Swart from Marco Busi, Nathan Victor, Clinton Bezuidenhout. Your Class B, Ryan van Eden. Well, what a drive by Ryan van Eden. That was really good, going up against the best of the best in Class B and coming out top. So Ryan van Eden showing that he's good to go for Class B, ahead of Mario Roux. That's first and second in Class B. I'll have a look. That was the start of the race for the folks at home, and that was the footage that was brought to you of that incident, which saw a complete mix-up of the Class A cars in turn number 1.
Yeah, that was Skull Geldenhuis who got spat out there.
And look at this one.
10 car, and that's the incident that Zaki Hendricks was involved in car number 7. So Zaki was standing in that cloud of sand and dust, and lucky not to be collected there by people like Mario Roux and Donnie Sandenberg Jr. You can still see that car standing there at home on your screen in that cloud of dust as we see another replay of the start of the race. So that was API Property Group GTI Challenge race number 2, and we've got 2 more races left for the day, the Formula Libre single-seaters, and then we'll end the day off with the Thermofires Clubman's Saloons.
Well, we just have a little bit of clean-up to do at turn 2 after that very exciting GTI Challenge race, and then we'll be commencing with the Formula Libre Race 2. And like Frankie said earlier on, 2 races left to go in today's program. And I think it's been a mighty, mighty event, this one, this very first Power Series of the 24 season, the 2024 season. So lovely way to get started with our main circuit here. Well, I'll tell you this much, that Formula Swift of Hayden Elwood sounds much, much better than it did in race 1. So I would hope that he will be continuing on his way in that particular machine. And while Storm Lanphier, he went back to the drawing board, he had a breather quickly. Now, what he needs for him is a better start than he had in race 1. Jordan, you're joining me on this one.
Yes, I am, Byron. I agree with you. Storm, there was a bit of a struggle. He sat there behind DJ Boyson the whole race, and there were 1 or 2 lunges, but to no avail. So I think it's a get off straight away to try and make your best effort into turn 1 and hold it for the rest of the race, because I think that's what DJ Boyson does, and I think he does it best.
Yeah, you can't take anything away from DJ Boyson. He's been around for many years. He started in the Formula M's years ago as well on the short circuit. We don't have those Formula M's, unfortunately, anymore, but he brought all of his experience to the main circuit. And he did win his section last year in that Dyco racing machine. And of course the Burner Factory joins him with that. Storm Lanphier in the Mantellis racing machine. No Class C cars, unfortunately. Actually only one, sorry, Hayden Elwood. We don't have Damien White. In the first race we didn't have any Class C cars. And then a whole gaggle of Formula V's out there, which was very exciting to watch, especially the big battle between Zayna Munson and Kelly Fletcher.
Yes, Byron, that class, that Libra V class is an extremely action-packed one. I mean, yes, you have the Class S Libras of Storm Lanphier and DJ Boyson, but you know, they just run along ahead and they do their thing. But the Class V's, everyone's so spread out. You've got no spoilers, you've got fairly similar power amongst all of them. So it really comes down to just mechanical grip and driver skill.
Well, you also have the semi-slick tires on the V class as well, as opposed to the slicks. And as you mentioned, the wings on the Reynards that will head the field. So that just shows you over here that you have a much more twitchy car. And of course, when you have the Formula Fords and you have the Formula Vs that are very twitchy like that, that provides us some wonderful racing always, as the second place man cuts through the middle of the field and gets to his rightful position on the front row. The Dyco racing the Burner Factory machine. There's Stephen Reed, of course the man who runs that car, along with DJ Boyson. Lanphier alongside him in that beautiful blue machine of his, and of course the Lanphiers go years back here at Killarney. Zayna Munson and Kelly Fletcher, they share row 2, that is the front of V class. Lights are on, and away we go for the start of this race. And what a fistful of wheel spin we have for Lanphier. Once again, even more than what we had in race 1, and that means that the whole shot into turn 1 goes to DJ Boyson.
I think maybe we did curse it a little bit with a commentator's curse by saying that, but now it just comes down to what Storm Lanphier can do to just sit behind DJ Boyson until there's a position. And already there's still quite a lot of sand after that GTI Challenge race, and it's really thrown Storm Lanphier out, and it looks like he's struggling quite a bit, and that's not going to help him in the slightest. But now moving back to Class V, we have quite a little bit of 2 groups of gaggle. Fletcher, and that is...
that'll be... what's his name?
Zayna Munson's in there,
Zayna Munson,
as they make their way into Sorrel Sweep. Turn 4, coming out of Sorrel Sweep and onto the back straight. There's that orange car.
It's Cyril Somerville, I think.
Cyril Somerville, yes.
Actually, speak under correction there. I think it could be Donovan Ramsey. Frankie, I think, mentioned it is Donovan Ramsey. My apologies, everybody. But already, look here, that we have DJ Boyson come to the line and record his first lap. 1.6 seconds ahead of Storm Lanphier. They heading into turn 1 for the second time in this 10-lap race. We keep onto the main straight, though, Jordan, because we have Zane Munson, who currently leads that V class. But the big battle now is between Donovan Ramsey and Kelly Fletcher. And Kelly Fletcher is on the outside. On her inside is Donovan Ramsey. They'll be side by side through there, but the inside line, of course, will fall to the man in red, and that means Donovan Ramsey should get himself ahead for now, but he doesn't have the corner advantage for Castral Corner, turn 2.
Coming through turn 1, that was a bit of a struggle for Kelly Fletcher, but now coming into turn 2, she's got the whole shot and is now holding ahead of Donovan Ramsey to take that 4th position away from her as they come into Interceptor Corner.
Aiden Elwood, sorry, Jordan just went straight into the garage now, so his race has been run. Ulrich Heissamen not in this race as well, one of the newbies, so we only have a handful of them left in there, actually 9 to be exact. We look at this gaggle of cars coming through here, the likes of Smith, Sonneville and Anderson as well. Remember, Joshua Smith, a newcomer in car number 83 here, but DJ Boyson crosses the line, a 1:14.813 compared to a 1:15.235, 0.6 of a second faster and 2 seconds advantage over Storm Lanphier that Boyson does have.
And you know, Byron, we look out into the sky now and it seems like there is a storm brewing, but not for Storm Lanphier, because it looks like he's just falling behind and he has no pace to catch up with DJ Boyson as they come into Interceptor Corner. I have no idea what there is that Storm can do, but he's going to try and put the pedal to the metal to get onto the back end of DJ Boyson. As we watch now coming out of turn 1, Zane Munson pulling ahead of Katie Fletcher and Donovan Ramsey for that 3rd position.
Yeah, it looks like Ramsey is now in 3rd, solidifying that 2nd position is Kelly Fletcher at the moment, keeping that little bit of an advantage ahead of Donovan Ramsey. Half a second when they cross the line. Coming through the turn 3 section, Munson sitting with a 1.5 second gap when they cross the line. And now we go onto the Tygerberg straight now and run it towards turn 4. We'll see them as they come around once more here as the leaders now go into turn 1. Once again, and the gap is just growing and growing there, Jordan. DJ Boyson, a 1:14.2 compared to a 1:14.3 of Storm Lanphier. It's 2.1 seconds now that the Dyko Racing man has over Storm.
It does seem like Storm is picking up a little bit of a pace and is staying consistent, but it's not a better pace than DJ Boyson's to catch up to him. So I'm hoping that maybe, I mean, these Class S guys come up much faster than obviously most other classes in this race due to the power difference, as we see Zane Munson crossing the line with Kelly Fletcher and Donovan Ramsey heading into turn 1.
The big one now to watch, sorry there, Jordan, is a Cyril Somerville and Ricky Anderson baton now. Actually, it's Joshua Smith, my apologies. Ricky Anderson's a little bit further back. Joshua Smith gets past just before the turn and into turn 1 now. That will mean that Joshua Smith is up a position. Past Cyril Somerville, Ricky Anderson in the background, James Beaumont rounding everybody off in that number 21 car in 9th position.
We see now, watching them go into turn 2 Castral Corner as the leaders pass us again on the main straight coming into turn 1. DJ Boyson still holding out with a 14.0, but Storm Lanphier a 13.7. So there is definitely pace there. Enough by the end of the race with still 6 laps to go. Byron, I'm not sure.
0.3 of a second out on that last lap. He's going to have to work a bit harder than that. He's got a few laps to go, 6 laps to go exactly, and well, including the one they're on. So yeah, they come out of turn 2 now through the kink and now through Interceptor Corner, and you can even see him basically eating into that gap at the present moment. Down the back straight though, we watch the likes there of Joshua Smith and Cyril Somerville heading towards turn 5 now. Is a move going to be made? We'll see them as they come through there. It's going to be side by side as that red, white and blue car of Cyril Somerville has a go at the camo car, but the camo car will stay right ahead.
We now move into turn 1, Byron, with Zane Munson still holding it out in 3rd place ahead of Kelly Fletcher and Donovan Ramsey. But Donovan Ramsey has fallen off a lot behind Kelly Fletcher, so I don't think there's going to be a chance for Ramsey to catch up and get that second place in Class V. But, you know, they're spreading out to each their own, and we look back now, coming into turn 2 is this battle as DJ Boyson's passing these backmarkers, and I believe it's going to slow him down. But we look now into 2 as Joshua Smith and Cyril Somerville. Joshua Smith and Cyril Somerville coming through with their little battle, and that is for 7th and 8th. But now the leaders pass and they go into Interceptor Corner. DJ Boyson still holding it out ahead of Storm Lanfear and hoping that there will be a little bit more time to gain.
Remember, the 2 Class S cars lapped the entire field in race 1. I wouldn't bet against it this time, as the Dyco Racing, the Burner Factory car, the Reynard of DJ Boyson pierces through the back markers. The blue flags will be waving for them, and following suit and losing time over the last lap, Jordan, Storm Lanfear. He lost 0.2 of a second the last time, a 13.5 for DJ Boyson, a 13.7 for Storm Lanfear.
We look now as they come out of turn 5. It's the 83 and the 61 of Joshua Smith and Cyril Somerville fighting towards the line, with now coming up on 4 laps to go. That battle is going to get a little bit more hairy under those last 2 laps. But now we watch as the leaders come out of turn 1 and into turn 2. Still quite a considerable gap to DJ Boyson as he's going to pass another back marker.
Yeah, Ricky Anderson is off at turn 4, Jordan. I've just been notified of that. I don't see any yellow flags waving down in that section. So where exactly that car is parked, I don't know. But, well, they'll be coming through there now. There we go. Oh, on the outside of the turn, that will be a yellow flag situation over there. And, of course, no passing under that situation.
Now we look down into turn 5 as there's a battle heating up between Kelly Fletcher and Donovan Ramsey.
Are they even waving yellow flags?
Yes, that's Donovan Ramsey and Kelly Fletcher making their way out of Pertamina Foster on their nose to tail with the front 2 passing them now. That'll stir things up a little bit. Hopefully no drama comes of that.
Yeah, down the straight they then run. The leader crosses the line. You can start feeling it getting a little bit chilly over here. Did I maybe see a few spots on the windows? I don't think there'll be any substantial rain, but we go through turn 1 and we go now onto the Joubert Straight, and look at the gap. It's 1.7 seconds once again as they make their way past Kelly Fletcher, who currently leads the V section ahead of Zayna Munson. That was quite a gain that she got over those last 2 or so laps.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there, because I see Donovan Ramsey's only coming through turn 2 now, so there must have been some sort of issue with the leaders coming through the back markers to cause that. But Kelly Fletcher must be quite happy in her current position to be leading Class V. But you know, it's still getting more and more grey, and there are drops falling with these cars on semi-slicks and the Class S's on very high power. We might be looking for a little bit of drama here.
Well, high power stiffly set up, and on slicks Jordan, of course, they've got the wings, but here goes a challenge for the lead in Class V at the moment into turn 5. It is going to be Zayna Munson once again ahead of Kelly Fletcher, but Kelly will come right back at him. She'll go into the slipstream on the main straight over here through the kink and run it towards the line. 2 laps left to go, including the one these two are going to start now. They'll be side by side as they rocket it up to the turn 1 left-hander, and it will be Zayna Munson that will hold the lead for now with these 2 laps left to go.
Oh, this is a bit of a wild battle coming out of turn 1 at the moment. Kelly Fletcher's definitely going to want to try and pass that 30 car of Zayna Munson, but it's not happening at the moment. But she's going to maybe try take a wider line so she can get a better exit out of Castrol Corner to try and fight Zayna Munson into turn 3. But now we watch as they come through the kink now towards Interceptor Corner, and there's still about a car's length gap between them. So Kelly Fletcher's going to try and use as much of that straight line speed of hers to get up onto the back of Zayna Munson coming down the back straight.
5. I think the leaders are coming into turn 5 now, Jordan. Sorry about that. And, well, we'll watch them come around and start what will be their final lap of the race. On the main straight now for them. Towards turn 1 they will run. It is DJ Boyson that took the lead at the start, as he did in race 1. He's done likewise in race 2, and he comes through turn 1 still marginally ahead by 1.3 seconds over Lanphier and onto the Joubert straight. Of course, here comes a Munson now, Jordan. Look at this battle over here in the slipstream for Kelly Fletcher.
I'm watching Byron, and Kelly Fletcher has a beautiful run coming down to turn 1, hoping she is around the outside before the braking marker. But Zaina Munson just gets on the brakes a little bit later, but Kelly Fletcher's going to hold it around the outside. No spoilers or any aero in this car, so it's all cojones and guts from these guys and girls. And Kelly Fletcher makes the move stick and pulls ahead of Zaina Munson, but Zaina Munson's going to try again around the outside through Castrol Corner to try and get that position back for first place in Class V.
Leaders going down the back straight now towards turn 5. They will then run. They are much closer than they have been. It was 1.3 seconds the last time around. They come out through the corner now through Pertamina Farstron. It's a dead heat to the line. I think DJ Boyson might just have the legs on him to get it there, and he will do so by 0.3 of a second at a fastest lap of 1:13.220 for Storm Lanphier.
Right on the last lap, Storm was definitely on some sort of pace, but now we look for this first and second battle for Class V. Zaina Munson takes the inside line. Kelly Fletcher's going to have to make some sort of move and maybe dive around the inside with a little bit of a cutback, but no room. Zaina Munson blocks that off as we watch them come down through the kink, past the new pits and under the bridge. This is going to be slipstream city for Kelly Fletcher, but I don't think it's going to be enough. She's going to make a pull around the outside, but it's just not enough. By just over a front wheel goes to Zaina Munson to take first place.
Yeah, 300ths of a second or 34 thousandths of a second there, Jordan. As well, here comes Donovan Ramsey now. Gets himself a third place in class. Couldn't quite hang on to the battle ahead of him. And then coming into turn 5, this was actually a bit of an unsung battle, you could say, between a newbie, Joshua Smith, and an experienced head, Cyril Somerville. And Joshua Smith will be a super rookie and take that what is 6th position from Cyril Somerville.
And a lonely James Beaumont crossing the line with quite a lonesome race, I'd assume. We didn't really see him much throughout this heat. But I mean, what a brilliant run from all these guys and girls, or guys and girl. And especially Storm Lanphier on that last lap. I said that something might come out of it, especially with these raindrops coming in very lightly. I mean, we might see some for the Clubman's race next, but this very much, for such a small class with very little entries, it was brilliant.
There was some great stuff there and some great racing from our only open wheel class today as far as motor cars are concerned. But, of course, we have saved an amazing race for the very last of the day, and that, of course, will be the Clubman's class. And I'm going to hand over to two gentlemen with a very big appetite for racing and dessert trays, but they will be coming up next, and we have a bit of cleanup on the track first, but we'll go off air for a short bit. But stay tuned, because Clubman's is going to round it all off.
folks, for those of you that have been watching the live production at home, yes, we are aware of the problems that there was this morning, but I'd just like to give a massive big thumbs up to IMUSAT that seem to have, from the lunch interval through till now, sorted out 99.9% of the electrical glitches that we have, and it now makes it possible for the best commentary team in South Africa to bring you racing the way that we would like you to actually see it. So, yeah, IMUSAT, well done. Let's just hope, and having said that, we don't want a commentator's curse, but I can give you some, what some people say is good news, what some people say is bad news. Frankie will say bad news, I say it's good news. The rain, she be a-comin'. There's no doubt. And if you go out now, you cannot go out on wet weather tires because it's completely dry. But the chances are this track might be kind of wet by the time this race finishes. And this is where the Jesse Huggards of this world come into their own and become strong contenders.
Well, it is a very, very, very light drizzle. I don't think it's going to do much because apparently here by 8 o'clock, 7 o'clock, it's supposed to be gone. They did initially say, when I checked Google weather in the week, they said any time from 4 o'clock onwards, and it was approximately 4:15 that we started picking up the raindrops on the commentary box windows, but a light. I really can't see it causing any damage and causing any harm at all. So I think whatever tires the guys have got on, that is what they're going to go out with in race number 2. It would be crazy to go and put on full wets now, but you never know. Cape Town is a funny place. It can just drip, and all of a sudden the heavens can open, and just like that it goes away. So anything can happen, but I believe we'll be okay for this one. Talking about this one, here they come. Clubman's cars rolling out onto the track. The Thermofires Clubman Saloons for their second race of the day. Also the final race of the event. It's approaching 4:25. We started pretty early this morning. We were scheduled for 9:45. We got going at about 25 to 10, somewhere around there. And I must say a big heads up to the WPMC marshals and officials and the COCs and the stewards. They've had a very, very smooth race day, and it is now 4:25, and we are on the final race of the day. So they've made up some awesome time. Well done to all our top star officials here at Killarney International Raceway. Jaco Lambert is out there. Remember, he had a problem out in race 1. He did catch up and finished. He's back out on track once again. Dexter Bruce, he's out there, a man that's got BMWs, and he races one at our local rallycross. And of course, he races a Beamer in the Thermofires Clubman's saloon cars as well. So, yeah. We're waiting for the Clubman's cars to roll around and to stop here on grid proper. I don't think they're actually going to stop on grid proper because the safety car is ready to roll out. So it's going to be all systems go shortly, as this is the final race of the day. As a matter of fact, let's just go through the program for you with the calendar, which is right at the back here. Somewhere at the back, it's a final page. There we go. And we will see that the next Power Series is on the 6th of April, but the 16th of March, we have got the National Extreme Festival here in Cape Town, and then all the boys will be in town. The Formula 1600s, the South African touring cars, it's now called, it's no longer global touring cars, it's now South African touring cars, together with the Super Cup cars and the Comcare Volkswagen Polo Cup and the ZX-10R Masters motorcycles. France, we didn't have them at all in Cape Town on both occasions, but this year they are penciled in. They'll be in Cape Town March and I think September when the next round is.
Yeah, the nice thing is there's a new addition to the ZX10 Cup, and he romped away up in Swartkops is Clinton Seller.
And there's a Nicole van Aswegen.
Nicole van Aswegen is there as well, yeah.
Of the ZX10Rs.
Yeah, and I see Nicole van Aswegen is actually going to go race in Europe as well, in the inaugural women's championships in the Superbikes. So that's going to be quite fun.
So Jess Huggett is in pole position with the Autolift Full West and Vescar Bakwerke Jetta 2. And on his outside, the Auto Pro Skyline of and Goffin Cooper of Steven Heidenreich. Then we got Carl Visser in the Thermofires and Shaw Electrical Engineering Volkswagen. And then the Golf of Mr. Michael Lassier. Behind him is Paul Minnick. Paul was a pit lane starter in race number 1. And he is out there just behind the Sear. Joseph Hendricks in the 61 is pulling into position. He's just ahead there of Baby Jakes, who's ahead of Stephen Goos. Then JP Shea on the outside, followed there by Jaco Lambert just behind him. As these cars roll off line, Argen Gaspar is out there, Dwayne Bernard, Dexter Bruce, and the whole field of Clubman's cars roll down into turn number 1 behind the safety car.
Yeah, Clubman's here with a relatively healthy field, close to 30 cars out on the circuit. Behind the new pace car, that Amoda, very pretty car, that Amoda, I must admit. I think it runs with a 1.5 turbo. Chinese motor vehicle. I see the Chinese now starting to flood the market with some fantastic cars, and they're starting to make the Japanese look down on their nose. So the Chinese really coming into their own. I tell you what, Chinese engineering has really taken over the world. I have look on the socials there of the things they build in China. Absolutely mind-blowing. The bridges, the highways, the rivers. They actually make rivers flow uphill. It's actually marvelous what they get up to. Jesse Huggett leads out there. Steven Heidenreich in the, I think it's the RB22, I'm not mistaken, the Skyline, the GTR. 25, RB25. I get mixed up with all the numbers, all the different RBs. It's the RB25. And, well, Steven Heinrich, we know him from Oval Track days. A very, very quick man, Frankie.
Yeah, when he raced over here at Cape Park Drivers back in the day, him and Carl van Dijk, very good friends then, and they still very good friends. Of course, Carl we know as one of the top drifters in South Africa. And I'm also led to believe that Steven said he'd also like to do a little bit of drifting as well, being coached by Van Dijk. So there's a possibility in the pipeline that you might see Steven Heidenreich do that as well. So as the Clubman's cars work their way down that back straight, that long Killarney back straight. Back in the day it was called the Malmesbury Straight, and then they called it the Killarney Straight, that long back one. How many meters about, Frans? About 700 meters?
Yeah, I think it's close to 800 meters, yeah. No, definitely. And it's a good run. I mean, I think 800 meters is brickyard, eh?
Yeah, well, it's pretty quick though. I remember the old Goldfields Raceway in Welkom. That was 1 kilometer long, that back straight that they used to have there. That's a long, long time ago.
And I see it's still standing, eh? It's there, but it's just not being used.
Yeah, no, but that's not Pakisa. I'm talking about the old
Goldfields,
the original Goldfields Raceway.
Yeah. Right, so the Amoda pulls off to the right-hand side. The inside part of the circuit is the pace car. Jesse Huggett holds the line now as they roll towards the City of Cape Town Castrol Bridge. Jesse Huggett, Sir Jesse Huggett, will set the tone. Waiting over the line they go, waiting for the light to go off. Light goes off and away they go down towards turn number 1. Jesse Huggett, Steven Heidenreich on the outside. Heidenreich gets a bit of a pull there up ahead. Heidenreich takes the whole shot. Carl Visser sits there with, I think it's a Sharp on his inside, and Michael Lassier sits there in 4th place. They roll around and make their way up. JP Shea slots there into P5 as they make their way up towards Castrol Corner. Heidenreich's got that RB25 up there as he holds the lead. Jesse Huggett shuts out Carl Visser there and says to him, "Stay there, young man, you don't understand who I am." Of course he understands who you are, Jesse, but you know, Carl is a little bit edgy. He looks up on the inside here of Jess Huggett. Jess, being a gentleman he is, Carl Visser sticks his nose in there. He's trying to hold it down as they come out interceptor corner, and they are side by side going up towards Sorrel Sweep. Here comes Carl Visser up on the inside of Jesse, and Carl Visser goes up into second place.
As you watch this car's rolling up the hill, going down the back straight, there's your leader, Steven Heidenreich, working his way down the back main with Carl Visser in second, followed there by Jess Huggett. Behind Jess Huggett is JP Shea. Behind Shea is Michael Lucia. Then we have got, is that Josef Hendricks that's going through there? It might be Josef Hendricks. Have a look on the screen. No, it's not Josef Hendricks, it's Baby Jakes. Then we've got Lambert. Then we've got Josef Hendricks as they work their way out of turn number 5, out of Fostron with lap number 1 in the bag.
Well, a 15-year-old Carl Visser sits there in second place up behind Steven Heidenreich. And he's going to give it all he can, the man from Charles Electrical Engineering. Jess Huggett's in third. Michael Lucia there in fourth, followed by JP Shea. Baby Jakes is there with Lambert. And then it's Hendricks close and Minnick down in 10 as they roll there out of holes and make their way up the Uber straight up towards turn number 2. There's Jesse Huggett with Lucia, JP Shea, and then Jaco Lambert sitting there up behind him. They are having an absolute storming time out there. And luckily for you, Frankie, the rain stayed away, the gods listened.
Well, I'm glad for that as they work their way through interceptor corner. There's Huggett, there's Lucia, JP Shea is in there just behind him as they work their way towards turn number 4. Then it's Jaco Lambert, then those two behind him, that is Baby Jakes and Josef Hendricks. Down the back main they go as we watch them work their way out of 3. The leaders are heading down the back straight towards turn number 5, Fostron. And the man to catch today, whoa, we got trouble. We got trouble out here in turn number 4, exit turn 4. There's a car off on the inside on the exit of 4, right up against the wall. There was more than one car involved. The one car survived. We'll try and pick up where that car is. And it is Gavin Surf. It's the spur car of Gavin Surf, but he's back on track and running once again.
Right, going into turn 1 now, Steven Heinrich, and keep an eye on Carl Visser. He's closing. Carl Visser in that polo is starting to close up on the back of Steven Heinrich. And Carl Visser, a very well-equipped karter, is now bringing his karting knowledge down to the main circuit, sitting right there up behind him. Then it's going to be Lucia. He's followed there by Huggett. Michael Lucia doing a fantastic job there as he comes through. Then it's Jaco Lambert, up behind Lambert, JP Shea. And then it's Goos that goes through there. And up behind Stephen Goos is Paul Minnick, then followed by Dwayne Bernard. Yeah, they come up into Sorrel Sweep. And I tell you something for nothing, young Carl Visser riding hard.
Driving as hard as he knows, that's for sure. Down the back main, the leaders go once again into Pertamina Fostron. I'm watching Jess Huggett, and he's closing up onto the back end there of Michael Lucia as we watch the leaders working their way into turn number 5. We've got a car in trouble on the exit of Castle Corner, and we'll pick up the number on that one.
That's right on screen. Michael Lucia been followed there by Jess Huggett. Jess Huggett trying to stick with him as the leaders come down towards turn number 1 holes. And it's Steven Heinrich, but look at Carl Visser. He is closing. We still got 5 laps to go. There's still a lot of work to be done. Michael Lucia, Jess Huggett, up behind him, Jaco Lambert. Up behind him, it's Hendricks. Followed there by JP Shea, Baby Jakes. Then it's going to be Stephen Goos, Paul Minnick, Dwayne Bernard, Gary Smith. They all work their way there through. And coming out here now from up towards turn number 3 is your leaders. Turn 3 is Steven Heinrich, but look there, Carl Visser, lights ablaze, is absolutely peddling that polo. He is giving it horns, he is murdering it. Look at him run up onto the ridge there, the curbstone. He's coming in hard, and hot too. They work their way out of the Sorrel Sweep. Here his third place car is Michael Lucia. Jess Huggett sits there with him. Here comes Jaco Lambert. Then up behind him, Josef Hendricks, JP Shea. Then up JP Shea, Baby Jakes, as we take our way down towards turn number 5, with the leaders now entering Pertamina Fostron.
Through Fostron they come now, and you can clearly visually see on your monitor that Carl Visser is getting closer and closer to race leader Steven Heidenreich. Visser puts the wheels on the dirt. That's a hard. Kyle is trying. They've got 4 more laps to go. We are halfway in this one. And still, Michael Lucia has got Jess Huggett right on his case, followed there by Jaco Lambert. Now, Jaco Lambert is going to be nailed here, surely by Josef Hendricks. No, Hendricks stays in there behind him as Lucia locks up going into turn number 1. And there we see Jaco Lambert, and right on his case is Josef Hendricks as they work their way out of turn number 1. The field heads up towards Castrol Corner, and still Hendricks on the case of Lambert, and there's that stricken BMW on the outside of turn 2 Castrol.
I see Michael Lucia's passenger doors open. There you can see his doors open.
Yeah,
there we
you
go.
can see on the monitor that the door of that Golf is slightly ajar, and Jess Huggett that you see in there behind him will notice that that door is open as they work their way through. There's trouble in turn number 1. There's a car off into the tyre barriers. That is Gemma O'Lean. That's the lady racer that we were told about. Jordan just told me now, and she put that car away into the tyre barriers on the outside of turn number 1.
There on turn 5, Jaco Lambert there with Josef Hendricks up behind him. They're coming out. Now as the leaders cross the line, Jaco Lambert fighting and defending well there. There's Lucia coming over, followed by Jess Huggett. The leaders coming out of turn number 1. And they'll be making their way soon up to turn number 2. Yeah, they come up towards us now. Have a look here, Stephen Heinrich, and look at Carl Visser. He is murdering that polo right up there behind him. Then up behind him, there's Michael Lucia. You can see that door, it's unhinged. And Jesse Huggett can see it. Jaco Lambert there with Jacobs up there. Josef Hendricks up behind him. Hendricks, and then JP Share followed there by Baby Jakes in the BMW. And not too far behind them, we have JP Share and Gous as well.
Yeah, Stephen Gous and Paul Minnick, but we watch this group coming out of turn 4 down the back main. This is the fight for the lead with a couple of back markers just ahead of them. Stephen Heidenreich and Kyle Visser. And Visser has gone to fetch him, but catching him is one thing. Getting past him is a completely different ball game, as Heidenreich will make it very difficult for Visser to get past with 2 more laps to go.
Well, there's Mariru there up with Jesse Huggett, and Jesse Huggett comes and looks, somebody's inside. Who's got a problem? Huggett just blows by him. He's got a problem. He's going to be pulling off. He's got a problem. There's smoke coming from the car. So I'm afraid that's his race called. He'll probably pull into pit lane. Have a look at this. Have a look at this one.
Yeah, that's going to be a good one. That is Josef Hendricks and JP Share and Baby Jakes. And it is Baby Jakes that bombs through, and Hendricks has got a problem. Hendricks has got a problem. He's slowing right down as Josef Hendricks as they work their way into turn 1.
Well, it's all happening out there. And we see there is Gary Smith, Dexter Bruce, all of them going through. Dwayne Bernard as we have a look there where the leaders are. The leaders should be coming down the back straight or not. Yeah, they're the leaders down the back straight. Going down towards turn number 5, and Kyle Visser is right there. He's right on the back there of Stephen Heidenreich. Is he going to look for a switchback? He goes high and wide. He wants to slingshot it back up behind Stephen Heidenreich. Kyle Visser, a very avid carter from Killarney International Raceway now, is chasing hard. Is he going to draft Stephen Heidenreich? Is he close enough? Heidenreich gives it a bit of gas as they go down towards turn number 1.
Well, he's got the quickest time out there, 121.853 by Carl Visser. This is the flag lap that they are on, and clearly you can see towards Bloberg. It's raining. It's raining pretty hard out there, but we'll be okay because this is the final lap. Are they going to catch? That's John De Silva. I think that they're going to catch there in Castrol Corner and put a lap on him as they conclude Sector 1, Francois, and now start Sector 2.
Well, they're going down towards Interceptor Corner now is Stephen Heidenreich and Carl Visser, and Visser is right on his bumper there like a bad rash. He's making him itch. He's coming out. He's sitting out.
There's a car that went off in turn 3, Interceptor. It rejoined again and almost rejoined in front of this battle that's working its way out of
Oh, look at Carl Visser coming. He gets the car out of shape. He is hanging on the ragged edge. He's hanging on the ragged edge. He's chasing. Stephen Heinrich is holding his cool with that RB25, and he's taking him down to, I think that's pretty much the race call there, is that Kylie got a little bit out of shape, managed to hold it. As I said, a very avid carter coming out. He's not close enough to draft him to the line, and I think it's going to be enough for Stephen Heinrich. It's going to be checkered flag time. Stephen Heinrich coming up towards the line. Carl Visser, a brilliant race coming out of Carl Visser as Heinrich crosses. Visser second, and coming up towards a couple of slow markers up over the line. And it's going to be Jesse Huggett who's going to come home in P3. Here comes Jesse Huggett. Well done. Then it's going to be Yaku Lambert. And then up behind him, a little bit further back, Baby Jakes, who's had a great race, saw a great opportunity 2 laps ago, took 2 cars in one bite, and he's coming up towards the line. He crossed the line, Baby Jakes.
Ahead of JP Shea, and then Joseph Hendricks was there, but remember, he picked up a problem, so this will be the next dice coming towards us now. Paul Minnick is in this dice. And he will finish there just behind Stephen Goos as the rest of the field comes through, followed there by Gary Smith across the line, and Dexter Bruce and Alban Gasper will finish his race as well. Dwayne Bernard is the next man that comes across the line. Now, will Joseph Hendricks finish? I think he will. Yes, he's going to. It's a limping Joseph Hendricks that brings the 61 car to the checkered flag.
Well, now the mist starts sitting in here over at Killarney. We've just made it as the weather becomes somewhat inclement. The visibility starts waning here at Killarney, and you can actually see on your screen how the mist is coming over the circuit. So some of the stragglers bringing their cars home. That's Johnny De Silva, and Gavin Surf he's out the race. He's stuck in midway down the back straight. Well, Stephen Heinrich, we're pretty happy with his performance. I think Kyle Visser can be over the moon with his performance.
I'll tell you what, yes, Kyle Visser, the Visser brothers are going to make, well, they've already made names for themselves in South African motorsport, but there's still lots to come for the 2 Visser brothers, Charles Jr. and Kyle.
Yeah, lovely, great stuff. Frankie, we've had some classic racing today, brother.
Today was out of the draw stuff. I cannot think of one class that was boring. Everything was top class.
I think the they say the racing gods are, oh look, there we go, there's Gavin Surf going off the circuit on screen. And Gary Smith just missed that.
I like the way Byron said he was surfing off the track. Off the circuit.
Surfing off, Came out, he lost the back end, he went onto the grass, tried to regain the circuit and shot straight across. What? And
right in front of one of those BMWs as well, and lucky not to make contact with anybody.
But to all you guys, I think we've had a great day. I think it's been great. We had a couple of electronic gremlins here today.
The folks at home, we do apologize. It's not Gary's fault. As a matter of fact, he was hovering in mid-air a few times from pure frustration, which one can understand.
It was the glass fiber and the copper wire that dropped him today.
A lot of people ask on YouTube, the video photographer, but it's not. We've had some technical issues with the cameras, which the IMUSAT team managed to eventually sort out for us. So well done.
I think to Byron Knight, great commentary today as always. The book of knowledge, as we call him. Jordan Eben, great stuff. I think he's really stepped up to the plate. Some lacquer commentary, and we enjoyed that immensely. Gary, great job today, buddy. I know your nerves are shot, and I still got to go and drive to St. Helena Bay. Bless you, my son. I've got to go to Mossel Bay tomorrow.
So for myself, I want to say goodbye. Francois, you can continue. I want to hand the mic over to Jordan and to Byron that they can say their goodbyes.
Right, folks, from my side, Francois Butler, I'll be signing off. I've got the diplomatic duty of doing prize giving. I will see you next time round. I think the next time we've got here is the Extreme Festival. So I'll see you at this coming Saturday is the Rock National at Killarney, Karting Rock National. There is also Cape Hull drivers, and out at Zone 7 is motocross and dirt kart oval. And I believe there's some West Coast oval as well. So you're spoiled for choice. I don't know if you can be in 5 places at once, but bless your soul, try as hard as you may. Byron, up to you, my mate.
Yeah, I think it's going to be the busiest racing weekend here in Cape Town and the Western Cape in the first quarter of the year, of course, if you want to put it in that way terms, if we want to go back to school, of course. But yes, fantastic racing today, and I think we've just made the rain as well. We just got the last race done and dusted, and we can sign off on this very first main circuit regional event of 2024, the Power Series, of course. And like the guy said, we're back in March with the Extreme Festival, and we're back in April with the second round of the Power Series. Before I hand over then to Jordan over here, this is Byron Height signing out.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for showing up today. With even though the expectation of rain was quite high, everyone was a little bit worried, and we did see some grey clouds coming over the track. At the end of the day, luckily, it just saved itself out until the last race of the day was over. But from my side, big thanks to all our marshals, all our organizers, all our sponsors, and my very good now friends in the commentary box. Much appreciated. I'm just going to read off a couple of our 2024 WPMC sponsors, our track sponsors for the bridge, the City of Cape Town and Castrol. Turn 1, Holes Hook. Turn 2, Castrol. That's Castrol Corner. 3, Interceptor Shoes. Sorrel Sweep, previously Malmesbury Sweep, but to give some heritage to the late or to the great Sorrel van der Merwe. Turn 5, Pertamina Fostron. Our subway tunnel by the clubhouse, King Tony, and our main straight, the Porsche Club. A couple other section sponsors for every category: Clubman's, Thermo Fires, Clubman Saloons, GDI Challenge, API Property Group, who have just come on board and already making things spectacular for that class. Classic cars with Lauda, Supercars, Caltron. Unfortunately, Classics, Supercars and Finecars weren't out this weekend because they were at the Passion for Speed Festival. Sports and GT with Le Joubert, V8 Masters with Pirelli, and Formula Libre has no sponsor as of yet. But anyway, thank you everyone. Everyone, come drive home safe, and we'll see you very soon. Bye-bye.
Again, another race day comes to an end, but this one was different. This was the first race day of the season, which means that all these drivers and riders were coming here blind, so to speak. Now that the answers have been scripted and the drivers know where they're at in the pecking order, it's on to race number 2, which happens on the 6th of April next month. I will be there, but will you? And if you want, you can scrub through the rest of this broadcast to make sure that you got all the juicy details. My name is Ernest Page, and I look forward to the next Power Series with you on the 6th of April. We'll see you guys then, and until then, be safe out there and enjoy the racing.